this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yo, saludos. Shalom. Hope y'all doing well. It's your brother Joshua here. Bro Joshua. Anyways. Oh, what? I didn't turn that off? Thought I did. Oh, well. Let's see what we got. There's only one person. All praises. Jeremias. ¿Qué huele, brother? Good to see you, man. Class is called blah, blah, blah. An Negro mind. So I'm going to show you this, what it means. Because look, I'm going to say this, okay? Here, my old self, you know what I mean? I'm like, man, I'm going to ease off the whole Canaanite thing. I'll give it a break. Plus, they don't even bug me. They don't come to the channel, you know what I mean? They don't want to debate, whatever. But then somehow along the way, you know, I guess every group, you got an idiot. So, this particular idiot, in a way, kind of woke me up again. So you wanted attention. Now you got it. Let me see if I can show this to y'all. Why is it not showing? This is weird. It's acting weird today. Give me a second. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. Every time there's a controversial topic, I guess. Les duele. So I'm going to show you this picture here. Let me do it again, see if it takes it. Oh, I know why. Let's get rid of this. There it goes. So here's the topic. Blah, 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 blah. A Negro's mind. Mashiach Chronicles established 1492. Black power. You guys wanted attention. You got it. I'm going to talk about 3 different nations here because it's a topic that we need to deal with. Okay. So let me turn on this camera now. Shalom, y'all. Welcome. See if it works. I don't even know if it works or not. There we go. All right. All right, fam. So let's begin. Let's begin. What I want to do first and foremost is I want to talk about this topic here. Okay. I've read this book to you guys before. All right. It's called The Negros and the Jews. You see, what I'm finding right now is that these Negroes, these Africans, you guys are trying to separate yourselves from these people now. Yeah, you're doing that. And you've been doing that for some time now. The last 20, 30 years. Y'all were in cahoots with these guys. And if you look around, everywhere you look, I mean, let's just be real. Who is in charge of the media? Movies, commercials, TV shows, programs, news, all that, right? Your commentators, your NFL commentators, all of those guys, right? You see black and white. Now, the people that are in charge of those things are typically Jews, what they call them, Israelis. You know, the ones that are crying wolf now, right? I'm gonna show you a picture also, but let me not forget about that. Let me remind myself now, because I find it so interesting, so interesting that the nerve of y'all, the nerve of these people, now I understand the hypocritical nature of both of you, and we're dealing with 2 heads here. As you know, the 3 kingdoms, the 3 heads, the last bird, right? There's 3 heads. We're talking about 2 right now. We're going to talk about all 3 possibly. The first ones are these 2 right here. Okay. So we're going to start with page. Let me see here. Page 60. So let's see if we see this little scene bin or sin bee. And it sounds like she is a female. Okay. I guess that's what they send now because the men can't handle this conversation with me. So what we got right here is the Negroes and the Jews. What exactly? Why am I bringing this up? I'm gonna try to. I don't want to read this whole thing, but I'm gonna have to because there's a point. Okay. So let's begin in page. Let's see, page 158. Okay. Let me see if you guys can see. Oh, more likely I'm gonna have to do this. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna do that now. All right. So now check this out. Let's begin. First paragraph. Starting in 1915, and by the way, I'm gonna go an hour, so I'm gonna make it quick. Starting in 1915, agents from the labor short war industries began to scout the Cotton Belt, touting the advantage of the North. Consciously or unconsciously, they repeated the pattern of 19th century shipping agents who first enticed the Orthodox Jews from Russian Pale to American shores. Once begun, the Great Migration from the South has yet to stop. Between 1915 and 1940, close to 1.7 million Negroes left the South. In the past quarter of the century, another 2 million have ridden the buses northward. Like the Jews before them, they settled at first in great cities of New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Cleveland. Funny as it may, this is where they're going to the whole, robbing stores and stuff. I got that point too. Of course, the scouts alone did not initiate the Great Migration, nor were they instrumental in its countenance. So now let's clear. While it was true that the industrial expansion created millions of jobs, the Negroes in the main filled fill the service positions left vacant by the industrialization of European migrants. So we're getting a concept of what goes on here. Okay. Now let's start. Let's start here. I guess we'll continue. As important a factor as in Southern Exodus as positive enticement was negative inducement. Let me read it again. As important a factor in the Southern Exodus as positive enticement was negative inducement. The destruction by the boll weevil and the drought that plagued the Black Belt moved cotton growing into Western Confederates. States and forced farmers. States and forced farmers. Actually, you know what? Let me get the one thing off the back here. Give me a second. I don't need to show that anymore. Let's see that what it was. All right, so let me go here again. I'll just do it this way. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to be paying attention to chats for a second. I'm just going to read. All right. Anyways, it says, let's see. The ever deepening depression in the South also resulted in whites infiltrating into what traditionally had been Negro jobs. Okay, so now let's, as you can see, Negro, Jew, they're making a relation between these two in this book. Okay, now this book, you guys can find it. It's not cheap, but it's not that expensive. Let's go here, page 59. As a Jewish immigrant had written to their families in the old country about the wonders of New World, the recently immigrated Negro passed the word south. In addition, the Negro press carried stories about the good life in the North, and also ran ads for specific jobs. In the 30s, dire poverty alone drove hundreds of thousands of Negroes out of their homeland. Unable to find employment, either on the land or on the southern cities, and denied welfare because of prevailing customs, many came north to go onto public assistance. You see that? Many came north to go on public assistance. You see, I find it interesting because check this out. I think the topic is very scary, fam, because there's only one brother watching. I appreciate it. But you know, the title shouldn't be something that should be ignored. Okay. So now let's continue here. It says Northern Negroes, like the German Jews before them, had mixed feelings about the newcomers. Although these Negroes had never known the degree of acceptance won by the old Jewish families, they saw that what social status they had achieved would be endangered as prejudice against Negroes rose. Typical of the reaction to this condition in late 20s were the comment of wife of the Chicago Negro physician who lived all her life in that city. We had been accepted as equals, but as soon as the Southern Negroes began coming in, we were regulated to their class. Our white friends shunned us. Now, let's continue. On the other hand, the Negro professional, okay, last paragraph, an entrepreneurial class found its economic base broadened as Negro communities grew. In the end, like the German Jews, circumstances forced them to give leadership to the cause of Negro rights and to accept the professed help of Jewish agencies in the civil rights battle of 40s and 50s. Keep in mind, family, that while this was going on with them, there were repatriation acts, bracero programs, and Operation Wetback. Okay, let's not forget. Negroes and Negro leadership also came to the northern cities from outside the United States. Bob Jordan was but one of every 100,000 blacks who immigrated from the British French West Indies, from Cuba and Haiti. Between 1900 and 1930, these immigrants from the Caribbean, like Negroes from the southern United States, settled mainly in urban centers along the Atlantic seaboard, particularly New York and Boston. Although most were unskilled and semi-skilled laborers, many had professional skills, and by the end of the 1930s, a huge portion of the Chicago Negro physician, dentists, and lawyers were Indian immigrants, the West Indian immigrants. So check this out. I don't want to miss the point. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Let me see. I think I lost the word that I'm looking for. It was the page. 57. That's what it was. My mistake, but it's in the vein. So we're gonna go back to page 57. I want to show this to y'all. I should have read it at this point, but I want you guys to read this book. You can get it on archive.org. Okay. So it's just talking about certain situations that are going on at this time. I'll read it to you here. This guy named Ross, and he has this particular look upon these people. Their children and their grandchildren, educated in public schools, hard-heartedly adopted the American ideology of mobility and equality. They not only inspire, they achieved. For this rose castigated them. The truth seems to be that the lower class of Jews of Eastern Europe reached here more moral cripples, their souls warped and dwarfed by iron circumstances. Many of them have developed a monstrous and repulsive love of gain. When now they use their old world shove and wail and lie in a society like ours, unprotected as small as snails out of its shell, they rapidly push up into a position of prosperous parasitism, leaving scorn and curses in their wake. The Gentile, he reiterated, firmly resents being obliged to engage in a humiliating and undignified scramble to keep his trade or his clients against the Jewish invaders. So now we're talking about, I'm going to read this and I'm going to skip. As Ross carefully explained, As Ross carefully explained, here's a paragraph. It was for this reason and not because of their religion that Jews were unwanted. Although otherwise rational, if snobbish, the professor then became entrapped by the sexual fantasies that almost every way accompanies calls for segregationist or exclusionary policies. Pleasure-loving Jewish businessmen, he wrote ominously, spared Jews and pursued Gentile girls, meaning that they go and pursue like all the other ladies that are not so-called Jews to have sex with them. But they don't do that with their women. However, he added, without seeming to notice the contradiction, most alarming is the growth of prostitution among Jewish girls. The scarlet woman of Jewish birth is a product of cold mercenary method devised and handled by men of Jewish birth. Now, check this out. It keeps going on. But then it says here, although this is on page 57, here's the point. Although the Jews suffered along with others in the depression, right? Now they're trying to say that they suffered. Like we suffered. And they don't even reference us suffering at all. It's just black and Jews. So what I'm trying to point out is you so-called Africans, you Negros. Now you're trying to say that you're not part of these people. Oh, no, don't say Amalek now. No. Y'all are in cahoots with each other. You guys were in cahoots with each other since 1492. Who financed the actual the takeover of the Americas? Who financed the ships? Who provided the funding? Who provided the bonds, the insurance for that cargo to transport itself back and forth? It was the so-called Jewish people. Jewish people had everything to do with the slavery of our native brothers and sisters. Yes, that's who actually handled the financing. You guys should know this. And it was also you Africans. We have documentation that you helped the white man, Amalek, Edom, right? To come and conquer America. Black conquistadors. Not just one, Sakari, many. So what I'm trying to do is show you guys that you're just like them. Wasn't LeBron James over there hugging this little short Jewish guy's hand, trying to have sex with him practically? Well, the little guy, right, with Tim. It says here, although the Jew suffered along with others in the Depression, he was less clearly visible. It was not the Jew who sold apples on the street corners, lived in Hoovervilles, marched in Washington, or stood in soup kitchen lines. His absence was noted and resented. To the declass and to the warped, those angry voices increasingly expressed the inarticulate rage of a nation, 1/3 which had been ravaged by depression. Supposedly, the Jew capitalist banker became the enemy along with his degenerate stooge, the Negro. Who the hell are you guys? That's my question. I still wonder. I mean, I know. You can't fool me. I know you want to run from this truth. Oh, Amalek, shut your brown ass up. I'm not even going to be racist because then you'll say, he's racist. He's racist. No, I'd speak facts. So I'm going to read this to you guys. Second paragraph, right here. I want to make sure to remind them you're not that far from who they are. You are just like them. Shalom, brother. I know you guys want to run from this, but let's begin page 191 and then we'll move on. It says humor too. Divulges a people's self-image. By indirection to the joke indicates the value of the group that invented it. The joke also serves as a safe expression of those emotions that have been most carefully repressed. Since Jews value things of the mind, and the Negro elevates physical progress, there's not even in humor much that they share, with the exception that both see themselves as victims of the Anglo-Saxon world. The two eagles and the three heads. And the three heads, the two eagles. You can see it right here, right? Now, we're seeing that they are the brain and you Negroes are the muscle. They are the movie directors, producers, and you are the actors. Like the movie, the debate team with Denzel Washington and that whole Wheel and Inch letter lie. Who made that up? They did. It was them who marketed, funded, produced it, directed the movie. And it was the Negro who acted and became the physical prowess. It's been you guys. But now you want to say that you're not part of the Amalek team. Well, I beg to differ. Because it was your king, Sin B. Hope you're listening. If you're a girl, I don't even know why you're here. You should tell your man to go check you. If you're a dude, what a weak name you got. But here's your big dad right here. Here's Nate the Snake. Nate the Snake. That's right. I called him that, and I coined that. Nate the Snake. Okay? So let's pay attention. You see, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So out of everything you think about, even in when you think you're being secretive, it ain't happening. Pay attention to what this folio says. Nate the Snake of IUIC. Listen to this.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God.
First of all, these people are us. Now, this movie I showed you guys, and in this movie, it has dark-skinned people, conquistadors. So here, Nate the Snake is saying that these black conquistadors who helped these Spaniards, who were also Sephardic Jews, yes, they were Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews, people that were involved. That's why they had a so-called translator. But that guy didn't speak Hebrew. He spoke Yiddish, and he didn't even know how to speak it that well. We got documentation that proves that they didn't even know who the hell, they couldn't even tell their own history. It's another topic. But you see this man right here. He's not an African. So I don't know how you think Nate, that doesn't look like you, bro. Look at this. You see? Native, Negro. Native, West African. Of the Americas of Africa. America, Africa. America, Africa. Not a wobble, super wobble. Not a wobble, super wobble. I'm sorry, I got to be very ebonic with you guys because it seems like we got to do this. Wobble, not a wobble. Spaniard, not our people. Some of these guys look black, dark skin. But see, we know now that you guys been mixing with the native, with the Spaniards for quite some time, Portuguese, Africans, all you guys been mixing for quite some time. It's been clear. So now let's continue. Listen to this. Pay attention.
Wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white. And that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also.
See, he says, and then the Jew hold on. Let me reference that. The white man had converted to being a Jew. I showed you guys books that neither one, black or white, can prove that they were actually people of the book. Well, let's continue.
Had to, they were on top of us.
If you guys listen to people with the way they communicate, he needed to reassess what his thought process was. He was tripping over himself when he was saying these things. And then no. We'll catch his lie right around the end. Let's go.
This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military.
This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, so now he's talking about Scripture, Old Testament, right? Listen to this. But then he says this.
They also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. Sisters, we said, these are our allies. Sisters, we said, these are our allies.
Okay, now my question is, when did Amalek, because before it said in the Caucasus Mountains, they were never your allies then. So then when were these so-called Jews your allies? Oh, you mean like this book here? The Negros and the Jews. You see, if you read this book, family, it's a loving relationship between y'all. You see, what I'm trying to do here is reminding these Canaanites, wannabe natives of our land, who they are, who they truly are. Now, you can run and say, oh, no, because this is what Canaan likes to do. They like to create a problem. They like to team up with people to create the problem. And then when the problem doesn't work out, then they separate from the problem. I wasn't involved in it. Let's continue.
And the very same allies turned against us. So again,
me, I find that very, very awkward. When was Amalek the Negro's ally? Or when was Amalek the ally of the so-called Hispanic or Israelite? When was the Jew an ally to the Hispanics? When? Because they've never been. The so-called Jew had everything to do with the financing of slavery in America. Yes. So now, that's why I'm not letting this go. I'm going to hit up on all of you guys, all three of you. So let me hurry up. I don't want to take too much time. So now here we got another idiot.
This is bullshit.
So we got to debate all of these idiots. Apparently so. But you know what? I find it very interesting because you can say all you want, bring all the books you want. Oh, I'm gonna go back to you. Wobbles, listen to me, Wobbles, listen to me. Where's your diet? If you were the people of this native land, why don't you eat beans? Why don't you eat avocados? Why don't you eat, hold on a second. I want you to look at me. Come on. Why don't you eat any of the food that is of this continent? Where is your corn? Where's your tortillas? Where's your masa? Where's your pico de gallo? Where's your cilantro in your food? Where is it? Let's forget about all these games that, oh, well, we got pictures and people and no. Let me tell you something, family. One thing they don't take away from you in any slavery is your diet. That's hard to get rid of. You can't take the diet away from everybody at all. So if you look at the gastronomy of Mexico, it is nowhere in the world is it found, only in Mexico. So if we are the so-called Mongols, like you Africans like to call us, why don't we eat sushi? Why don't we eat noodles? And if you guys were here since the beginning, los chapulines. When do you guys, or even Ferb, you guys eating chapulines? Because look, the Bible says that the people of the Bible, they'll eat chapulines, meaning grasshoppers. They will eat masa, which means unleavened bread. They will eat also roasted meat, like carne asada, with bitter herbs and unleavened bread. That's called tacos de carne asada. Also, in Exodus 11 or Numbers 11, you find that it says how we were reminiscent of the fish and the cucumber and the lemon and the onion, right? And the garlic. Well, guess what that is? Ceviche, you dummies. Yeah. So we got tacos de carne asada. We got ceviche. We also got like brother said, chapulines. And then we also got masa, which is corn. So now I'm asking you, Wabos, please, where is your diet? If you are the people of this land, there's no way that our little simple butts could have taken that from you too. But you see, you're not going to ever answer that. You're gonna run, and you're gonna complain, and you're gonna run to the white man, your papi chulo, your daddy, because half of y'all are about 50% white, even though you look this way. Are eventually going to run to this ignorance here. It's just no joke. Biden is going to pay illegal immigrants $450,000 per person. Let's listen to some dumbasses.
They did nothing to receive that payment as usual, undermined us muero melanated. Don't worry, karma fastly approaching, and if they accept, they are going to suffer the consequences.
Hear what he's saying? This is bullshit. They did nothing to receive that payment as usual. Undermine us neuro. I know why they made Ebonics for y'all. Neural melanated. Don't worry, karma fastly approaching, and if they accept, they're going to suffer the consequences. I'll show you the karma that we're seeing right now with your ridiculousness of nation, you seditious nation.
As well.
Willful violation of legal statutes passed by our Congress per our Constitution. Those people are about to get a groveling apology and huge amounts of cash. Why? Because our government dared to enforce its own laws, which now apparently is immoral. So the Biden White House is going to pay criminals for committing crimes. It's almost impossible to believe that's real, but it is.
What I find interesting that this African here is not from this continent, right? And yet they're assuming that the illegal immigrants are Mexicans, Hispanic looking. But little do they know that there's a lot of Africans. Matter of fact, Mexicans aren't even coming here anymore. It's every other nation. African, Asians, a bunch of people that are looking like you. Yeah. Are you upset because they're getting reparations that you don't deserve? Why? Because you Negroes had slaves in America when you came with the white man. Yeah, you did. Those are facts. CMB, I hope you're listening. I know you're in secret. I know this hurts your feelings. But guess what? The willingness letter is effing live. And I'm going to keep saying it. Hey, look, I did not want to pay attention to you Negroes, man, but you guys came over here. It's like you swatted at the wasp's nest. So which leads me to now kind of like a little transition here, okay? A little transition now. You see, this is what happens with you people. Just like your puppies, the Khazars, the Amalekites that you say are not your people anymore, right? This is what they did. This is who they are, okay? They were bugging the Palestinians. They were busting their balls the whole time, right? You guys didn't let them loose. Nope. We have records that this is what you guys been doing. So then all of a sudden, like myself, like Sin B from yesterday, you come up, the WASP is like, yo, leave me alone. I'll leave you guys alone. I'm gonna show my people what we know. I'll leave you guys alone. But no, you want to come over here and you want to hit you like literally you're over here swatting at the hornet's nest. So I just woke up. You woke me up again. Like, oh, okay, you want some? Let's go. Which is the same thing that you did here. Your daddies, your Amalekites, the ones that you say you're not friends with. You guys are in cahoots together. You're the two heads. Now they're upset. And what do? Oh, look at this. Poor me. I didn't do anything. It was them. Isn't that like the Negro today? What's that dude, doctor, whatever, with the beard? We built America. If it wasn't for yo, Negroes didn't build shit. Okay? Let's be real. Because if you were that type of person, you would still be nation builders. But you're not. You're not. I've never seen one construction company where it's all Negroes. I've seen white people, but then you got your so-called Hispanics there, obviously. So there's absolutely nothing that you can say to me that shows me that you guys are builders. Them people either. These guys don't build damn thing at all. So you went and swatted the hornet's nest. So you got my attention now. So guess what? I'm gonna smack you around with your big puppies, the little Khazarians over there, because I'm actually sick and tired of their hypocrisy. quite frankly, I said it, and I was going to tell you. I told you guys I was going to move on to these guys, but they kind of rushed it now because this war is going on. So let's go. This is the hypocrisy. Israeli settlers ripping their clothes to make it look like they were attacked by Palestinians. You can see a religious Zionist asking the journalists not to film this. Watch this. Publicity stunts. Publicity stunts. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Watch this. Watch this. I want because look, I'll tell you what, and I got a video that talks about this. Every time, look, Raza, you know what it is like, man. Hey, shalom, brother. You know what it's like. You know what it's like. Okay. It's very easy for them, like Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, the Salami, and all these other people, right? And Biden, even back in the day. And I'm sure in secret he does it too. You guys are free. It's a free for all when you talk about our people. But you can't talk about these guys? Get your ass out of here. Let's go.
If we're not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
If we're not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Protect her interest in the region. That's beautiful. You want to know why? Because I did a class, and I'll probably do a class again on it regarding the oil. Follow the oil. So remember, they were actually digging oil here first when Mexico had petroleum, okay? In 1917, Mexico stopped. They were implementing their constitution. Now, it's funny that I say that because at the same year, they were implementing gas baths to, I guess, retaliate against our people. Anyways, once Mexico said, no, we want to nationalize our oil, make it for us, because you Anglos or you Europeans and Africans, you guys don't put any money back into our country. No, you take it back to where you're from, and you don't get taxed, and you do whatever you want. So then as soon as that happened, they're like, no, we don't want that. And all of a sudden, you start seeing these so-called World War I's and World War II's. And then after World War II, right? Remember, they're in Mexico. They leave Mexico. Then they end up in Venezuela, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then 5 years after that, which is 1946, 48, they go to Iraq and find oil over there. So what do? He just said it right now. We needed somebody there, make an excuse, because we are going to protect our interests, which is what? Oil. It's oil. At the end of the day, it's oil, which is why I'm trust me, family. This is like they're trying to act like they're not part of this movement. Oh man, you Canaanites, man, I kid you not. You guys are part of this movement, and you're not going to get away from it. The knowledge of the Zionist. And like I said, I was going to get off of you. I was going to get off the topic for some time, but then you sent one of your agents over here. You wanted to mess with me. You hit the hornet's nest. So guess what? You got my attention again, because I'm not done with you guys. I wanted to take a break. But apparently, you still want some. So let's go. I got a lot more installed for you. I got a lot more.
It's 67 words long, it's 100 years old, and it changed the course of history for the Middle East and the Jewish people. The Balfour Declaration, the expression of the British government's support for a Jewish home in Palestine, was sent by British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour to the second Lord Rothschild. I'm here in Buckinghamshire at Waddesdon Manor to speak with the fourth Lord Rothschild about the Balfour Declaration, what it means for Britain, for the Jewish people, and the Rothschild family.
The Foreign Office, November the 2nd, 1917.
All right, you see that? 1917, the same year that Mexico and America, or the north part, the Anglo, were having issues with oil. Mexico was wanting to nationalize themselves. I'm telling you, family, You follow the oil, and you'll get your answer. Hey, by the way, in case you don't know, you guys don't know why I'm wearing glasses. I've said it in my other class. I'm getting blind, and it was suggested for me to wear these guys because of they're brown. And when I see the screens, it's not glare. Matter of fact, when I look at my cell phone, it's got like a weird, it's like almost 3D in a way. And it's really easy for my eyes. So it's not a show. I ain't trying to look cool. I'm getting old. It is what it is. Let's go.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
So it's possibly the most famous letter in modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words: Dear Lord Rothschild. Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because he was really interested in ornithology, although he became interested in Zionism. I think the reason was this, that it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe.
Hey, listen, do yourself a favor, family. Look up the 1917 gas baths, okay? And then look up the Balfour Declaration of 1917. And you're going to see, sorry, I'm getting back pain. You're going to see that there's a correlation between the two, okay? I may go an hour and a half on this class because I'm already 45 minutes in and I got some info. Let's go.
But they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. And those really are the background reasons.
So Walter received the Balfour Declaration, and I have a copy here, and I wonder if I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to put on my spectacles to make sure I read it accurately. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionists.
That's a good one, family. That's a good one. So now check this out, okay? Remember what what's his name? This guy said. Remember what he said. Okay, let's not forget. They have to invent in Israel because of their monetary interest. Because of their monetary interest. Okay. Let me see this real quick. Okay. Because of their monetary interest. So let's listen in.
We're not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
See that? They would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. In 1917, the Balfour Declaration was passed, right? In that same year was the fight between Mexico and America regarding the oil. So, explain that to me. Let me see this real quick, bro. I did read that. I'm sorry, I didn't read it. It is time for the complete WW3. Yep. Get it over with and see what remains. I'm going to tell you this right now before I read your next statement. If that were to happen, there's only one nation of people all across the board in the Americas, right? I don't know about the other places because I've never been over there. In the Americas, there's one nation of people that if something were to happen like that, who would be the ones that would be willing to work together? Blacks? Whites? Or Hispanics? Who could build houses? Blacks? Whites? Or Hispanics?
Bruh.
Who does electrical?
Bruh.
Who does cement work?
Bruh.
Who does roofing?
Bruh.
Who are the cooks?
Bruh.
Who's landscaping?
Bruh.
Who's nursing? I mean, come, I can go on and on and on and on. That's what's going to happen. Saw them BHIs from Israel in Sinai projecting themselves as a factor over there. I know BHI insignificant in Israel as they are here. Israel is in process to deport them Africans from Jerusalem. Yep. And not only that, that's very carnal. Because before land is the people. It's pretty stupid to them. Let's go. Let's listen in.
The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
The purpose of interest. So now, these so-called Israelis, oh, they're so kind. They're so loving. Remember, family, they had everything to do with the financing of the enslaving of our native brothers and sisters. Yes, it's very true. It's very true. I know that hurts people's feelings. Yeah, I know the list goes on and on and on. Ain't no joke. And I know this hurts people's feelings. That's why, several people were watching and they left, right? But again, here we don't tell stories. We don't tell stories. We tell facts. Okay? So now, just like Stephen Miller, his implementation of deportation of our family or separation of our children and mothers and sisters, okay? It was him that did it. I showed y'all. He's a so-called Jew. You see these people here? Israeli woman swears at Palestinians during a so-called Israeli flag march. Again, like myself, I left y'all alone. Go ahead, do your thing. But no, you want to send one of your Africans over here and want to hit the hornet's nest. Well, guess what? You guys were hitting the hornet's nest for some time. And now you're complaining. Let's go.
Yeah, get the out of the country. This is Jewish country only. We don't need Muslims here. Yeah, get the out of the country. This is Jewish country only. We don't need Muslims here.
Keep in mind that the only reason they're there is because of the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which was then implemented in what? 1948, 49, something like that. Haven't even been there 70 years and you act like this. Aren't you doing the same thing here in America? At the highest levels? Calling us immigrants, illegal aliens, using media to push that whole agenda. You guys are in charge of it. There's a lot of people in government that are of so-called Jewish descent. Yes, they are. You guys are passing laws that favor you and don't favor us. Here's some more examples. You see, what I'm doing is I'm comparing you guys. What hypocritical people. And here we see all of a sudden, oh, look, the Moors. You see, I mean, I don't know why. I really don't understand what it is with y'all. But I get it. It is of your forefather, and it's a bad seed. Now, I've been looking for this article, family. I'm going to say this to y'all. I don't get into science much, but there's an article which I talked to my wife about it, and she says that unlike what we were told, right? Supposedly that we all came from the black African guy. Okay. That's a lie. Or the white guy. That's a lie too. So what happens is this. In science, it talks about the DNA, right? The imprint, DNA imprint. And the DNA imprint talks that when you can actually have a variety of options, right? That you can create a variety of options, that your DNA imprint is much more deeper than the other ones. Like, for example, when Asian people have babies, they have Asian-looking children, right? When Africans have babies, they have African-looking children. All that woolly stuff and, dark skin. All that phenotype, right? Thick lips, all of that stuff. Okay, cool. When a white person has a baby, they typically are, white. Blonde hair, maybe, blue eyes, whatever. When we have a baby, that's a question. Why can we have I have a child who he was born with curly hair and blonde. Now he's just got that dark brown hair, thick. I have another child, 4, who has really thin hair like my mom. Kind of like brown. I have another child who has, wavy hair, black. Now, he's real light skin, lighter than me. My son, he's darker, like a golden tan, kind of Hawaiian in a way. And my daughter is just kind of like a brown tan. And then my other daughter has more like a rosy color. So as you can see, the DNA talks about that when you can create a variety of humans, so to speak, that it's really the actual DNA of the Most High, because he's able to create a variety. Like, for example, I have cousins that are very dark skinned and have really curly hair. Now look at me. I'm not that dark skinned. I have cousins that have real thick lips, thin nose. Unlike me, I have thin lips and a big nose. You see, I don't want to get too much into it, but what it's finding out is that so-called blacks and so-called whites have a limited DNA, limited DNA, I forget what the word is called, because of the fact that they're isolated in what they can create. You see a black kid, that's what they're going to bake, unless they mix with someone else. Those are facts. It's time to start learning who we are, the great power that the Most High gave us. And it has nothing to do with physical might. It's wisdom of the Most High and what happens within you. I wrote this down, and I'm going to share this with y'all. I wrote this down, and it was good because, and I didn't want to forget this thought, Prior to me knowing anything about these scriptures, excuse me, I was just working. And I started making a little bit good money because I do some type of, sales business. But then I realized that at that time, that's all that, I guess it was all meant to be. Like, that was it. I was like, this is it? See, I didn't really know the scriptures or nothing. Little did I know. The little did I know, that's all I knew. And I got kind of sad in a way, man. I was like, man, is this it? We just work, pay bills, have kids, and have them work and pay bills? Like, it was meaningless. But little did I know that in these scriptures, that I was going to find our history, that this book was wholly referencing our people's struggle. And at the same time, I started getting the answers to why this occurred. And it was a simple, like our book. It was our book right here. I put that there. It's the vinyl. Right. See that right here? It's old, as you can see. It was this book that has been putting me through the fire, that has allowed me to grow to a man. And then this book is going to continue to do that for myself. And that's why I share this with y'all, because I didn't do nothing else but study this. Compared to where I came from, I'm a miracle. I'm a walking miracle. And I'm begging you, brothers and sisters, to see yourselves as a walking miracle, because we got a lot against us. Historically, you didn't know who you were according to the Bible. Historically, do you guys even know that a nation from afar, for the end of the earth, as quick as the eagle flieth, a tongue who thou shalt not understand? Did we know that was in the Bible? No. We just found this out. Did we know, Lamentations 5:2, that our houses will be turned into aliens, and they would use those bywords and proverbs against us? Did we know that these people from another place would get above us very high and we would get down very low? Did we know any of that? No, we just knew that we were just a bunch of natives who sacrificed people, who, I wasn't Silver Spoon. We're peasants, man. If you look at us, we're peasants. I'm not generational wealth. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not like classy. You know what I'm saying? We're peasants. So this peasant was like, that's why I love this scripture here. That's why I'm telling you, family, when I saw this, man, it really, it happens to me in almost every steps, in parts. It's like, again, like I said, Leviticus 19:23. If you guys see yourself as trees, read that chapter and read that verse. 23 to 25. You understand what it's talking about. And it says, Isaiah 51:1, it says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock. Here, hold on a second. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Look unto Abraham your father. So now, obviously there's a lot of in here. So the way I'm looking at it for myself is look unto the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. So the Most High took me out of that hole, fam. I was in the pit, man. And he cut me. And he molded me. And he sharpened me. And it wasn't no philosophical book. It wasn't no self-help meetings. It wasn't no nothing. It was this right here. This book right here. Right here. That's all it was. And self-examination. Let's go.
What is the fall of America? From this literature right here, the Moorish Chronicle. Refer to retribution justice. And the answer given in question number 47. However, America is not falling. America is the terrestrial land, being North, Central, South America, and the adjoining islands. Land of the Moors. North, Central, South America. All of these islands right here is the Americas, including Hawaii over there. All of this is the American lands.
Which, by the way, those big Aztec heads that they found, they look more Hawaiian than anything. I'm just saying. Anyway, let's go.
But let's keep going. It say the Great Fall, quote unquote, is properly the dissolution and collapse of the corrupt European hegemony of so-called white supremacy. But they're not white people. They're pale-skinned Albions. Never call these people white people. That's not their nationality. That's not their name. That's not their position. That's not their title. That's not their status on the planet. And of their debased dominance over the Moorish Empire. In other words, the Moors are being redeemed and are becoming aware of truth and of their great lost estate.
Oh, that's it. I guess you know what I mean, brother. Just pack it up, family. Isaiah, pack it up. Just pack it up. You know what I'm saying? Just pack it up. They're right. We're wrong. Here, my camera went off. Let it cool down a little bit. Pack it up. I guess they're right. The nerve of them. I mean, I don't even know what book that is, to be honest with you. Who are these people, man? Bruh. I mean, seriously.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Let's continue.
In game, you can feel a shift. The shift is happening, fam. Shit is lit. While everything on the outside look like it's crumbling. Moors, it's not crumbling for us. That's the U.S. corporation.
Oh, God. What to do? What to do? Let's continue. Let's continue. So now,
tú no puedes hablar mal de Israel ni de un judío.
Here's my point, okay? So you can talk bad about us. You can call us spics, wetbags, beaners, illegal aliens. We're going to implement the Eisenhower operation deportation, which is better known as Operation Wetback. You can say all of that to us, and you can diss our Boricua brothers too. But check this out. This ain't happening no more. And I'm not going to let you so-called Africans, you Negroes, get away with it. You guys are in cahoots with these guys. You've been in cahoots with them since the beginning of time. It's time that you start looking and stop ignoring your brothers, meaning them. I know that's a very hard pill to swallow, but for me, I see right through your asses.
Tú no puedes hablar mal de Israel ni de un judío ni en la Cámara de Representantes ni en el Senado de Estados Unidos. Tú puedes hablar peste de Rusia. Puedes decir que los puertorriqueños son unos puercos, allí mismo, como lo han dicho sí. Representantes y senadores republicanos han dicho que los puertorriqueños son unos puercos, y lo han dicho, así que póngase al día. Puedes decir lo que tú quieras los mexicanos, que son unos mojados, unos arrastrados, no hay problema. Puedes decir que los chinos son nuestros enemigos, que hay que destruirlos, no hay problema. Pero habla mal de Israel y te mandan a callar la boca y te cierran el micrófono. O verifica y me dice, si eso no es así, mire qué fácil. Es o no es así, simple. Y me calla la boca, meta mano. Así es. Entonces tú dices, espérate, entonces ¿quién manda aquí? O es Estados Unidos manda a Israel o Israel manda a Estados Unidos. Israel tiene espías en Estados Unidos y durante el 9/11, esto es un dato histórico que es bueno que ustedes saben, lo que se supone usted no le va a saber, se detuvieron más de 92 agentes del Mossad durante el 9/11. Que se estuvo detuyendo a todos los agentes que estuvieran del Oriente Medio, incluyendo a los aliados del Mossad, ¿Y qué hacen todos esos agentes espías dentro de Estados Unidos? Espiando a Estados Unidos como Estados Unidos espía a sus propios aliados. Todo el mundo aquí se espía. Amigos, enemigos, conocidos, no conocidos. Todo el mundo. Esa es la realidad del mundo en que vivimos nosotros. O sea que esto es muy diferente a lo que la gente cree.
Let that sink in, family. And listen, I appreciate you guys that stick around. Actually, it's just one person. You know what? And it's okay. I'm not into clout chasing, fam. By the way, brother Yakasha, I appreciate you, bro, for having me on your channel. And I know that you suggested for brothers to subscribe. That's good, you know. I appreciate it, man. Lord willing, they do in sincerity. But a lot of these subscribers that are in my channel, 345, whatever, the majority of them don't give a shit, to be honest with you. I keep telling them to unsubscribe. Yeah, I know. I keep telling them to unsubscribe. Like there's 345 now. I keep saying unsubscribe if you think it's just a show. Because only a few videos actually get to be viewed that much. Most of the videos lately, they're like 80, 90, which I don't care. I don't even know why I do it, to be honest with you. I mean, I can't, in a way I do. It's for self-help. Because through this fire, I'm being refined. And I'm trying to show you guys what I've done. But every time I give you guys something that what I do, you guys say I'm wrong. So I don't know the Bible. So that's why I'm kind of moving from using the Bible as much. Because you guys don't believe me anyways. You call me a false teacher, a teacher of lies. I don't know. So I'll just keep it, I guess, somewhat political. And then, I'll continue to grow. And those brothers that care about this channel, so be it. And those that don't, well, they don't. It's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way things are. Hey, by the way, Meshi, I don't know why your stuff gets erased. I see that happen sometimes. So I don't know why, bro. But anyways, let's continue listening to this, okay? Let's go.
שלום לכם. מה קורה? ילדים שלך? זה לא ילדים. הכל בסדר, תתרחק. אני מתרחק. אל תתקרב אליי. אני לא מתקרב, אני באתי... ילדים שלך? זה לא ילדים שלי, אבל באתי לברר שמשפחה שלהם בוכה. זה ילדים בין... אתה מכיר את ההורים שלהם? אני מכיר את ההורים שלהם. אז תתקשר אליהם, חוץ מזה הכל בסדר, תודה רבה לך. אבל זה ילדים... אבא שלי אבל הוא לא. וואלה איש, ראח ראוחו. אבל הם לא זרקו אבנים, כל הכבוד לך, זה תפקידך, אני קודם כל, אבל הם... אתה צריך להיכנס משש, אני יודע שזה לא קשור אליי. אם אתה נכנס בדיוק... אבל אפילו אם ראיתי ילד יהודי, נוצרי, שהוא בכתובה או משהו, אז אני מתערב. לא שאני בחס וחלילה באתי.
You see, while Palestinian children live under constant fear. Now, some of you guys will be like, why are you even worried about Palestinians? Well, I'm going to show you something pretty soon. While Palestinian children live under constant fear of Israeli violence and persecution, the U.S. continues to support Israel and its military, enabling its assault on Palestinian children. Are they not doing that here to us? No, yeah, they are. Let's go.
يا عمي بروحوكم مش راح اسوي لكم شو تخافوش.
انت بس ما يروح لكم طفل او ابن او اب او ابن ايش قد تنقهروا عليه؟ هلا نحن عم بيروح لنا عائلات وعم بيروح لنا طائفات، بس إنا الله نحن. يا دول، يا اهل العرب، يا عرب، يا كل الدول النايمه، يا الخلايا النايمه، اصحوا على حالكم. نحن عندنا الله، كل يوم والتاني عم بيروح لنا عائلات وطائفات، إن الله وهذا انشروها، اما نروح بس انشروها كل الدول، كل يوم عم بيروح شهداء، لك اطفال، نحن ارهابيين نحن. هاي الضربه
came to the Hello everyone. Thank you very much for being with us this Sunday afternoon. I have a statement that I would like to read to you, and I'm sure that our colleagues in the rooms behind me, when they meet at 3 o'clock, they will be listening to this statement. And I want to thank, my brother, Ambassador Maged Abdelaziz, the ambassador of the League of Arab States, for being with us. And also we requested, as the State of Palestine, an emergency meeting of the League of Arab States at the level of foreign ministers in Cairo in the next few days. Regrettably, history for some media and politicians start when Israelis are killed. Our people have endured one deadly year after another. We came to the Security Council month after month, warning of the consequences of Israeli impunity and international inaction. Last October, about a year ago, we stated before the Security Council, the Palestinian people will be free, one day or another, one way or another. We chose the peaceful way, the one the international community advocates for. Do not let Israel prove us wrong for our sake and theirs. This is not a time to let Israel double down on its terrible choices. This is a time to tell Israel it needs to change course, that there is a path to peace, where neither Palestinians and it is the one diametrically opposed to the one Israel is embarked on. Israel keeps saying the blockade and repeated assaults on Gaza are to destroy Hamas, military capabilities, and ensure security. Clearly and expectedly, its blockade and assaults accomplished neither. The only thing they did accomplish was inflicting terrible suffering on an entire civilian population. It is time for an immediate end to the violence and the bloodshed, and it is time to end this blockade and to open a political horizon. When Israel now tries to justify yet another assault by the same faulty premise, no one should say or do anything to encourage it down this path. We know only too well that the messages about Israel's right to defend itself will be interpreted by Israel as license to kill, to pursue on the very path that led us here. 370, and the number is rising by the moment, of Palestinians that have been killed already in one day, including children, some barely a few months old. Entire families were killed in their sleep. Will this bring security? Will this advance peace? Where is the international protection the Palestinian people is entitled to when the occupying power violates international law and harms those it is obliged to protect?
Now, I want to say this because that's exactly what happened with our people. When the Anglo and the African took over the northern part of America, you guys said you would honor our people the same way. But no, Operation Wetback happened, and you got rid of millions of our Mexican, American, so-called Hispanic people, Mexicans. So the same implementation that occurred here is the same implementation that occurred in Palestine. Are you guys not seeing the correlations? Wake up, Jacob.
Aren't Palestinians' lives worth saving? The Palestinian civilians killed, the Palestinian children killed in occupied Palestine could have been spared. Isn't that a moral and legal obligation and a contribution to peace? why nothing is done when those killed are Palestinians? We need to think hard of what logic we want to see prevail here. If this is about vengeance, then many Palestinians will feel they have much to avenge. If this is about peace, then the way to it is not through further entrenching oppression and occupation, but by ending it. You cannot say nothing justifies killing Israelis and then provide justification for killing Palestinians. We are not subhumans. Let me repeat, we are not subhumans. We will never accept a rhetoric that denigrates our humanity and reneges our rights. A rhetoric that ignores the occupation of our land and oppression of our people. There is no right to security that trumps the right of a nation to self-determination.
That's very true, family. And that's exactly why AMLO doesn't take position. He's wishing well for, I mean, he can't wish well for anybody in the war, but he's like, man, condolences to Israel, so to speak, and to Palestine. There's a lot of Palestinians in Mexico, in case you don't know this, okay, fam? There's a lot of them, in case you don't know. And they love our people, in case you don't know. And we can't say that they're not us or we're not them, because we don't know, based on our understanding of the migration. All right, let me go ahead and cut this off here real quick.
Obsession with
because I want to finish. I do have an appointment later today. So let's listen into this guy right here. Israel-Hamas war. Palestine ambassador to the UK refuses to condemn attacks. So let's listen into this, what he says.
Obsession with condemning the victims and blaming the victims and condemning the occupied, the colonized, the besieged for so many years. And this morally abhorrent approach of always talking about Israel's right to self-defense, that Israel is under siege. I saw your title all the last hours, as if there is a war. This dehumanization of Palestinians has got to end and stop immediately, especially that lives are being lost, and this is very tragic and regrettable. So please don't stop always your interviews by asking this question. I will not indulge in this. 2 million people in Gaza have been taken hostage by Israel for the last 16 years. 16 years. Have you ever asked an Israeli spokesman or official to condemn that? Have you asked an Israeli official to condemn what their prime minister said yesterday, that he will bombard civilian areas? Have you asked or expect the Israelis to condemn what they do in Jerusalem and occupied Jerusalem and the West Bank? So stop this. There is no symmetry between the occupied and the occupier.
See what I'm saying, family? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same damn thing. Why is it not fair to call spade a spade for things that occur? Because this actually does happen. Listen, it's very difficult to determine where our people been scattered. So you can't go home and say, oh, well, you know, these people are people, because no. Scriptures talk about that in the time of the Gentiles, we fulfilled. Leviticus 21:24, right? In case you don't know this. I'm sorry, Leviticus. Luke 21:24. What am I talking about, Leviticus? Luke 21:24. Okay? And I follow these things. I don't share them with y'all because, but I've been following for quite some time. And it's no different than what happens here. How is that fair? You're constantly say you spics, you illegals, you wetbacks, you guys are murderers, you guys are this, you guys are that. Go back to here, go back to there. But eventually, man, people get frustrated. What do you expect?
The colonizer and the colonizer. Enough.
These attacks, though, will do nothing, will they, to stop the occupation? Gaza is now facing the prospect of a ground invasion by Israel. So the desired effect hasn't worked.
Because this also fuels into the whole thing. And all the official statements from the US, the UK, that Israel is going to do this and that, and now they will bombard the entire Gaza. Israel must be told by the international community that it has to respect international law, that it, as an occupying force, has the full, absolute responsibility to protect civilians under its occupation, not to target them, as you have seen in the last hours in Gaza, bombarding entire residential compounds, wiping out entire families sleeping in their homes. The wall.
And you see, family, that's just wrong, because we experience this too here. I mean, not that severe, but guess what? They want to go to war with Mexico. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen?
Must understand that this isn't about some clashes here and there. This isn't about Hamas. This is about a people, more than 13 million Palestinians inside and in the refugee camps outside, that have been subjected to oppression systematic for the last 100 years. And it started here in the UK when the UK gave on a silver plate Palestine to the Jewish immigration. And it continues, until now. It continues, Nick. It continues. This denial that our people are fighting for their lives. Literally, I called my nephew this morning. My sister lives in Gaza. I called her, and then my nephew picked the phone and he said, "Uncle, you know what? We're dying anyway." So this is the situation in Palestine right now. And
that's crazy, family, man. Like, I can't even, man, the children, man. I always think about the children, bro, the children. I have kids. For me, it's, man, it just, it gets hard, man. It gets hard. All right. So now I want to show you this real quick. We're going to finish it off real quick. Oh, before I go do this, okay, let me go do this. I got this link and it talks about, for example, top Mexican ancestry surprised all Mexicans should know, right? This is our people right here. Look at that. Oh, man, I love that picture. Anyhow, let's continue. It says here, Jews arrived in Mexico around 1519. Y'all can read that, okay? Filipinos arrived in Mexico during Spanish colonial period, 1492. Y'all can read that. Wobbles, in case you guys are wondering why some of our people look like them, it's because they were here. They came in the slave trade. So that would make them Jews? Negros are funny. Asians as migrants heading to Mexico during this time were mostly Filipinos. But other Asian slaves, including those captured, Asian slaves, including those captured from war or from Portuguese, were also present. And Portuguese were dark, swart people. Makes you wonder, huh? Things that make you go, Black conquistadors, I'm telling you. The original people of Mexico are indigenous people of Mexico. Very true. Very, very true. We're still here. 92% still standing strong. Afro-Mexican arrived during the Spanish colonial era. Independence, you can read this too. They were French, Spanish, and speaking Central Americans and Caribbeans. All right, now here it goes. The Spanish arrived in early 1600s, followed by other Europeans. And it says Chinese immigrants arrived in Mexico in 1870. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And I'm going to show you something here that's going to be very interesting. This is why I caught that. Arab immigrants arrived in Mexico in the 19th and 20th century. Arab Mexicans are Mexican citizens who have Arab ethnic lineage, like Shakira, who identify, and the president of El Salvador, he's Palestinian. Some of these Arabs are of Lebanese or Palestinian descent. Huh? Hold on. That's why I take interest in what goes on with it. Okay. In the 19th and 20th century, approximately 100,000 Arabic speakers settled in Mexico during this time, which is why we have a variety of people that look different. Discover what your ancestry is, right? So now, I'm trying to hurry up because I'm going to get to this point. Here it goes right here. So unlike what people say, and Jubilees 10, it talks about what nation of people we're going to be acting a certain way here. Let's read Jubilees chapter 10. Okay. Like I said, there's two people I'm getting at right now. You guys catch it or you don't. It goes right here. Jubilees chapter 10, verse let's say 28. And Ham and his sons went into the land which was to occupy. Hold on a second. Let me make it big. Was what to occupy. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, meaning West Africa. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea, meaning in the Israel area. And Ham, his big papa, his father, and Cush, his brother, and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours. Meaning you have taken something that doesn't belong to you. And which did not fall to us by lot. Meaning, you're condemning your nation, your people. Do not do so. For if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Sedition. Definition of sedition? It means what? Let's magnify this real quick. It means agitation, troublemaking, provocation, inflaming, rebellion, revolt, insurrection, rioting, mutiny, insurgents, all of that stuff, right? Y'all say you're the people of the book. Okay, let's put it to the test. What does this mean? Sedition. This is sedition right here.
And a Good Samaritan trying to stop two alleged thieves at a TJ Maxx in Miraloma. Dramatic video captured by a customer showing the takedown at the location on Limonite Avenue. At least two women wearing black hoodies seen trying to walk out with
agitation,
arms full of purses.
troublemaking,
But when the second one tried
provocation,
to leave, a man jumped in to
insurrection,
stop her, tackling
rioting.
her, eventually knocking her to the ground.
Let me go.
This is a store on 25 on Lobos. We have this person that is taking everything from the counter. Yes, please. Can you send it back? Can you send it right away?
Let me go.
After a brief struggle, the alleged thief was able to get away. It's unclear what merchandise actually was taken. So far, no arrests have been made.
So let me get. Let me get. Hold on a second. So let me guess. The guy, the African dude from the beginning, right? That he was saying about Biden giving illegal aliens or immigrants 450,000, right? What did you want to give it to them? Would that have stopped you from stealing? Would you be happy with reparations? No. When you went to San Francisco to talk about reparations, you said that you need more than reparations. Hey, what's up, bro? Vicky's Town Chronicles. Hey, man, I love your content, bro. That's tight. That's tight stuff, man. I love that, bro. I like the music you use, man. I kind of, as a matter of fact, you directed me to the song that I used at the beginning, the one from Calle 13. That's tight, bro. Keep it up. Okay, so check this out. Let me continue because I forgot my train of thought. Oh yeah, remember that he was mad because Biden was going to give 450,000 to illegal immigrants, so-called. So what? Give it to you guys? I mean, you're in the richest country right now in the whole entire world. You have the opportunity to make money, go to work, pay your bills. You could make more if you actually are smart and, have ethics and what do you call it? Not ethics. Attention to detail. If you're willing to get up in the morning and not have a boss tell you, you can actually get your own business and make more money. You'll work more, but you don't have to rob. You see, that's something, those are qualities that our gente has. Our gente does this all the time. We work for ours. We build for ours. We're builders. We're creators. We're not takers. This is sedition. We're not seditious.
Where you want to go? Hey! Hey, no. No, we don't need that. Whoa. Okay, man. Hey, stop.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards. Yeah, we print that. But did you know we also print...
I find this very funny because we're finishing, right? And I have to pretty much go pretty soon. I got like 5-10 minutes left. This guy goes in there and tries to rob people. But I guess it didn't work. I thought, like, listen, I was like... Straight up, watch this. Hold on.
Bruh.
Everybody get down! Give me all the money! It's got the boxes! Give me all the money! Get down! Where's the money? Give me the money! Where's the money? Everybody give me everything! Where's the money? Give me the money! Where's the money? Everybody give me everything! Where's the money?
Oh, this is too much, man. Oh my God. Oh wow. Give me all your money. Give me all your money, man. Everybody, give me all your money right now, right now, right now. Oh, they're not scared. I guess I'll just try to rob somebody else. Hey, you know what, bro? All praises for that, bro. That's actually beautiful. Because it actually starts, man, at a young age. I used to sell newspapers. I'd go to door selling newspapers. They used to pick us up in a van. I don't know if you guys are older like me. Pick us up in a van. We go door to door selling. I didn't deliver them. I did for a little bit, but then I found out I could sell it. I'm like, oh, dude, I'd rather sell it. And then I started selling like candy. The noun-laters, the pico de gallo, the little chili piquins, with the lemon and salt and all that. I used to buy the noun-laters for 50 cents. They were 4 in a pack, and I would sell each one for a quarter. So I would make my money plus 50. The little chili piquins were 5 cents. I would sell 3 for 25 cents. At that time, it was, I was in 7th grade in 1980 something. And just like now, you see the back room, it's because I've been busting my butt to get to this point, 10 years in the making. And it's not because of my doing. It's because of the Most High allowing it to happen. I wouldn't have been able to handle myself in the past. So now let's read this real quick and then we'll be done. Matter of fact, you know what? I got to be going. Let me just read these right here. These two, and then I'll show you guys, and then I'll be it, okay? I don't want to do a second part on this class because it'll be short. Isaiah 62, verse 4. It says, "Thou shalt no more be termed forsaken, neither shall thy land anymore be termed desolate," meaning the mind, right? Remember, it was this oppression that put us in a state of confusion, of like, well, I guess I'm an a-hole, so I'm gonna be an a-hole. Because a lot of us were like that. Well, I guess I am. Well, I'm gonna be. Pues así soy. Right? No more. You will no term be desolate, meaning your land, meaning our people and our mindset, our spirit. Because before land, we're a people first. But thou shalt be called Hephzibah, and thy land Boala, for the Lord delighteth in thee, and thy land shall be married. Remember, we are trees. Remember that. Leviticus 19:23. See yourselves that way. I have sent watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace day nor night. All praises to the Most High. Yet they make mention of the Lord. They keep not silence. I gave him no rest till he established, until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. The Lord has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength, surely I will not give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies. As you can see, it goes back to why those enemies don't have any corn in their diet. They're not the people of the book. Y'all are liars. I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, verse 6, which shall never hold their peace day nor night. Yea, ye make mention of the Lord. Keep not silence and give him no rest. I'm telling you, family, I've been going through this for a year and a half. I lose sleep sometimes. I went a whole 4 days without sleeping back in August when I was kind of revealing all of these things. It was weird. He doesn't let you rest. I don't keep silence. Verse 8, the Lord has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies. No more. And the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine, meaning the understanding. No, they're not going to have it no more. They've lost it. Now they're trying to hang on. They're trying to hang on and cleave unto us. Oh, I'm going to show you a video. I think I may show it. I don't know. For that which thou hast labored. Matter of fact, yeah, I will. Let me try to save it real quick. Thank you, Julio. I appreciate that, bro. There was actually you. Was it you, I think? Hold on. Let me see. Give me a second. Oh, no, that's... Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate you for doing that, bro. I'm... This one here. Hold on. Trying to look for it. No, that's not it. Man, come on, bro. Is it this one here? I think it's this one. Yeah, you sent it to me, Julio. I believe you sent it to me, bro, and I don't want to forget it. Oh, I think it's here. Yep, it's here. Okay, so let me save this here because this guy says some stuff, and you can see that they're going to do everything possible to cleave onto us. Okay? That's exactly what's going on. because they're caught in their lies. They cannot run to Deuteronomy 28 anymore. They use that for clout chasing. They blame the so-called white man for everything that happened, but yet they were part of it. We didn't know that there was black conquistadors. We had heard of it, but now we know like there was a lot of y'all. So again, I have set watchmen, verse 6. Let me go back. Excuse me. I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace day nor night. Ye that make mention of the Lord, keep not silence, and give him no rest till he establish and till he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. This is why I'm showing y'all. Like 1 Corinthians 2:9. Let me go real quick to it. Sorry, I just want to, it's not the spirit. Sorry, Pam. 2 Corinthians 2:9, it says, but as it is written, eyes had not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, meaning you so-called Hispanics, you Mexicas, that the things which God had prepared for them that love him, the things which God has prepared for them that love him. Now, how beautiful would it be to come from a gutter, polish yourself to become a man, to be responsible, to respect your wife, to love your children, to make time for them, to have patience for them, to run your little business, whatever it is, or to have a decent job that you're happy with. It doesn't matter. It's not about money. It's about you cleansing your ways, having the right tools to conduct yourself, governing your spirit. That's what the Most High is talking about here. You cannot imagine what he's got installed for you in your spirit if you get it right, if you actually are repenting, if you pay attention and you have empathy for your people, not for strangers, not for people that showed you the movies and said, oh, feel bad for you. No. The people that were being thrown overboard was our people, not these Africans. Get that through your head. Get that through that Hispanic big head of yours. I know you don't get to see it in movies. That's the problem. Y'all need media to show you who we are. Read, damn it, read. That's verse 6 here. Let me go to verse 8. Verse 8 right here. Oh, verse 8. The Lord hath sworn by his, let's go to verse 9. But they have gathered it, but they that have gathered it shall eat it and praise the Lord. Oh, no, hold on. Let me go back. The Lord has sworn by the right hand and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies. And the sons of the stranger shall not drink the wine for thee which thou hast labored. For thee which thou hast labored. As you can see, our people work hella hard. We don't really enjoy these things. Like that joke, that TikTok video. I mean, I'm like this Hispanic dude, the Mexican guy. He's like, man, I'm tired. I don't want to work no more, man. I'm like, he's like, fucking chat. Like, I'm working hard. I don't got no money. I can't pay bills, man. Like, I don't want to work no more. But they have gathered it till they eat. But they that have gathered it shall eat and praise the Lord. First of all, let me just say this. This food is the actual scriptures. That's the wisdom of the Most High, feeding us strengthening you kings. And they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. Go through thy gates, prepare ye the way of the people. Cast up the highway, gather out the stones, lift up a standard for the people. For the people. I went a little bit too far on that. Wisdom of Solomon 6. Let's go ahead and do this. Wisdom of Solomon 6, verse 11. Wherefore set your affections upon my words. The desire them. Let me read it again. Wisdom of Solomon 6:11. Wherefore set your affection upon my words. These scriptures right here. This is what changed me, family. Nothing else. But it took time. It takes time. It's not overnight. Leviticus 19:23. Y'all got to read it. You are trees. Wherefore set your affections upon my words. Desire them, that you may grow thereby, right? And ye shall be instructed. Wisdom is glorious and never faded away. Once you got it, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such as seek her. Seek her. She prevented them that desire her, in making herself first known unto them. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail, for he shall find her sitting at his door. And that's beautiful, family. In case you guys don't know. So let's finish it with some of these, and then we're all set. Nah, I don't want to see this one. I'm tired of this lady. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Right here. Okay, this one right here. So check this out. I appreciate you, brother, for sending us. Listen in.
2050, de ahí los planes, la Agenda 2030, la Agenda 2050, mediante el aborto, la planificación familiar y las vacunas. Y lo dice así de claro. Dice, si hacemos un buen trabajo con las vacunas, conseguiremos despoblar el mundo en un 15%. Si conseguimos promover el aborto, si conseguimos promover la planificación familiar, y desde luego esto no lo cita él, pero es...
I'm gonna finish it with this, family. I want to show this to y'all, and that's just because the video, and then I'm gonna play it fast, okay? And then I'm gonna show you this real quick. So remember that book? All right here. Okay, and then I'll be set. All right, so let's listen in. I'm gonna speed it up. This is telling you guys, okay? I'm gonna speed it up as quick as I can. We'll only read it. We'll only listen to it a couple minutes. Watch what he says. All right, let's go.
Who the original people of these lands, and who is the Most High going to return the lands to? See, it depends. It's really important to know who the people are, and that goes all over the world. Now we have to understand that the Americas, and I got to make sure I catch myself on this as well. The Americas, are these great lands with these different seasons, were given to Shem. Not everyone in Shem's line are the Israelites. We have cousins and everything else. They're also here with us, okay, on these lands as well. So there is a difference between certain groups of people that you call aboriginals or natives or whatever else. They're not all going to be Hebrews. They're not all going to be Israelites. Like I said, we also have our cousins. We also got other people that are going to be here. We got Gentiles that were cleaving to us as well. Okay, so the Gentiles were allowed to cleave to the Israelites. They saw the truth, and the Most High put it on their spirits to follow the Israelites. But see, the churches have wanted to usurp our.
So if you guys are the Israelites, you damn well know for a fact that the example you're setting with your people robbing stores is not of the Bible. You're a seditious nation. Stop acting like it. Listen, they're going to try to cling onto us no matter what, fam. Just listen to it. And then I'm going to show you something real quick, something personal.
Our status, and that's exactly what they've done. And so, and even today, it's like a subconscious thing. People don't want to admit that us so-called, what you call them today, Negros or black people, are the original Mexicans that the Europeans found when they got here. But see, in older books.
You hear this silly dove? So now, I'm telling you, family, they envy you. You see, Africans, I know you love our people. You love everything about us. You just don't want to admit it. But you can't put your finger on it. You're like, how the hell? Because, see, I know from experience. Family. How the hell do we do what we do the way we do what we do? Well, you can't be us because you can't be you. Okay? That's the fact. Now, enough of this fool. Let me listen to it a little bit more, and then that's it.
Are the original Mexicans that the Europeans found when they got here. But see, in older books, they couldn't hide that because it was a well-known fact. We were asleep, but we were still, the vast majority of the people that was here still looked like us. They knew that the people in authority, people given these lands, looked like myself or people like us. So in books from the way in the past, they show.
We have plethora of books, family, that shows that you Negroes were mixing with white people. Oh my God. Okay, so now this is me. That's my slave name. I don't give a damn. You guys can see it. Okay, so it says here, recent analysis. Check this out. Recent analysis. All right. So it says here that my recent analysis, this is from CRI Genetics. I did my DNA about a year and change, about a year ago. So it says that the recent analysis shows that I am 91% of the Americas, predominantly 64% of Mexican, 14% Peruvian, 7% Colombian, and then 6% Peruvian. This right here is 6%, 4 from English, and 2 from Scandinavia, South Asia too. So none of these really matter, right? So that's the most recent. Then it says advanced timeline. So now it's saying, okay, so the recent one we found so-called Mexicans. But if you look back at your timeline, it shows that you are actually 92%, almost 93% of the Americas, which is just like the other one. But now I'm 77% Peruvian, 14% Mexican, almost 1% Colombian, European 1111, so it's insignificant. Asians, insignificant. South Asians, insignificant. Africans, not even a bit. Drop or anything. Thank God. Thank God. I ain't ham. But check this out. 92% of the Americas. Okay? Now, You're like, yeah, well, we kind of knew that. Yeah, well, but now check this out. Let's go to paternal. So now it says here that they're going to show you my DNA or where it comes from. So it comes from your father. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this. So let's find out where my DNA comes from. So we see 92% of the Americas, right? Now we understand the migration. You guys need to watch my class about the migration. Matter of fact, if you guys want, no, and matter of fact, I'll do that. I'll let it play after this. I'll let it play. I'm going to let it go. It's a good hour and a half. I'll come back and finish my work because I got some stuff to do. Okay. So let's watch this real quick. So you'll see. Okay. So now I'm supposedly of R1B1. Okay. So now I've talked to many people and I've never seen anybody get as close as you can to the so-called native land. Watch. So it's going to different parts. Asia goes all the way to India, all the way to China. Then it comes back. Turkey. Then it goes somewhere around there. So now let's find out what that is. So now it says that my DNA, right? That my DNA traveled through these areas. And that's the land of Shem, by the way. And if you guys remember the 2nd Ezra 13, when we were free to go, when Cyrus, the king, let us free to not be slaves, he said we can go back to Jerusalem or we can go wherever we want. Well, the tribes went that way. But this was the territory of King Cyrus. So I find it interesting. However, my DNA says that I'm right there. In case you guys don't know this, this is the area of Haran, where our forefather, Abraham, dwelt in. And Jacob, Jacob would go here, but then they would go back to these lands to get their women. You see, we came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, somewhere in this region right there. And then Abraham's father, Terah, and Abraham went up to this area here. So when you look at the Levant, this is technically the Levant area. So in the American world, in the Anglo world, in their Anglo science, I'm dead smack close to being a so-called Hebrew of the Hebrew. Okay? And it also shows that I am basically 92% of the Americas. So go figure. And I don't put much weight on this because my growth didn't occur when I found this out. This is not what's changing me. It's a nice entertainment to follow, but it's not what's changing me, family. What's changing me is what we're doing now. Okay? So that being said, let me do this. Since I have you guys here, in case you guys don't know this channel of mine, I've been put that scripture that talks about the Most High doesn't let you rest. I got over almost 300 videos and 345 subscribers. I've had this channel for about a year and a half. So I've been at work for some time. These are old videos, and these are mostly live. So the live ones, I did a migration. It goes right. Is this it, I think? There it goes right here. Need a bug. You see? Yep, it's right here. So it's 2.5 hours. It's 4:20 my time. I'll be back at 6 and change, and I'll turn it off. Enjoy the class. It's very good, fam. Take notes of it. This is the migration that we took. This is the actual migration. Okay? Shalom. We'll be here.
When it gets into this whole issue of border security, who's going to say that the borders are secure? You've got the House and Senate debating this issue, and it's really astonishing that in a country founded
one studio, but I never really see them. And we all came America trying to get a lap dance from Lady Freedom. But now Lady Liberty is acting like Hillary Banks with a prenup. Man, I was brave, sailing on graves. Don't think I didn't notice those tombstones disguised as waves. I'm no dummy. Here's something funny. You could be an immigrant without risking your lives, or crossing these borders with thrifty supplies. All you gotta do is see the world with new eyes.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
It's a hard line when you're an import, baby boy, it's hard times when you ain't sent for it. Racists feed the belly of the beast with they pitchforks. Rich chores done by the people that get ignored. Ya se armó, ya se despertaron, it's a whole awakening. La alarma ya sonó hace rato, los que quieren buscan, pero nos apodan como vagos. We're the same ones hustling on every level, ten los datos. Walk a mile in our shoes, abróchense los zapatos. I've been scoping y'all dudes, y'all ain't been working like I do while y'all work ya. It hurts ya, you claim I'm stealing jobs, oh Peter Piper claimed he picked them, he just underpaid Pablo. But there ain't a paper trail when you living in the shadows. We America's ghost riders, the credit's only borrowed. It's a matter of time before the checks all come. But
immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job.
Yeah.
it's America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. It's America's ghost riders. The America's ghost riders. The America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. It's America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. It's America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. It's
immigrants. We get the job done.
Immigrants, we don't like that. Nah, they don't play. British Empire strikes back. They're beating us like 808s and hi-hats at our own game of invasion. This ain't Iraq. Who these Fugees? What do they do for me but contribute new dreams, taxes and tool swagger and booty? Who they flee war zones, but the problem ain't ours. Even if our bombs landed on them like the Mayflower. Buckingham Palace, a Capitol Hill. Blood of my ancestors had that all built. With an ink you print on your dollar bill. Oil you spill. Thin red line on the flag you hoist when you kill. But still we just say, look how far I come. Hindustan, Pakistan to London. To a galaxy far from their ignorance. Cause
immigrants, we get the job done.
Por tierra o por agua, identidad falsa. Brincamos muros o flotamos en balsa. La peleamos como Sandino en Nicaragua. Somos como las plantas que crecen sin agua. Sin pasaporte americano, porque la mitad de Gringolandia es terreno mexicano. Hay que ser bien hijo de puta. Nosotros les sembramos el árbol y ellos se comen la fruta. Somos los que cruzaron. Aquí vinimos a buscar el oro que nos robaron. Tenemos más trucos que la policía secreta. Metimos la casa completa en una maleta. Con un pico, una pala y un rastrillo te construimos un castillo. ¿Cómo es que dice el coro, cabrón?
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Not yet.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not do Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame. Ya, los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás encuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino pero bueno de cumplir hermano pariente y papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben cortina de humo que bota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la freuna, no una pura canción que me dura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo y alto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones y alto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una PD que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación. Con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo. Pues miró, hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún negado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues muy bien, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extracciones, robo y tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo y tanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
I stick. Mensaje. I'm not sure if you're still there, Meshi or Mesh, but Shalom. That was mine. Anyhow, today is going to be a straight session. Stick around. Friends, foes, whichever one you want. Hey, listen, man, you're going to have to learn something. And what I'm going to bring is going to be facts. It's not emotions. It's like the title, you know, I stick to this, fam. You know what I'm saying? I like to, as like one of the brothers said, you know, I coined something, I guess. I like to coin this right here. Facts tell, stories sell. Just like Nate the Snake. Yeah, I was the first one to call him that. All right. Oh, and those famous arm bracers that you Canaanites love. Yeah, I came up with that design too. Yeah, let IUIC know. Anyhow, that's just carnal stuff. But look, listen, the important thing is the book of our Father. That's what really matters today, fam. Because through that book, we're actually finding out who we are according to the Bible, regardless of what people say. Doesn't matter. They can say what they want to say. I'm me personally, man. I am not one to try to convince you, because I don't really care whether you believe or not. I've never been one to force people to believe something. What I always have been, I've always been very logical. I bring facts, and that's it. Whether they affect me as well, it is what it is, man. That's the way I've always dealt with myself and with people. Let's read this. Romans 3, verse 3. It says, "For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect?" So, like, you know, if they don't believe, does that take the power of God or their his prophecy, you know, from it? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man, let me repeat that, but every man a liar, as it is written. Okay, so keep that. Let me finish it. That thou mightest be justified in thy sayings and mightest overcome them that art judge. Perfect example, because lots of people come to this channel, and as you can see, they adamantly believe who they are and judging as in this particular power as like. Anyways, I don't want to get into that. Let's get into the class, fam. Let's get into the class. Let's start, man. I'm excited for this class because I called it the Great Migration for a particular reason. Okay, it's not just because. So first, I do want to say this, family. I'm gonna go. This is gonna be a kind of long class. All right. So shalom, Shabbat to all of you, brothers and sisters out there. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shalom, Air Rich. Appreciate you, brother. North Carolina, what's up? This is gonna be a longer class, and honestly, it's my Sabbath, bros and sis, because you know what I'm saying. You know how I roll. You know, I keep the lunar. Again, I'm not trying to impose my will upon you guys, man. I give you what I understand with the milk beings, the history, and all that. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life or as best as you can. I'll call it out. If we communicate like some of the brothers I talk to, yeah, I'll call it out. But if not, I can do it as best as I can is bring the word to you. So now, I want to bring this up because this is important. You see, it's never changed for us, man. And, you know, when somebody's asking you, brothers and sisters, like, prove to me that you're in the Bible. I mean, for God's sakes, man. Just what book tells everybody, you know, if you don't fit all of these curses, technically the Bible says you're not a Hebrew. And a lot of people don't fit all the curses, family. Some of them fit 25% of them. I mean, 50% of the curses. And they call themselves Hebrews. It says Republican senators want feds to explain losing 85,000. Okay, 85,000. Seriously? I mean, come on, man. 85,000? Migrant kids. That's why they're making this movie called, God, man, Freedom, which I'm going to go see it. I'm interested in seeing it. So a Republican individual is interested to find out what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Thousands of undocumented minors who were placed with sponsors after crossing the border, raising fears that they might have trafficked for cheap labor, which we know that that's technically what's usually happening anyways. It's not unfamiliar. It's not new to us. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to turn on the video today, fam, because the camera dies on me every now and then. I really don't want to get up and turn it back on, man. I don't give a damn about that, bro. I'm not trying to be, my face is not important. You know what I'm saying? This is important. Our history, our book. Anyhow, So it says that the Department where am I at? Accompanied minors who were placed with sponsors after crossing the border. Okay, fine. 85,000 people. Wrap your minds around that. 85,000 children. Hey, shalom, Solomon. 85,000 children, fam. Do you realize that, it took a couple to create that child? Obviously. Do you think that these kids have siblings, fathers, mothers, uncles, grandfathers, all of that stuff? Do you think it doesn't matter? 85,000 people, 85,000 children affected a bunch of people. So now she's saying, I want answers. It says here, the FBI must mount a full-scale effort to locate these missing children and to bring to justice the criminals who are holding them in modern-day slavery. Like you care. You passed these laws. You're still supporting it. You're a Republican. Your man is in Florida doing what he can. And you got Fulios now trying to go to Texas doing the same thing. Go figure, right? As you can see, family, right there, look. Somebody next time tells you, prove you are in the book. Show me in the Bible. It's one verse, man. Deuteronomy 20:32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long. And there shall be no might in thy hand. Now, we've seen several reports where our gente, they're crying. They're in jail because they've separated them from the children, and they're crying. Like children, like grown men, because they can't do anything. And thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long, because your ass is in jail, pinche mexicano, porque eres un ilegal, right? Like these Canaan. Oh, I'm gonna call them Africans today, because I don't want to. They get offended if I call them Canaanites. So I'll say because these Africans and Europeans. That's why they're passing these laws. Here we see, even with a glimpse of what's going on in the news, family, your life is here, and it's perpetual. Verse 46 says, and they shall be upon thee for a sign, for thee for a sign, for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Until when? Until verse 1 happens. And then obviously before that, First Kings and all, they're repenting. That's a different route. You guys get the picture. Let's go to Luke 17 now. All right. So before I get started, I do want some scriptures to come out here real quick, because I want you guys to understand why I do this. And it's not for clout chasing. As you can see, there's no money needed here in this channel. We don't ask for no donations. I want some tickets for $300 because I'm going to go fly to some, I don't know, some camp where they're just going to lie and yell at people with no actual good fruits of education, of real growth, of spiritual growth that we all need, fam. Y'all know me. You've been watching my channel for some time. You know, Solomon, man. I want to teach about these other things. Spirit is leading me a different route. But Luke 17:20 reads like this. Luke 17:20 reads like this. It says, and when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God shall come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation. You see, that's what I mean, family. Each one of us has to put a effing break in this, man. We have to really pick up this book and really, really actually ask our brothers around us. Because look, man, I put the channel. I'm sorry. Ooh, I don't even have that. I put this contact information. Y'all can send me emails. You know what I'm saying? If you have questions, I'll try my best to answer them. Because the kingdom of God doesn't come from observation. It doesn't come from you living with your parents because they're keeping the laws, or you with your husband and he's cool. You got to do them too. You got to understand that this does not come from us just watching other people. You got to actually do the work. Look, I'm going to tell you something, family, and I'll say it again. I'll make it quick. In those years that I was in particular school, I really studied, man. I was a rigorous student. Day and night, I was studying, especially the milk. I never got away from it. So for me, I understand what this means, because the moment I take my foot off the pedal, man, I understand something's not right. 2 Timothy 3:1. Watch. I'm gonna get started. Watch what it reads. This also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy. Now, I'm reading this because how in the world are you going to know who these people are or who's holding these type of spirits? Because we each individually deal with this crap. We're not independent from it. Hey, shalom, bro. What was that? Man, those two pictures you showed on Facebook, they're really, yeah, right? It was scary, brother. It was scary. I know it's like regeneration all over again. And I don't know about the whole, looking alike thing, but damn, that was close. Anyhow, it says here. So again, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy. Here, it does tell us one thing though. For men shall be lovers of themselves, men of the world, not the Most High, the children of the Most High. You guys have standards. Here's telling us all the nation is going to be wicked and they're going to be this way. But how do you determine and discern a spirit if you ain't even putting the brick in to learn the scriptures? We're understanding who these enemies are that come on at random, like even if you have a channel, they come on a random, like, hey, you're a heathen. Okay, fine, I'm a heathen. So what? I'm going to keep the laws? It's not going to change my attitude. I'm not gonna go break the commandments. Oh God, I'm gonna go eat pork now because he called me a Mexican and he doesn't believe I'm a Hebrew. Man, the hell with you, bro. I really, honestly, that's how I roll. That's how we all should roll. Because why? Because in this world, we're gonna be around people without natural affection, truth breakers, false accusers. These are gonna be your enemies. These are gonna be the people around you in the world and within our organization. Let's say, for example, our school or our family or the so-called Israelites that say they're your brethren and they're waiting to backstab you. Because I know that I experienced that. Not necessarily with what I used to think was my nation. Anyhow, let's continue. Traitors. Heady, high-minded, and we see that a lot. Lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. Now, why did I use this? And why did I use the scripture? Because the ending is the most important part. Lovers of themselves more than God. What do we see now in other people's actions? Don't we see other people wanting to see themselves? They need the image of themselves to repent. Brother, man, if you already know you've done a lot of crap, bro, I think the last thing you need is an image. Straight up. That's just me. Having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. Which is the power? Wisdom. Because the only way you actually understand any of the scriptures, Psalms 111 and 10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The fear. So you bad damn right I should know how I'm talking to people and what I'm actually sharing and teaching. Because if I'm not doing the right thing, I'm going to get I'm dead. So when I say having a form of godliness, it also means another thing, family. And then I'm going to jump on my topic after these verses. Okay? Having a form of godliness. So I'm just going to say this. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 13. And al quien le quede el zapato que se lo ponga. If you guys know what I'm saying. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ, the Messiah. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into the angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness. You see that, family? So just because they come across acting like they're righteous, they're the true Hebrew Israelites of the Bible, we keep the laws of God, 2 Timothy 3:5, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, for such turn away. So as long as I understand that way, that spirit, how that moves, brother, I ain't getting close. And I think I had the wisdom of Solomon. Man, I had a wisdom of Solomon. Don't tell me. Oh, man, don't tell me I lost that scripture. Is it 13? Literally don't hide the riches. No, become. Never cause to become. There he goes right here. Because check this out, fam. As I mentioned before, Luke 17, right? Let's go back to Luke 17, just so you can follow my point. Follow my point. Where? Luke 17. Here we go. It says here. Verse 20. And when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation. not with observation. So then I consider my ways. I think about my path. I try to meditate, or I should say, examine myself often. I need to work on my prayer. I ain't gonna lie, but I do keep this in mind, family. All right. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 13 says, I learned diligently and do communicate her liberally. I do not hide her riches, for she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, which they that use become the friends of God. I don't know about you, but that's what I'm trying to be. So what I'm learning, what the Most High is giving to me, I'm going to give it to you guys. Being commended for the gifts that cometh from learning. Wait a minute. You think it actually takes learning, right? Yeah, it takes learning, real intent. You really have to care about your people, that you really want to teach them something. It ain't about trying to take something from somebody. Family, I'm going to tell you something right now. And all the brothers and sisters that are watching, if whoever they watches later, we know we are the Israelites of the Bible. We know that. We feel that way. We think that. We believe that. We've done our studies, right? But are we telling people not to keep the laws of God? I mean, anybody here on the chat, just what? Are we telling them, nah, don't keep the laws? Hell no, man. Go and keep them. By all means. Please do. That don't make you an Israelite, but it'll make you civil. Aren't we the light of the world, the example to be? Why the hell are we over here trying to point the finger and say, nah, you can't do it? You go and claim that they're going to be your slaves, but then you say that your slaves are going to keep the laws because you're going to force them to keep the laws, but then you have a problem with them keeping the laws now? Go figure. So I take this in consideration. For God has granted me to speak as I would and to conceive as is meet for the things that are given to me. This is my lot, this historical aspect, this side that I know. So when you're going to try to come to my world and think you're going to debate your butt through me, you're out of you have no clue my background. And no, I'm not a damn agent. I'm just a smart so-called Mexican. Thank God he gave me a brain. And we're all not dumb just because you think we're burros. I know when you use the word Mongols, it's to offend people. But as a matter of fact, I don't take it offensive no more, family, because this class is going to show you what I'm talking about. Okay? It says here, now, because it is he that leadeth unto wisdom and directed the wise. So I don't care what y'all say. I don't care if you come to our channel and don't believe. It don't matter. Because I didn't go to no school. I didn't go to no church. I wasn't no Christian pastor, nothing. I'm a bottom barrel alcoholic that at any time, if I pick up a drink again, I can go back to drinks, which is why I'm sober. That's what I am. So y'all can say whatever you want. You don't believe us. You don't think so. Whatever, man. And you say, oh, we don't see people waking up. You see, the word of God is not boastful. It's not proud. It's not covetous. Like the scripture said, you don't pray in everybody, right? Yes, brother, stay sober for sure. The scripture said, when you pray, don't pray in front of people. So if you believe in the Most High, do we have to show it off? No, man. You have no idea. He looks at that more than anything because he's the one watching. So now, let's start off with this. Okay, so I want to make this very clear, fam. I want to establish this path or this route. I want to make sure that I root, that I plant these, that I dig through this dirt and plant this root right now, so we can make sure that we answer any maybe pending questions as we follow through this path, okay? Because what you need to understand, the Bible talks about about us. That's it. They don't mention other nations, right? Of course it will, but that relates to it. But we also have to understand that there's a bigger, platform that we have to study. Not everything that goes around the world is in the Bible. Hello. So let's find out. Now, this isn't a knock on anybody from the kingdom of Cush. You brothers that believe who you are, know that you are actually from the kingdom of Cush. I'm just bringing up an example of what went on at a period of time because I'm trying to establish an understanding of my class. All right, so let's go. All right. We're going to go to about the 2 minute or something. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to say something and then we'll continue. I just want to make sure that we understand who they are, the kingdom of Cush, right? When they established their pharaoh leadership, that stuff. Again, I'm not arguing of when, who, what they look like. I don't care. What I'm talking about is who was there at that time of these years. All right, let's go.
Libya, Syria. The ancient Egyptians built one of the greatest empires in history, and despite facing many difficulties, managed to maintain their sovereignty over almost the entire Nile River Valley. But Africa has always been a gigantic continent, inhabited by many different peoples. Some wanted to conquer the fertile lands of Egypt. Kingdoms and tribes with origins in Libya, Syria, and Turkey were constantly fighting against Egypt. But there were a people whose tenacity and courage frightened even the powerful Egyptians. The Nubians were an African people.
Now, I want to point out this map, okay? Remember this map, what he's talking about. See, you see Egypt, you see Nubia, right? You see this river. Okay, let's continue.
Who lived in the Nubia region in
Thank you, brother.
today's Sudan. The Nubian people have been living in that region for a long time. By 3100 BC, there would be Nubian villages along the River Nile.
3100 BC, okay? Let's go.
During much of their history, the Nubians did not develop any writing.
All right, and again, I'm not here to argue imagery, but you guys can tell for yourselves. You decide who those people are. All right, let's go. Because I don't think these guys are Egyptians. Not these guys right now. All right, let's go.
Much of what we know about them is in the records left by the Egyptians.
And this is, he said, about 300 BC, if I'm not mistaken, or a little bit way before that. Let's go.
Egyptians. The Nubia was a region rich in gold veins, semi-precious stones, ebony wood, incense, and ivory. This wide range of resources encouraged the Egyptians to invade that region in search of extremely useful raw materials. The Nubians resisted the Egyptian invasions as much as possible.
You guys heard that. The Nubians resisted the invasion. So there was battle between them going on at this time. Okay, let's continue.
But they were militarily inferior and were progressively pushed south. Due to the various periods of instability in Egypt, the Nubians were able to organize more effective defenses. During periods of peace, Nubians and Egyptians traded and shared different forms of knowledge. During the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose I, the Nubians were part of the Egyptian Empire, but that
the Nubians were part of the Egyptian Empire. So remember how it says that Egypt was north, Nubia was south, right? Okay, so it was a pretty vast, expansive space, or expansive land, yeah, I know what I mean. Let's go.
Dominion quickly collapsed, and the Nubians established a unified kingdom, with Napata as its capital. The Nubians thus founded the Kingdom of Kush.
See right there? Okay, Kingdom of Kush, Egypt. So we see what's going on here. Let's go.
Which would become a respected African power. The term Kushite Kingdom comes from the Egyptians, who called the Nubian Kush. The founder of this new kingdom was a tribal leader named Alara, who became king of all the Nubians. With the Kushite kingdom established, the next step was to ensure its defense and economy. For this, Alara's successors reigned successfully, strengthening the kingdom and expanding their domains. The Kushites began to trade with Egypt through the Nile. They also established contact with the Arab kingdoms such as Nabatea and Sheba. The riches of the Kushites were extremely popular. Their leaders, priests, and even farm animals, like horses, were always embellished with pieces of gold and rubies. Over time, and due to the periods of instability in Egypt, the Kushites started to conquer Egyptian cities, including the city of Thebes. At the height of their power...
Okay, so what I'm trying to show here is you can see the relationship between them two. Back and forth, Egypt and Nubia. From my understanding, and it's very clear, it's very unstable, correct? Very unstable. You know what I mean? Okay, just I want to make a point. Now, remember what he said, Nabatea and Sheba. Just don't forget that. I'll touch it later. But I want to show this too as well. Give me a second. Remember, I'm trying to establish something here. I'm not saying I'm an expert of this, not at all. And I'm not trying to change anybody's history. I'm not saying this is our people. All I'm trying to point out is this period of time. Right here. Okay? So we're looking at Sate period or Sate period. I don't know how you say it. Excuse me if I get it wrong. When the Assyrians withdrew, this is from metmuseum.org. Okay. right there, the metmuseum.org. Says, when the Assyrians withdrew after their final invasion, 664, Egypt was left in the hands of Seti kings, though it was actually only 656 BC. That Seti ruler Samtik I, or the first, was able to resort control over the southern area of the country. Okay, so now we're just kind of pointing this, I'm just kind of pointing this out, but I want to get to my point here real quick. Here goes. Egypt's new Persian overlords adopted the traditional title of pharaoh, but unlike the Libyans and Nubians before them, they ruled as foreigners rather than Egyptians. For the first time in 2,500 years, a nation, Egypt, was no longer independent. Though recognized as an Egyptian dynasty, Dynasty 27, I'm sorry, the Persians ruled through a resident governor called satrap, helped by local native chiefs. Persian-dominated actually benefited Egypt under Darius, who built temples, publics, okay? So why am I bringing this up? All right? Remember, I'm showing you something. Give me a second here real quick. Wait, is this it? Or is this the same one? Oh, no, it's the same one. So as you can see, after Darius took over, that's when Egypt began to what? Grow. So it's telling me that that's when Persia started governing or taking over the area of Egypt. Prior to that, they weren't there yet. All right. So now I'm going to point this out. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. And I'm trying to point this out, fam, because this is around the year 5. Well, when the 10 tribes were carried away, or not only carried away, but when they were basically left. So for about 538 BC, around this time, okay? The Kushite civilization continued several centuries throughout the Satrap, Persian, Ptolemaic, and Roman periods. Okay, so as you can see, where are we at? What am I looking for? Where is it at, man? How come I always lose it when I look for it? Give me a second, family. What am I looking for? Hold on. Just a second. Kingdom of Kush, 26th dynasty. Well, let's see. 52 BC, 34. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. Wait a minute. I didn't send it to myself. Give me a second, family. I got a picture to show you guys. I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I did. Oh, here it goes. There. All right. This is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History. Give me a second. And I'm going to show you what it says about Cyrus. Okay. This is from this book, fam. Conscious Dictionary of Ancient History, all right? This is regarding the definition of Cyrus, or who he is. It says here, and I hope you guys can see it. Let me maybe make that bigger. It reads, the elder surnamed the great king of Persia, the founder of Persian Empire. According to his own statement in an inscription on the cylinder discovered in the ruins of Babylon, he was the son of Cambyses, the son of Cyrus, the son of Taipis, the son of Achaemenes, I guess. Cyrus overthrew Astyages in 549 BC. Okay, united Media and Persia. Remember that. Transferring the capital from Ecbatana to Susa. Afraid of his growing power, Clovis of Lydia and Nabonidus of Babylon and Amasis of Egypt combined against him. Cyrus overthrew Croesus in 546 BC, making himself master of the coast of Asia Minor. Babylon fell to him in 539 BC without a blow. He was killed in 529 BC while fighting nomads. Then it says the younger son, the younger second son Darius, the king of Persia, plotted against his brother, the reigning monarch Artaxerxes Menemon, who forgave him, restoring the satrap the coast of Asia Minor. But in the spring of 401 BC, he raised an army against Artaxerxes and was killed in the battle of Kunasha. The point is, between this time and this time, 546 to 529, so see, King Cyrus, right? We're starting to kind of get a picture here, right? In about 539 BC, Babylon falls to Media-Persia Empire. 529 BC, Egypt falls to the Media-Persian Empire. So technically, the Persian Empire was only in Egypt after we left those lands. Okay? I want you to keep mindful of that. Now, this is important to understand, because in case you guys don't really know history or the way that, wars, are I guess, how people deal with each other with war. It's clear to me that if there's some kind of friction still going on, well, I'd be cautious, especially if I'm not from that region. So now, this region here, this map, all right? Let me see if I can magnify it. You don't need to magnify it. So this is Cyrus Empire, Persia Mede, okay? From all the way up here, India, all across. Now, if you read Josephus, is it Josephus? No. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember which one. But it talks about how much he conquered. Okay, but as you can see, he's still here. All right, keep that in mind. He's still there. I have the map. Why am I looking at it like that? Let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you that one. And you guys see the other one. So you see the one before. That used to be when Cyrus was ruling. This is when Darius was ruling. Okay? So when Cyrus was ruling is when we became free. All right? Keep that in mind. Let me close this real quick. I want you guys to keep that in mind. Don't forget the points that I'm bringing. The nations that were ruling or the nations that were against each other at that time. Let me see if this is another picture. Okay, check this out. This was the kingdom of Persia and Persian Medes. The Persian Medes. King Cyrus. Remember, Egypt and the Nubians. At this time, they were still going back and forth with each other. If I'm not mistaken, Nubia was around 600. I think we read it 600 BC, somewhere around that time. Then we went into Egypt. Not that many years from the point that I'm trying to make, because you guys know where I'm going. But before we move forward, I just want to show you some verses, okay? Because I think you guys are starting to see the picture. Hopefully you're following me, because remember, we need to use maps, we need to use history, and especially the Bible, because without it, there's no truth. Anybody could lie to you and give you any kind of history. They tell you enough, you'll believe it. Damn it. Damn it. You guys are Aztecs. We are. But anyhow, Psalm 72:8 says, he shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth, that they that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the, what am I supposed to read? Where am I at? And the enemies, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents, and the kings of Sheba and shall offer gifts. Now, kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because I told you about these two people, this name, Sheba. And you see, a lot of times people try to say, oh, because of Sheba or Ethiopia. So which one is this one? Is it the Sheba Ethiopia or Sheba Africa? Who's going to bring gifts? I'm reading this because check this out. 2 Chronicles 14:9. It says, and there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with a host of 1,000 and thousands and 300 chariots, and came unto Marashah. Okay? This was around when? 900 BC, I believe. But again, why am I bringing this up? Watch this. Let's continue reading. Then Asa went out against him, and they set in the battle array in the valley of Zephathath at Marashah. And Asaph cried unto the Lord his God and said, Lord, it is nothing with thee to help, whether with many or with them that have no power. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rest on thee. In thy name we go against this multitude, O Lord. Thou art our God. Let no man prevail against thee. Okay? You guys follow? Let's go to read 13. So Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah. And the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people that were there, that were with him, pursued them unto Gerar. And the Ethiopians were overthrown, and they that could not recover themselves, for they were destroyed before the Lord and before his host, and they carried away very much spoils. So we see here that at one point we were also against them too, and they came against us. We're starting to see some clarity here. So much of goodly neighbors, right? They don't seem friendly to me. Verse 14, and they smote all the cities around Gerar, for the fear of the Lord came upon them, and they spoiled all the cities, for there were exceeding much spoils in them. As you can see, they spoiled all the cattle and all that. But they were against us. And you'd have Egypt, Ethiopia, or Nubia, or Africa, however you want to, or Northeast Africa. But we see now that Persia wasn't necessarily friends with them. Now, this is from Defied, or a description of the world in all its kingdoms, provinces, and countries. As it's a very long name, fam. And I'm only going to bring this up for the purpose of again, I'm trying to establish something here. And it's basically order, right? We do things in decently and in order. It says here on page 5, according to the greater according to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancients divided the whole earth into 3 great parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa. So now this brings me to the other point that I'm basically trying to make. Why do we have people that want to use the book of our Father only to for a narrative? You see, there's certain people that claim to believe in Jubilees, and they ignore what Jubilees actually says, that they were divided in 3s. Okay? But yet now they want to twist the scriptures. So let's continue reading. It says, Ancient divided the whole earth into 3 parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa, to which is now added a 4th. America, there are again divided in provinces. So as you can see, America is the 4th part. The 4th part. Okay? So then now, again, Revelation. This is easy, family. You should know this, I think. Revelation 6:8. It says, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. So we know now that these people, this death, what's going to be in this land. You see, it's all prophetic, family. So let's continue, okay? Now that I have a better idea, now that you guys understand what I'm talking about, hopefully. So let me make it clear one last time. Let me just make it clear one last time, because I don't want nobody to get confused here. Let's be frank, man. There was a time where you guys all knew that this was the way it was, right? Shem, Japhet, Europe, Africa, Ethiopia. These are old maps. These are old maps. Look, this is, they even want to use this one. I'll show it. I'm not afraid. Right? They have Japhet, Shem, Africa, Edom, but yet Edom is with Ham. You read Jubilees, but that you ignore that Canaan wasn't supposed to be in Jerusalem. So how do you argue that? His ass should have been over here. So you can't pick and choose scriptures at all. Just like you can't say Deuteronomy 28 applies to you when you can only apply 50% of the scriptures. Because as far as I know, well, I don't want to get to that point because that's not our topic. But look, why are we ignoring this? Third parts. This is Asia, India. This is Africa. This is Europe. All of a sudden they want to twist it around and say, here, this is over here and we're over there. Or now America is Egypt. Come on, man. Are we going to be silly now? All of a sudden, we have big books in history that tell us. So the reason I'm bringing Cyrus and all these maps here to show y'all something, okay? Look at Shem, Ham, and all that. Because this wasn't belonging to his ass. Canaan, you shouldn't have never been there, okay? That's clear. That's why did the Most High only move your ass? The reason I'm not trying to get off topic. The reason I'm showing these maps, fam, it's because I want you to know where you at. Come on, man. Give it to me. No, not this one. I'll give you this one. Well, I'm going to use this as we go further. Hold on. I'll use this. Okay. If you guys recall, Egypt was here. Okay. Or Egypt is here. Nubia is here. Right? The Cush, kingdom of Cush. All of this territory. When King Cyrus was king, he was king of not this territory, but this territory. Okay? Remember that. Now we're going to get into, of course, Second Esdras. And I'm going to explain it. Pretty much this is the way that many people do, but I'm going to clear it up a little more. Give you guys some scriptures to write it down. But let's watch this real quick. I like this video, man. It never gets old. I like it. It never gets old for me. I think it's interesting. Let's go.
Why do you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. They are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront.
Well, we know that part. That's like, like, yeah. We are first like somebody telling us, oh my God, I didn't know that. Man, that's so cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it's a good memory to come up on every now and then. Anyhow, Deuteronomy 33:17, fam. I want to make sure that we establish and don't pass anything up. Deuteronomy 33:17. My mouth is dry. Give me a second. Hold on. Deuteronomy 33:17 says, his glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them, he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000 of Ephraim and the 10,000 of Manasseh. And as you can continue reading, Zebulon, Gad, mentions Dan. But it's talking about pushing us to the end of the earth, right? Now, check this out. Baruch 4:6. I want you to pay attention why these things are in this book, or in our book, I should say that. Forgive me, Father, for saying that. Baruch 4:36. Watch what it reads, okay? It says, O Jerusalem, look about thee towards the east. Behold the joy that cometh unto thee from God. So I'm going to tell you something. Where's the east, fam? Look towards the east, right? Behold. See, Jerusalem is a people before a city. Get that straight. Oh, people, mi gente, mira hacia el este. Behold the joy that cometh unto thee from God. Lo, thy sons come, whom thou sentest away. What? They came gathered together from the east to the west by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the glory of God. And you want to know something, family? Well, actually, I don't want to know, because that's driving me another topic. So as you can see here, we gather us. But he says, oh, gente, look to the east. Baruch 5:5. Watch what it says here. Next chapter. We'll continue. We'll keep going. It says, arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high, and look about towards the east. Behold, thy children gathered from the west unto the east by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the remembrance of God. You see, it is the word of God that's going to bring us back together. And I'm going to tell you something, fam. I've been reaching out to people from across those areas, and they've been reaching out to me. People that really want to keep the laws of God, that can legitimately say, yeah, we've been through that. They've been conquered. They've gone through this. They've gone through that. Okay, cool. Whatever. But hey, at the end of the day, I'm not God. I can't tell people, oh yeah, man, you want to keep them all praises, bro, because at least we want a civil world. I'm tired of this damn wicked ass life, man. If you could just keep all the laws of God, we'd be in such a better place. Anyhow, I just want to point out the fact from the east, he's going to gather us. He's going to gather us, right? And by the word of the Holy One, he is going to bring us to remembrance of God. So then this is why we have to look towards these directions. That's why I presented these classes. To me, this is one of my favorite classes, fam. So first of all, let's go to here. I'm going to establish this real quick. So we talked about the years of Persia, Mede, Cushites, Egyptians, and all that stuff, right? So remember, in 538 BC is when, 535, 538 BC is when the 10 tribes basically bounced, right around that time, okay? So now let's go to 2 Kings first, real quick. I don't really want to read it. I kind of just want to give you the scriptures. 2 Kings 17, 5 and 6. As you can see here, Hosea reigns in Israel, and then the fall of Israel, okay? So you can see that. So I'm going to summarize it because of time, and I want to make sure that you guys understand that. Now, remember this. I brought this up too regarding the Cushites and the Nubians because Assyria had actually conquered that part at that time. And then when Assyria fell, the Nubians gained power again, but not under Persia. Okay? So that's verse 6. It says, in the 9th year, Hosea, king of Assyria, took Samaria and carried away Israel unto Assyria and placed them in Halah and in a harbor by name of River of Gazan and in the cities of the Medes. Okay. Now let's go to 2 Chronicles 36. It's pretty simple. Last chapter, verse 22 and 23. Proclamation of Cyrus. So here it says very clear. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, the word of the Lord spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom. Remember that? His kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus saith King Cyrus of Persia, all the kingdom of the earth has the Lord God of heaven given me. No, we know that it's not true because Egypt and Nubia were their own kingdoms. But he obviously meant it like, kind of like the house here. Whosoever wants the little bit of that chicken, you can have it. But everybody ain't going to have it. So he's understanding the kingdom of the earth, his kingdom, all that region. He didn't care about Africa. The God of heaven had given to me, and he had charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah, who is there among you of all his people. So here we see the proclamation of King Cyrus that throughout all this kingdom, y'all are free to roam. Yes, we see that here in Ezra's. Real quick. Chapter 1. Man, stop it, man. Ezra chapter 1, verse 2. Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord had given heaven, the Lord of heaven had given me all the kingdom of the earth. And he had charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all this people? His God be with you. Let him go up with Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is God, which is in Jerusalem. And it says, and whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourned, let the man of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with the beast, besides the free will offering for the house of God in Jerusalem. For the house of God is in Jerusalem. Okay. So now we're seeing this like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. All right. So now let me give you an example of what we're talking about. You see, so Persia, we saw the map of Persia, right? Hold on. Persian Empire. I'll just show you this one before. This was after Cyrus died with Darius, after Darius' reign. But Cyrus was in charge of all this territory here. So when Cyrus says, you are free to roam in my kingdom, and wherever you are in this kingdom, right, let the people help you. Let them help you with gold and with silver and with food. So now let's paint the picture, fam. You had Egypt and you have the Nubians over here, still at war. There's nothing settled between them. If a king frees us, gives us freedom, like for example here in America, and Trump decides to give citizenship to all so-called illegal brothers and sisters of ours, right? Like, hey, what those locals forever? You can roam wherever you want. You think that we're gonna stay in place, bro? We're gonna be free to go. But the last thing we're gonna do is go where? To a kingdom that we don't belong in. Why would we go this way when these guys are not really settled in power? The Nubians and the Egyptians, we already went through slavery with them. And then think about it. Mothers, fathers, grandfathers, children, all of that stuff. Do you really think we're going to want to come back from the Niles and then the mountains and all the way over here? When we knew that they took us out already, and we understood that there were people in Samaria that were not our people because they replaced us, like here. So then what would we do? Well, let's continue. This is now what we get into 2nd Ezra. Okay? So now I don't lose you guys. Remember, this is why I was trying to show you guys that there were kingdoms at that time. Kingdoms that were not on our side. Kingdoms that were at war. Kingdoms that if we went into their territory, they'll slave your ass. Don't be stupid, yo. Don't be stupid. Come on, man. Let's be real. So now let's understand. It says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea, king, whom Salmanassar, king of Assyria, led away captive and carried them over the waters. And so they came to another land. So let me show you. And I apologize for keep closing this one on you. I should just keep it open. So this is what he's talking about. Area right here into another land. Here's the Euphrates River, right? So obviously it's small to us, but it's huge. And it goes like this. So somewhere over here, right? Look at all these mountainous ranges. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue because I think we're understanding. Here. Then it says, here, I'm going to read it over here. You guys have a Bible? I'm going to read it, so I'm going to show you. It says, and carry them over the waters, and so they came into another land. So as we know, another land is what? Another territory, an unfamiliar region. Okay. But they took counsel among themselves. So now what happens here? This is when King Cyrus freed all Israel. So now, after they freed us, right? Or let's just say they freed them. I'll separate myself. They freed them. They took counsel among themselves. This is where Ezra's 1, 2, and 4 come in. As after they were free, they're like, you know what? I don't know, man. But they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. Why? Because listen, brothers and sisters, we got Raza that's in California, Raza that's in Florida, New York. Hey, Salome, you know what's up? Raza that's in Chicago, up in Oregon, in Texas. We're everywhere. Kansas, Wisconsin, Oregon, we're everywhere. Okay? So I know, and migration is typical like that. So it says here, but they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth to a further country where never mankind dwelled. So now, if they know that mankind was dwelling here because the Cushites and the Egyptians were fighting amongst themselves, and obviously we understood of the Egyptian, world, right? The slavery. So then where? A further country where? Where never mankind dwelt. That there they might keep their statutes. Because you know why? Because if you recall, in this era here, in this time, in this location, if you consider India and all that, they got a lot of different religions. So just because they said Assyria here, Assyria was everywhere. Assyria was all over here. So it wasn't just there. It could have been here. It could have been there. And then when they freed us, it didn't just go overnight. It takes time. It takes a couple of years to people to be like, you know what, let's get out of here. So how do you know they didn't migrate this way or that way? Because there was a lot of religions in this land here, tons of them. But at the same time, don't forget, family, that King Cyrus was king of all of this land. So Israel was free to roam. You wouldn't leave America if Trump said you could walk freely. Now you're not an illegal. Hello, come on, man. Come on, people, come on. Why are they saying that we would be dumb enough to say, oh, let me just go into the Egyptians and Nubians because they're at war? I mean, shoot, they're not really in our land, but hey, might as well. Hey, you guys look friendly. Why not? Or, hey, let's just learn how to sail a boat around Africa. Now, the other excuse is that, oh, well, there's a lot of sections where Africa wasn't, was not found, but there's several territories that shows. Anyhow, that's another topic. So as you can see, Second Ezra, right? Wake up, Israel. Let's go. Let's continue. All right, hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done. Okay, see, there it goes. I was showing you right there. That was perfect, but I closed it. Oh, well, too bad. So now let's go back to this right here. I think we can follow now. It says there, so they took this counsel, verse 41. So they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. So now they're entering somewhere in a narrow place. So they're traveling somehow. Now, does it say they jumped on a boat? No. It says they just entered into the Euphrates River, the Euphrates, by the narrow place of the river. The narrow places of the river? You mean like by the side, by the bank? Riding down the river? Why didn't you just say, enter Euphrates on a boat down the river? No, it doesn't work that way. Things have to make sense. And I'm going to show you why. So when you cross here, let me give you the map real quick. Hold up. I almost forgot the map, man. I'm sorry. Here, hold on. There's a map. No, that's not the map I'm looking for. Oh, sorry, my bad. Look. This right here. So we left in verse 44. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. This is David Rumsey's map collection. As you can see, it's a pretty big river, It's right there. So then they entered to the narrow passage of the river. Okay? Then it says, for the Most High then showed signs for them. Okay? So if we pass here, we're already over here. Okay? Hold on. We're already over here. Coming across this way. They want to go to a further country where mankind dwelt. Now we know that there was war, or at least some kind of rivalry going on here that would not make it easy for us to really feel comfortable crossing. So if never mankind dwelt meant this way, because it seems like history is showing us as we work further in, we see these maps, we see these locations, we see these names, and then we find stuff out like this, Arsaris. Then it says, so for the Most High then showed them signs, meaning directions. Do you guys remember that when, let me see, where was it at? Let me see if I can remember it. Here, this one. Exodus 13:21. If you remember, it was something similar. Obviously, it doesn't say it there, but I'm going to bring some points. Exodus 13:21. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. So here we see that the Most High can deal with us like that. So if he says here in 2nd Ezra 13:40, 44, for the Most High then showed signs for them, directions, where to go, and held still the flood. But see, they had already passed the river, right? So they were passed over. So what is he talking about? For through that country, there was a great way to go. Through that country. Namely, a year and a half. And that same region is called Arsarit. You see, region is not the actual country itself. It's a region of Arsarit. It's a region of Arsarit. So he leads us that way, shows us signs, then holds the floods till we pass over. Because this is a region of Arsarit. Arsarit is right here. Now, I don't want to use Deuteronomy 33:17 to talk about the unicorn pushing us to the ends of the earth, but I see a unicorn here, so it's like, that's kind of weird too. Okay? See, I'll show you real quick what I'm talking about. In Deuteronomy 33:17 says this, and I'm not going to take it for what it is, but his glory is like the firstlings of the bullocks, and his horns are like the horns of a unicorn. With them he shall push them together to the ends of the earth. Funny that it says a unicorn and then Arsarit right there. Like, you gotta wonder, fam. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's another point. I'm not done yet. See, this is where other people stop. But let's continue. So then it says here, for through that country was a great way to go after they passed, namely a year and a half. And that same region is called Arsarit. I'm going to show you something real quick. I found this, and I found it because, hold on a second here real quick. Give me a second. Give me a second, fam. Let's see if I can pull it up. I took a picture. What? I didn't take a picture of it? I took a picture of a map that shows what he's talking about is like the migration. Here, let me see if I can send it. Hold on a second. Give me a second, fam. All right, here we go. Watch this. I sometimes don't like to bring stuff up because I don't want to cause more questions, but at the same time, we got to face everything for what it is. And I'm not getting off topic either. So, this is a book I found. A lot of interesting things in this book, but I find it very, very hold on. It's downloading now. Okay, here it goes. Yeah, let me see if I can download it and flip it around. Can I flip it around now? Oh yeah, I can. Watch this. See? The land of the Chesadine. You said Khazar. Talk about a possible route that we could have taken, right? That's the possible route they could have taken, supposedly. I'm going to show you a book that contradicts that too. And I believe we went this route more than that route. And I'm going to show you why. And as you can see, these guys know what's going on. They even call it the Mizraim, the bondage. The two great continents, North America, Etham, the wilderness, Baal Zephon, the land of the red man. The land of the red man. So be mindful of those things, family. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. When you talk about verse 46, then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go, therefore, that they may go through. Therefore start thou the multitude with peace. So he says that we will come back and he's going to hold the floods again. You see, people want to say that it's the ice age or because the ice age, and there's no way you guys could walk over ice like that, dude. You'd freeze. If you're going to freeze the sea like that, like the entire sea, are you crazy? You'd freeze. It's like being up over there in Antarctica, bro. You got no boats and you don't have those type of tools to travel. I mean, they could barely travel. So verse 46 is telling us what? That the way that we came is the way that we're going to come back. Now, am I saying that's, it says here in the Bible. And it says here, but those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within thy borders. Let me read that part again. Then dwelt they there until the latter time. And now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude of peace. What happened? Se muere. What did it say, bro? Hold on. ¿Qué dijiste, bro? Let me hear. Se muere todo mundo si se frisa. Yeah, it's straight up, dude. That's it's easier to track groups packed than individuals. Migrations have no ironclad paths. Some left the state, yep. Others split, others passed. Aslan was abandoned via Sia. Some left behind. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you can't really say, and that's a good point. You can't really say that people are going to stay in one location. And then, like we will move around. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm a reasonable man. If I'm not legal in this country, so to speak, and I'm free to roam this country now, I'm not going to leave the country now. Because I'm free to roam freely here. I'm not going to go to another country where there's other laws. I'm not free there. I'm free here. That's my point. So why am I saying that we came to this route? So now I'm going to start showing you guys some of the stuff that I have found. Because this is to show you the most important thing, because a lot of us fell for this whole 12-tribe chart thing. That we went around Africa and, it's like, Joe, listen, man, I'm starting to really see that both of those nations really want what you guys have, family. Because remember, keep in mind, like this whole time, like, I just want to make this clear. The Cushites, Egyptians, They ruled in Africa, but not in the land of Shem. Okay? I'll read this real quick just so you guys can see, because, again, people cannot go and use the Bible, use the book, and then not bring up what it actually says. This is Jubilees chapter 9. It's giving you like the how he divided the nations. The verse 1 says, and Ham divided among his sons. The first portion came forth to Cush, for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him for Mizraim, and to the west of him for Put, and to the west of him, and to the west thereof, unto the sea for Canaan, meaning West Africa. And Shem also divided among his sons, and his first portion for Ham and his sons, to the east of Tigris River, till approach to the east, the whole land of India, and on the Red Sea, on its coast, and the waters of Dedham, and all the mountains of Mabri and Elah, and the lands of Susan, and all that is on the side of Fernach, to the Red Sea, and the rivers Tina, as you can see, Ashur and Arphasad. You can see that. And the land of the region of the Chaldees, to the east of the Euphrates. Remember that? You see? Why is this ignored? So all of a sudden now we can use this book for certain things, but not this. I don't understand why people, even if you're not of my nation, why would you fall for that? Really? The Israelites were free to roam here. They wouldn't go this way. Egypt and Nubia were at war. You guys got to really, really do your history. And you can't just base it off, I saw a YouTube video. You got to read it. Remember the video, right? With, Christopher Columbus, right? So remember, one thing I forgot, and I just saw the link now. I don't know why I forgot then. Keep in mind that he needed interpreters. And some of us know this already, right? 1492, this is from some random linguisticeducationonline.com. It's pretty random, pretty general information. You guys should know this by now. Several books say this. In 1492, Christopher Columbus landing in Bahamas changed the world forever. It helped establish routes trades between North America and Europe and ushered a new age of voyage and discovery. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during his first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic, because he expected it to encounter Asians. So now I want to remember that too. Asians. You see people here like, oh, Asians. I feel like Asian people. Like, just remember. Columbus felt de Torres' proficiency in Hebrew and Aramaic would be particularly useful. Why would Asians speak Aramaic? Don't be fooled, family. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm going to bring up several points to start connecting the dots, okay? For one, I want to bring this up. I want to bring this up because this is, I get tired of seeing this, man. And you guys are just walking over it. Look how many times Asia is mentioned. Acts 2:9 talks about when the tongues, right? When the brothers started speaking in tongues, like different languages. Acts 2 says, 2:9, Parthians and Medes and Elamites and dwellers in Mesopotamia and in Judea and Cappadocia and Pontus and Asia. Then there arose a certain of synagogue, which is called the synagogue of Libertines and Cyrenians and Alexandrians, and of them of the Cilicia and them of the Cilicia and of Asia. The 12 tribe chart doesn't have no Asians in there. Now, when they had gone through Phrygia and regions of Galatia and were forbidden of the Holy Ghost to preach the word of Asia, the word in Asia. You mean China? Japan? You see what I'm saying, fam? You need to know what encompassed Asia at that time. And that they were actual churches in Asia, meaning in India, and all that region. I'll show you. Watch. Now, hold on. Here it goes. This is from the Lost Myths, the Lost Tribes of Myth. So IUIC, Snake the Snake, likes all of the other map, but he doesn't show this map. You see, because it takes the power away. You see here, family, there's several synagogues here. And there's even some that says like something Jews, like black Jews or something, right? Which I don't mind. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, listen, black don't mean willow black or woolly hair black. It means dark skin. Okay? Let's stop with this nonsense that you see black all of a sudden you think they're African. No, man, they're not. It's not like that. It doesn't always mean that. But you can see several synagogues here, here. Some that have a Jewish title, synagogue, something. Mongolia, Genghis Khan, 1319 AD, Jewish something. I had to clear a map. See? Jingchao synagogue. So why are you telling Asian people that they're Moabites and Ammonites, every single one of them? And you're telling people from India that they're Elamites. And you're telling people from Arabia who actually had synagogues there that they're Ishmaelites, all of them. Oh, but Africa, that's all Judah. That's all Israel. Makes no sense. I'm going to show you this real quick. Description of the West Indies. Description. Oh, wait, hold up. $16.20. Come on, I know I have it. What do you mean I don't have it? Description of the West Indies. Okay, fam, let me see if I can find it, because this is not cool. Hold on, all right? Hold on a second here. I'm gonna have to get out of this page here. Bear with me, please. I have, I thought I downloaded the page. I've shared this book several times. Well, no, actually, I lie. I've shared it like in some classes. It's a 16 description of the West Indies, 1620. Hold on. Description of the West Indies, 1620. Bear with me, please. Description of the West Indies. Man. Thought I was prepared, fam. My bad. Description of the West Indies. Oh, you know what? I may actually have it here much easier. That's what I usually do. Yeah, I think I have it here. Okay, cool. All right. This is from the book called Description of the 1620, okay? So there's several materials I could read, but I'm going to get to the point. This is page 11. It goes by like numbers, all right? So we see in these pages is mentioning the kingdom of Kivara, Straits of Anain, all right? It's giving you hints of, we've seen that in the maps. Okay. Neither should we theorize and conclude crossed at the Straits of Anian. So they're like trying to figure out who these people are. Here it goes. This is 55. I'll read to 54. It says, and so the greater part of them kept traveling slowly across the great Tartary and other nations, God allowing and ordaining thus his own righteous judgment in its extended journey in a year and a half, as stated by Esdras, until they arrived at Mongol, and from there they crossed the Straits of Anian and went on to colonize the countries of New Spain, beginning at the northernmost parts of it, until with their wars they searched for land that had colonized all of it. That's one opinion. Here's the other one. Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsarid. Okay? that very learned author Genebrad in book 1 of his chronology states that Arsareth is the extreme point of Great Tartary or Scythia. That is a cape of promontory, which is the boundaries or landmarks dividing the old world from the new. So I showed you guys this. Let me show you again. He's talking about this over here. See, he says Arsareth and Anian, right? Right there. Arsareth and Anian. Okay. Let me move this over here. Sorry, family. Damn mouse is pissing me off again, like a stupid mouse, like a real mouse that you can't control, has its own life. Anyways, so it says here, the old world to the new world, above the Straits of Anian, and near which they crossed from that country to New Spain. So they could have gone by that route or by India and China. Now, why are they saying that? Remember this map I showed you, okay? Don't forget the map that I showed you, because that map has a lot to do with your understanding. Now, keep in mind that I'm not here to tell people who they are or who they're not according to the Bible. All I'm saying is I'm finding this out. So they're saying that the Israelites could have crossed, it says here, it says, so they could have gone by that route or by India and China, since there in that region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country keep the Old Testament and the laws of Moses, although with many superstitious besides. You see that? So here it's saying that several people here keep the laws of God, but we're superstitions. So then why did the 10 tribes say, listen, we're among the heathens, man. We can't keep our laws. These guys like want to twist it around. Well, you know, unfortunately, it kind of happened here, but we did our best. So anyhow, it says here, this is a full and sufficient proof that members of the 10 tribes passed through there and settled there, since that is clear from their observation of the law. You see that? And from there, they could easily cross the straits or channels which lie between China and the kingdom of Anian, as may be seen in the globes of maps. Or from the kingdom of Anian, they went on exploring and colonizing those countries of the New World never before seen or settled by human beings. You see what I'm saying? So why are people saying that all of a sudden, oh, no, no, there's areas in Africa that have been found. No, that's not true. They're saying that's not true. That's what they're saying. That is not true. All right, that's one. So now I'm going to show you this other one. So I confront every situation, right? And we find people that say, nah, you guys are heathens. Okay, cool. Let me see what you're talking about. Let me see what your opinion is of me or my heathenish ways. Let me see my heathen in you, right? I think that could be a song. So I went ahead and pursued to find out who they are too, you know? So watch this. I'm going to show you something. Let me see real quick. I have it right here. I have to go way up because I thought I had that downloaded. I don't think I have it here. Let me see. Maybe I do. Nope. Oh, wait, no. Maybe I do. All right. This is from a book called The Jesuits and the Incas. Extraordinary Life of Padre Blas Valera, whatever. So this is his opinion. It says here, Peruvian history was a major theme in Valera's writings. His historical Occidentalis, History of the West, appears to have included accounts of early origins of the Native Americans, or the Peruvians dynasties before the Incas, and of the Inca rulers themselves. Throughout the remaining fragments of his work is material pertaining to the history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the time of Incas. Hold on. Although most of Valera's writings about the pre-Inca people have been lost, portions of his history of American migration and the pre-Inca dynasty of Peru survived in his Relaciones de Costumbres Antiguas, as well as the works of Garcilaso, Montesino, and Anello Oliva. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel. Common theory in the 16th century. 1609, right? Common theory. So people there, like, if they saw us, they're like, yeah, those guys are Hebrews. They gotta be. Look how they act. It's like, dude, that's gotta be a Mexican. Look at him. He's eating tacos. It's gotta be a Mexican. All right. So now go to page. Let's see if I'm looking for the right thing. I'm gonna go to page 95 first. Let me see. Is this 95 or 96? Hold on, fam. 96. Where you at? 95. Okay, 95. That's page 95. This is page 96. Oh no, this is page 97. Come on, man, get it together. 96. It says, few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject. He apparently speculated, watch this, that the people of America originated from the ancient Chaldeans, who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands were derived from the practices of the Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features such as lakes, springs, and stars. That's his assumption. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. This is around 1594. Then it says the Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history of founding the city of Ur, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah, and they became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Now, why is that important for us to read? Here's why. Judith 5. What is this? Okay, Judith 5. Watch what it reads. They're asking about us, this other king, okay? Holofernes. He's asking this other person about us. Sorry, I'm just telling you that like that. I just want to get to the point. Judith 5:6, it says, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans. Let me read that again. So he responds to him by saying who we are. These people are descended of the Chaldeans, and they sojourn heretofore in Mesopotamia, meaning before them, they were in Mesopotamia. Okay? They were in the Chaldees. Let's go back to map. Map time. Not nap time. Map time. Map time. Map time. Meaning this is Mesopotamia over here. Here, I'll give you a better one. Look, this is Mesopotamia over here. And this is the Ur of the Chaldees right here. Okay? So that's what he's saying. Give me a second here real quick. Oh, let me close this up. I don't want to lose my point. Where am I at? Hold up. 96, verse 5. It says, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans, and they sojourn heretofore in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldea, meaning all of that region, close to India too, or Asia. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven. So here we see that the Chaldeans left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of the earth, of their gods, meaning the other people that get out of here. Don't try to teach us those things. And they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. So that's why Valera, when he says, these guys aren't Jews, they're Chaldeans. Oh, really? While everybody else is telling him, listen, these are Hebrews, and you just really placed them right there in the same spot. It's like, dude, you just really helped us. Thank you. Appreciate you. That's why do you think I mean, some people, there's a story that says supposedly he killed us Indians, supposedly, because we look like them, which I find it kind of interesting because I do find our people do. We do resemble people of India in those regions. I got brothers and sisters that look, you know, Chaldean Arabic. I got brothers that are very dark skinned. I mean, that's just the way we are in my family. There's 10 of us, for God's sakes. And you know, most of our so-called Hispanics, right, of this continent, we tend to spit out babies that have, you know, curly hair, straight hair, blonde hair, brown hair, dark hair, black hair, light skin, brown skin. Now I tan very well in the summer. I'm tell you that right now, man. I got a beautiful tan. I love when I tan, but I don't go do that now. I'm older, you know what I mean? When I was younger, I did that. So, anyways, so far we see description of the Indies. So far we see Valeria, who's actually putting us with the Chaldeans as well. So now let's look at this real quick. I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done, man. This is obviously our Sabbath. Lord willing, y'all are getting edified. Historia, what is it? Historia de México. Página 14. Watch this. I'm going to read it in Spanish. Okay? This is from Historia de México, página 14. Thank you, brother. Los indios somos israelitas. He hooked me up. Page 14. It says, pero si estos filicianos son ingeniosos, no lo son menos las que corresponden a las lenguas quechua y aymara, que proceden del hebreo y del caldeo. So it's saying that the Quechua language and Aymara language, which I'm going to show you later, is rooted of Hebrew and Chaldaic languages. Así resulta, al menos en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas, because there's several words that are very identical. O análogas significaciones, pero por no fatigar el lector me limitaré a pocos ejemplos. So here he's giving us some examples. Los vocables México, Perú, cacique, cinita, canoa, macana, ana y racha viene de los hebreos masi. So you guys can read that page. Very interesting, right? So now it's saying that the Quechua and Aymar language has a, you know, kind of like a relationship with Chaldean, the Chaldean language or the Hebrew language. Huh. Interesting. And the reason I keep showing you guys this is because I'm talking about the migration. Migration, fam. Watch this real quick. All right. Who's seen this before? Are you guys familiar with this? Oh, sorry, my bad, bro. I wasn't reading. Oh, my bad, dude. If you guys are watching this, I wasn't paying attention, man. I apologize. I'll try to read it in a little bit, though. You're doing an excellent. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm not trying to ignore you, man. I'm just, you know, when I get concentrated, bro, it's just the Most High. So here, check it out. So as you can see here, this is from India, a picture of India, people from India. Now, in case you guys don't know this, and see, this is where the Wabos have to really, really dig deep. See, you Wabos really have to dig deep. Voladores. And you also that claim that we're someone else. Well, I find it ironic that we tend to have a very similar customs that all the people that have come from that migration, the Dayak migration, the Indian migration, and the Asian migration, which I don't mind embracing my so-called Mongol brothers if that's who they are. Y'all are dumb. You have no clue who you're dealing with. Look at this. Come on now, man. Come on now, family. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Are you gonna try to tell me that we're not the people of the book? Hold on. I'm gonna try to turn it on. Give me a second. Guess it didn't work. Oh, I'll praise it. It worked. So look at this, fam. You see? I'm not lying. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? So now we're getting some clarity as to like, where do we get these customs from, man? What are they gonna call us now? Edomites now? The deeper you dig and you push and you use their material, the easier it gets, family. Now I'm not saying we're these people. I'm saying of the migration. Oh yeah, you have? Hey, I've actually dealt with them, bro. They're me personally, I've never had issues with, you know what I mean? Se han portado bien, man. So I don't know. The people I've dealt with, they have a different spirit, like very reasonable spirit. I can't argue about that. I don't know if there really are people, but to me, these things are like wow, bro, seriously. Yeah, they do. Los voladores de India. Yeah, you see? Nowhere else in the entire world do we have the similarity, but that's not even it. Dude, that's just the beginning. I have this book. Where is it at? Let me show you here real quick. Watch this. I will share this book to you, brothers, on our Telegram, but I'm just going to read this online. The Sacred Name, okay? Watch on the bottom what it says. I'm going to read that later, but on the bottom it says this. The word Jehovah is mentioned several times in the Rig Veda, which is I guess, where Sanskrit originated from, which is India. And it means where it means the mighty one, the all-powerful. Okay? So I'm going to read you this book in a little bit, the world before Abraham, but look what it says here. The pronunciation, no, as a matter of fact, I'll read you this book first so you can see the hypocrisy of people, bro. So you can see how people try to say, oh, it was the Most High that gave us that name. We didn't know what it was. It was the, what's his name? Whoever, King David, Mashal, whatever. You guys are crazy, man. Watch this. Yeah, I just read a book. Look on the bottom. Look what it says here. It says here, the pronunciation Jehovah, unknown until 1520 AD, has no warrant except in the superstitious custom in accordance with which the Jews, to avoid the use of the sacred name, appointed with the word vows, Lord. And then reading the scripture, substituted the latter for the former. Okay? So it's like you read that. To avoid the repetition of the latter, the Hebrews pointed to the former vows of God Elohim. 1520. Like, oh, okay. But see, we get the answer here. So in this book, it says here, the pronunciation Jehovah, unknown in Europe until the year 1520. Why? Has no warrant except a superstitious custom in accordance within the Jews to avoid the use of sacred name, printed Jehovah, or JHYVH, with the vowels of Adonai, Lord. And when reading the scripture, substitutes the latter for the former. The name became generally known and used in Europe shortly after the discovery of America. 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 You see this? So now you see the world of Abraham, right? That's what we just read right now. You see, in 1520, they had no clue prior to what the hell that word letter was. They come here and they find out. Just like that. It's not that hard. And see, family, that's why the Wobbles want to take your heritage, because they're losing the spiritual ground on the other tactic. Those are facts. Watch this. To approach the mysterious underlining, let's see if those is a thing. No, I don't want it. That's something else. Okay. So we're digging a little deeper. Let me see if I can get this one. I'll be pretty much done almost. Hindu. I think it's this one. Oh no, America. Let me see. Give me a second. I think it's this one. Here goes right here. This is from Tratan de México, or this is the book. Okay. Colección de libros raros o curiosos de Tratan de México como cuarto, Diego Andrés Rocha, Origen de los Indios. I don't know if this is from the brother, Los Indios Somos Israelitas, but if it is, bro, I appreciate you. I mean, sometimes I find books, bro, and I forget where I get them from. So, my bad. It says, I'm going to read it in Spanish. It'll be quick. Dice, tengo también observado para entender de que estos americanos, principalmente los de México, descienden de las 10 tribus, los prodigios de Dios, obró con ellos y las señales del cielo, que tuvieron significándoles el fin de su monarquía, y que Dios les entregaba a otras gentes y naciones. En México, cuando entró el gran capitán Cortés, se observaban 10 prodigios bien singulares que les indicaba el fin de su monarquía. Technically, it was 8 is what I found, but it says you're 10. Now, I have the material on this, but I don't want to do a class on that yet because this is a totally different topic. So I'm just trying to show you guys of these materials that actually say, look, let's go down here to the bottom. It says here, esto mismo sucede con las 10 tribus antes su destierro, como consta del libro 4 de Erras, capítulo 9, al fin, donde dice se le apareció una mujer llorando de la destrucción de las... See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's a different topic. That's another class I'm going to do. It's a beautiful class too, by the way. It's related to La Llorona, the real origin of La Llorona. That wasn't what I was looking for, family. Man, that really bothered me now. Oh, this one. That's right. Hold on. That was where I was going. Okay. Hold on. See. Is it this one? Page. Hold on. 126. Okay, watch this. This is from India Once Ruled America, page 126. How much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, more skeptical readers should all know that one of the principal Indian strongholds of Ayapa, cults in the southern India, near Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. It says here, in chapter 4, there's source there. We were really 10, not 8. Oh, okay. It says here in chapter 4, 1 mentions several Indians placed and cast names in Inca Peru. However, if more convincing examples are needed, I present Pujas, Manu, Pichak, Puno, and Ayacucho regions. In Sanskrit, these regions are in Peru. In Sanskrit, puja, honor, worship, Manu. Honor, worship, in Sanskrit, puja means honor, worship. Manu means patriarch. Pichak, a savage tribe of people in the North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Ayacucho, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. It's just, I keep running into this, man, and it's like we're all over the place regarding customs, things that we did like other people of other nations, so to speak, that were actually in our path. You can't deny that. And if we're really searching for who we are, according to the Bible, you got to face it all. You can't be afraid of it. Let me see what's this. Hold on. Is this it here? Give me a second. I don't think this is the page I was looking for. Is this the page I was looking for? Hold on a second here real quick. Watch this real quick. And then I'll get to some scriptures again. I forget what page this is, but same book. An ancient Mexican legend tells us that charismatic prophet and chieftain named Meshi, Ixpatala, led the Mexica Mexicans from their land home of Mexcalitlan to Aztlan. He gave them religion, and one of the names of nations, Anahuac, near the capital of Tenochtitlan, was Mishak or Shiva speech, something to that effect. So you see what it says, Meshi, almost identical to the Hebrew word of Moses, who gave the Jews their religion, Moshi, like Moses and his children of Israel. It says Ish Ru'al. This Meshi led the Mexica out of bondage from Aztlan. However, the wandering of the Mexica lasted 80 years, not 40, as they did in Hebrew. So as you can see, look, there was also a North Indian nation, Music or Musica. Its citizens were Musicanos, musicians. We gotta stop denying who you got. All those people that we were here 30,000 years. Yeah, okay, can you explain this to me? I bet you don't know who we got this from. I just showed you who we did. I just showed you. So I don't know if y'all still need some convincing. I got a little bit more, and then that's it. Oh, that was the book I was trying to show you. We're done on that one. Page 120. We're good on that. Showed you guys that other thing too. Oh, here it goes, right here. The Aymar. Remember when I was telling you guys about the Aymar and Quechua tribe? This is the Ayaman, right? The Ayaman tribe. The Hirajara y Ayaman del pasado. The Ayaman. Okay? If you guys remember. Give me a second. You guys remember this? Ayaman, baby. Ayaman. And by the way, this map is Arabia Felix, showing Arabia Felix, which was where the king of Sheba was apparently ruling. But that's another topic, because I'm going to show you there was two Ethiopian kingdoms, one in the east and one in the west. Yeah, they're trying to hide that from you too. So Ayaman, right? You see that Ayaman? All right, so watch this. Ayaman. Okay? And then I'm going to show you something. Hold on. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Joven India Gallón de El Cerrito. How's she look like, family? A beautiful, young woman of our people. Look at that. And I don't care what people say. I got nieces that are tan like her, that have straight like hair like her. So don't try to say she's black, like African. Joven India Gallón del Cerrito. Origen Gallón. And I'll bet you if I look through this map, I'll probably find Gallón in there too, without a doubt. It's time for you guys to stop observing. The kingdom doesn't come by observation. I'm gonna give you one little small one. Jairo Solima. Jairo Solima, se dice. That's Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Jairo Solima. So we're getting into some other stuff. But what I'm trying to show you is that we would have never gamed this way. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Come on, man. Stop it. Look, Chaldea right there. You see? The Ur of the Chaldees. So Valera says that we come from this region right here. This is the Ur of the Chaldees right there. Okay? Maybe even goes further down. Probably all this section here. Very close here. And just to show you, I want to rub it into these people's faces. My DNA comes from right here. R1B. Right here. 92% from the Americas as well. Praise to the Most High. That's just their science, not the Most High science. So as you can see, family, there's really nothing to be scared of, to be threatened by. Let these spirits, these heathens, do what they do best, which is yell and scream. That don't make them right. Let them. Let these wobbles try to get what they don't know any. Okay, for one thing, where's your diet? Where's your corn? Where's the maíz? And then you so-called converts, where's your unleavened bread, your spices and herbs? Where's your ceviche? Which ceviche is in the Bible, and I bet you guys don't know that. Yeah. Carne asada tacos is in the Bible. Masa is in the Bible. Wake up, my gente. You guys are the people of this book, for God's sake, man. Stop trying to run from people. There's source that we really 10, not 8. I don't know what you mean by that, bro, but I think I know what you mean. So what is it that they're trying to do, fam? What is it that they're trying to do? Here, I'm going to show you something real quick, okay? This is their doctrine. Hands down. 1 Corinthians 15 and 50. What they're trying to tell you is, this is why it's important for them to push Revelations 1:14. That the Messiah and God looks like them, or an African, a Hamite, which they admit that Ham is black. And every source says that you guys are Ham. Live with it. Now, this I say, brethren, that the flesh cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. Huh. Really? In a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Changed into what, you ask? Philippians 3:21. Who shall change our vile body, that we may be fashioned like unto his glorious body? So they say that the Messiah, that Paul is telling the Philippians that the Messiah is going to change them into the way the Messiah looks like, which is why they emphasize Revelation 1:14 and 15. But they forget to read verse 16. And he had his right hand, and he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp two-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. Seems like a really bright image. Can't stare at it, can you? This is what we're at it again. I mean, shit. Sorry, just trying to tell you, we're at it again with these guys. So I got something to share with you guys. I'm pretty much done. Hope it was edifying. Let's listen to this real quick. And I got some other stuff. And
Yo soy mexicana, dicen que soy ilegal. Pero si tú lees la historia, esta es mi tierra natal. Y tú, gringo americano, tú sí que eres ilegal. Porque yo soy mexicana, aquí me voy a quedar. Y aunque tú pongas la barda, yo me la voy a brincar. Por arriba o por abajo, ni cuenta te vas a dar. Diosito hizo la tierra para todos por igual. Se las dejó a Adán y a Eva, el paraíso terrenal. Y por su desobediencia nos puso aquí a trabajar. El mexicano no raja, él viene aquí a trabajar. Él no viene a tirar bombas, él no viene aquí a matar. Él viene a rajarse el lomo en el campo y en la ciudad. Dime, gringo americano, dime tú qué haces aquí. Si tú veniste de lejos, tú vienes de otro país. Si el mexicano es mojado, también tú lo eres aquí. Mi orgullo es ser mexicana y no lo voy a negar. Y hasta el cuero se me enchina cuando yo llego a escuchar las canciones mexicanas que a mí me hacen suspirar. Y viva México, y viva América, oh tierra sagrada de Dios. Viva México,
¡cabrones!
Viva América, la Virgen ahí se quedó. Ya con esta me despido y aquí los voy a dejar. Y si la migra me agarra, yo me vuelvo a regresar. Y aunque los gringos no quieran, aquí me van a...
To that one, man. All praises to that one. I hope you guys like that one. I got another one real quick. Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah, I showed that already. It's all good. It's all good. Pretty much, I believe that's what we got. Let me see if I didn't leave anything out. Hold up. Let me see if I didn't leave anything out. Hold on a second. So I check these out. Oh, yeah, let me just kind of mention something, okay? Because look, this ancient history book tells us a little bit of this. So here you see Darius, who comes after Cyrus. Okay, so Darius comes after Cyrus, and this is when they take over, you know, the actual areas of the Egyptians and that sort of thing. So that is the only time that you can see where, excuse me, we could have gone through Egypt had Darius freed us. But Darius didn't free us. Cyrus freed us. And only in his in his realm we could have traveled. Egypt and Nubia were separate from us, and they were at war. There was no way to get around them. All right. Let's see what else. Let's see. I think you guys will like that. It's a nice picture. Right? This is also a path because it's a rocky area. It's pretty, like when the waters drop, you could see a little bit of it. But anyways, I'm just estimating here at this point. All right, and let's see. Oh, here's another thing. Why are we ignoring this? All of a sudden now we don't care about this anymore. Now none of it now none of this matters. Even though they're old pictures, you see Libyans, you see Asians, you see Egyptians, and you see Nubians. There was a difference. So these guys seems like they want to be these guys and these guys, but not these guys, because they say that they created those guys. If you only knew the conversations I had with my wife about DNA and all of that, I don't get into it. That's your thing. That's your guys' thing. Look, Nubians, Kush, Egyptians. So obviously you guys were different people too. This is not my business. But I do want to show you this, family, because if you guys remember when I was a morrito, right? Maybe you do or you don't. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está la foto? Oh, man, is that the one I forgot? All right. So I don't know if you guys remember, there was a game called this one right here. This game was called this right here, I don't know what they're calling it, but we played a similar game. Okay? We played a similar game. Burro 16 o el cochinito, algo así. And we would like do a countdown. Or count up. 1, 2, patricos, 3, something 3, 4, 5, taquite brinco, stuff like that. So as you can see, it's a very similar, right? Jumping over somebody. The kid jumping over somebody. Here's a kid jumping over somebody. You see, family, you got to be mindful of where these customs come from. So you guys that are trying to take our heritage, how come you don't have any of these? Because what I keep seeing is this of you guys. That's what I see. Those are facts. What else do we got? I mean, shoot, Land of Ham was called what? Dark-skinned people? The Garden of Eden or something? Kingdom of the Sky or something like that? Cushites, hello. Oh, another thing here. So, family, this is from one of our pyramids. Oh, no, you know, one of the sculptures, right? But I want to point something out. This right here. Where are you, man? Come on. Oh, this. You see? This guy, if you put it upside down, he's got a beard. This guy has a beard right here. Okay? It's little stuff, but I want to point it out. Here's America. America. I have an old map, but I'm going to save that for another class. Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man, for those books. I have the one. But I didn't want to go further into the class. I was going to show you that one. This one here. The Cristóbal Colón, Salvador de Madriaga. It talks about the actual second Esdras as well. Let me see. Let me see if I'm forgetting anything. Oh, yeah. So check this out.
GoDaddy is a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Suppose you want to go and sit there.
This is why, like, for example, look at this man right here, right? Oh, this is just a commercial. But look at this man. He's dark-skinned. Is he African? No. He's from India. All right, watch.
Use the mantra.
Today I'm going to be exposing
Listen to what he says.
Afrocentrics
She says,
who
I'm
they
sorry.
really are. Most racist, ignorant people on the planet. Enough is enough. Ever since I went online, not African.
Started attacking this young girl, dude. Straight calling her names like that. Saying Egyptians and Arabs. Those aren't your artifacts, you Arab that invaded Egypt. Why do you think y'all look like Arabs? Iranians, Afghans, even Turks. It even goes against the Muslim religion. This is funny to me. Amunia Sharia Israel. Why do you even care? But look at her. That's why you are an Arab. Nothing. You make you Egyptian. You don't fit. You were born and raised there because your ancestors invaded the black land. Why do you care? But you're about Israel. What the hell? You guys call yourself Israelites, but you care about Africa? Africa's not of Israel. You Arab invaders should mind your own business. Go back where you come from. Damn. Very similar, right, fam? Modern Egyptians are not descendants. You're lying. No, and no African Americans need revenge. They are still in a cross war that everyone created over fucking metal, whatever. Okay. But you put your straight. Oh, here goes. You put your straight-haired, Nero Rome Latin, lacking tailbone coccyx having. She called her a dog. Centennian ape, an animal, had to be taught how to bathe your ass. Self in everyone's history. You whitewashing the pyramid as we speak, discussing creature, you're an agent of Satan. Are you guys listening to this? If this was a so-called white man, what would be happening? But because they're black, it makes it okay. You know what this reminds me of? This is why I'm telling you, family. I'm telling you, these people are not your people. They have the same spirit. There will always have this spirit towards them and towards us. That's just how they are. That's how they roll. Look, I'll show you. Let me show you. You see, the scriptures say, Ecclesiastes 1:9, right? What has passed is here now, and what is here now will happen again. I'm gonna show you the spirit. This was a long time ago. And even then, this is how they think about everybody else. So it doesn't surprise me why the Europeans do what they do now. No wonder they don't want to give you even an ounce of power. We saw and we're seeing what you're doing even without it, so to speak. This is from the Golden Ages of the Moor, page 336. It says, and I'm going to, this is to show you that you guys, all the Phoenicians, that you are part of this Psalms 83. Watch. This is when you invaded Europe. And one of your writers, scholarly writers, who sympathized with the whites over there, wrote this about you guys, how he visualized you guys. He says, the reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch. Their eyes shone like burning candles. Isn't that like that black Jesus, dark as hell with red eyes? Watch this. Their horses were as swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than leopards, and they're more fierce than the evening wolf. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. So then it says here, Habakkuk, that you guys would be that way too. Here, this was 1,300 years ago, and when this was written, or at least when this was coined, it was written 1,300 years after it was prophesied. And we see it again. And you know who said this, or who asked it? Who was going to come as an eagle with their horses, as swift as leopards, and fiercer than the evening wolf? Watch this. The whites in those Iberian countries were not viewed in favorable light. They were near animals than men. They're by nature unthinking, and their manner crude. Their bellies protrude. Their color is white, and their hair is long. In sharpness and delicacy of spirit and intellectual perspicacity, they are nil. Ignorance, lacking of reasoning power, and boorishness are common among them. The Moors had a particular low opinion of these whites. They had beaten them often in the battlefields and with inferior numbers. Even the Europeans and other countries of this continent were looked down upon with disdain for low intelligence and base ways of life. The palaces of the rulers of Germany, France, and England were, when compared with those of Moorish rulers in Spain and Portugal, scarcely better than the stables. See that? And yet you guys are saying, but you put your straight-haired, Neo-Roman Latin, lacking, tailbone coxing, having, sentiment ape, had to be taught how to bathe your ass. That sounds like eugenics. I think the white man's just getting back at you guys because of how evil you treated them. I mean, vengeance is of the Lord. I know that for a fact. Nothing but let's talk about it. Look, there's more. It's disgusting, family. Because look, and yet they're over here in America asking for reparations. We, right? Idiotic, desperate white Arab. Show us a picture of King Tut, you stupid hoe. I don't know this girl. Pale face, pink orange, hybrid, sunburnt Arabs, albino trash, invaded Africa. Original Egyptians, Hebrews, Moors were melanin race. See that? This guy's a super confused idiot. That history facts fool, Arab trash invaded North Africa. So we call white people albinos, invaded America, cave motherfuckers. So we're apparently not the only ones. This person's in over there in Egypt. Another Arab from Yemen with this big eyes and big lips of Ishmael. Go back to Mecca, dear, where you DNA traced. So, is this a white girl? False white bullshit. You people are Arab invaders. Recognize Negro features, but even then I can see you. You did what your kind always does: lie, cheat, steal, rape, pillage, and destroy. After that, you moved in and assimilated into the culture, but that doesn't make you yours. Egypt is in Africa. You won't really try to have people think that the people of ancient Kemet were pale people who can't even withstand today's sun, let alone back then when it's much hotter. What do you mean? They live there. Have several seats in back with your other short bus Swatis. I bet you got sunscreen on right now. Where was your outrage when they made gods of Egypt and made all them white except Tot? Exactly. You're really this stupid? Egyptians are not light-skinned, you ignorant Persian. Go play your disgusting tricks elsewhere. You look in the mirror, the face that is staring at you is Persian. That's why you pray to a Muslim god discussing Persian. You're not an indigenous African. Your skin were carried there. Your kin were carried there. But she put a cool video at the end. And I want you guys to... Here.
Why do project management tools still make you feel like this? There's a better way to work.
And he's going to bring out a book that I'm going to bring out another day. And it's an interesting book. Hold on. Okay, not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. I'm almost done, family. Let me close some windows. Not that. I'm gonna close this one. Close this one too. Okay, señorita, hasta luego. All right, it's called. What is it called? Hold up. I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done. A little bit long. A little bit more. Oh, what the hell? Anyways, listen in.
By appropriating other people's cultures and stealing from other people's.
What they have produced is a therapeutic mythology designed to restore the self-esteem of Black Americans by creating a past that never was. You niggas never was ancient Egyptians. You niggas never were the ancient Egyptians. You weren't the Native Americans. You're not the Moors. You're not none of that shit. You're a tropical African. You're a sub-Saharan African. That's it. Be happy with that. And start teaching your own people's history and culture. Leave these other people's history alone. I'm sick of hearing about fucking ancient Egypt. That wasn't you. You niggas did not build the pyramids. You guys didn't put together the Sphinx. You didn't do none of that shit.
Intelligent.
Oh, that's funny. So here's the book that he's talking about. It's called We Can't Go Home Again, right? And hold on, borrow now. I'll just read it. It's a short paragraph. Hold on, let's see where you're at. Oh, come on, man. Did I return it? Okay, maybe I did. Dummy. Okay, here it goes. Oh, come on, dude. Really? All right, here it goes right here. Is it this one? No. I think chapter 1. Here it goes. Right here. Page 1 or prefix. This little book is an intervention in the debates of Afrocentrism. It offers a critique of focus in Afrocentric discourse on Egypt called Kemet, in this case, right? But we're getting it now with Hebrewism, converts. Check it. It says, both as Black civilization and as a progenitor of Western civilization. It's true. In making this argument, I steadily acknowledge that Afrocentrism is a popular form of Black cultural nationalism. What this text does is raise questions about Afrocentrism as a form of historical consciousness. Although some of its advocates may claim that Afrocentrism is history, the method by which its proponents reach their conclusions are not historically rigorous. True that. The scholar who calls themselves Afrocentrists have not written history in the strictest sense of terms. What they have produced is a therapeutic mythology designed to restore the self-esteem of Black Americans by creating a past that never was. Come on, man, shoot it. Yeah, huh? Go figure. Go figure. Anyhow, family, that's all I got. I hope it all makes sense. I hope it's edifying. As you can see, we got a lot of documentation to prove, and there is no way that we would go dangle ourselves in this particular type of lynching opportunity that would go against us. Plus, on top of the fact that there's already mountainous ranges that we would have to cross back when we already knew that several people in Samaria were not our people, which were being replaced, like here. It's like people aren't going to go back to Texas, man. If you kicked them out 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it's not the same. It says that we further country where never mankind dwelt. And several materials showed, like for example, in this area, it belonged to Arphaxad, okay? And then Arthur side, it also belonged to Joktan. There's maps that show that. Here, I'll show you real quick, and then I'll end it with that. Joktan. I knew I was going to forget something. Here goes. So you see, it says Yucatan, right? Right there. Okay. Second here. That's not it. Hold on. Where's it say Joktan? I have a map, and I guess I can't find it now, family. Maybe I'll look for the map. Hold on. One last one. Oh, here it goes. Map of Joktan. Okay, cool. Sounds good. You see how it says Yucatan? Okay. And then it says here Joktan. 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 And as you can see, the Persia Empire. He also took care of this part here. All right. Keep that in mind. And then when the Bible keeps saying Asia, 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 why are we ignoring that? Anyhow. All right, cool. Sounds good. Lord willing, man, y'all doing well. Hopefully it all makes sense. All praise to the Most High that you guys made time today for class, man. I appreciate you guys sticking around. And if you guys have any questions, man, you guys want to post something, I'll stick around for like a couple more minutes. If you guys don't, it's all good. Okay. Let's see what we got. If not, I think that's it, man. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm just gonna call it a night, fam, because it's almost 10 o'clock my time, and I want to spend the rest of the Sabbath with my family. Well, at least tonight, because tomorrow obviously we got a whole morning too. So shalom, everybody, man. I appreciate you guys very much. I love the fact that you guys are sticking around and getting edified, man. And take notes, take all the information you can get, and all praise to the Most High, man. We actually enjoyed our Sabbath. Nobody came here to bug, because it wasn't really about debating anybody even before. I just posted the link to talk to you guys, and a stranger came in. Go figure. Anyhow, okay. So with that being said, let me end it with this, and then we'll be good to go. Give me a second. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, I just really like this song. So anyways, shalom everybody. Peace and blessings to you all. Hopefully you appreciated this class.
Helpful.
Shalom.
Miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos No sabes bien si va mal, besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente que a la mala dijo que estaría presente, fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldada fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolo tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición como no voy a aprovechar. Los códigos que llegan los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa Mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.
Publican sus el ruido. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar,
Testing,
sin ni
1, 2, 3,
siquiera
testing.
estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé en cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños por cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores. Antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que debí, sobre cómo actuar? Luchar por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Hey, Shalom family. Shalom. It's your brother Emmanuel again. Let me get situated here. I'm trying to reorganize the office. I'm about to move. So all praises for that. I guess we got one body. All praises, whoever you are. Appreciate you being here today. Anyhow, today's class is called, well, I had done something similar before, but I figured let me touch on it now with a little more understanding, a little more clarity. And I think before the first class was back when I think it was like June or July, maybe, or August. So, with a little more understanding, a little more patience, obviously, I would like to touch this subject again. Okay. It's basically, I didn't really have a title for it, to be honest with you. So I just named it The Friend of God, Abraham, or Abraham, the Friend of God. Okay. So, anyhow, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over I'm going to skim through some things. I'm obviously going to read scripture. I'm going to show you a video, and I try to find another school that would talk about this topic, but not many schools even mention him, honestly. And then the only one that I found was IUIC, and it was I don't know what school, what camp they're from, I guess, what state. It's a young dude, and well, they put him up there, so apparently they think he knows what he's talking about. Anyhow, we're gonna start off with that, but before I do, let me go ahead and you know what I mean. And I told you I was gonna record it, so let me play it now. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. So now, why am I doing the class in the morning? Because I'm not going to be able to in the afternoon. Something came up, and I have to basically get prepared. Because again, like I said, we're moving, so we're basically, I got to take care of some stuff. All right, and it happened last night. So anyhow, let's start off with the video, and we're gonna go through. Let's say we'll start at 3 minutes. Like 3 to 5 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll start at the third minute.
That's your.
Give me a second. And again, it's not necessarily this school. I'm not targeting IUIC. I sincerely was looking for any other school that would talk about this subject, and I didn't find any. Okay, so I'm not trying to be dismissive or luring somebody, or I'm being deceptive and trying to create hate. No. Like I said, I looked for it, no, couldn't find it, and I was not going to go to the so-called white man because I already know they're not explaining anything. So I thought, well, let me see if these guys might be able to. So I listened to them, and here's their explanation of things, okay? So let me be quiet. We'll run to the 5th minute. It's regarding Abraham.
Knowledge of God. So this class is going to increase y'all in the knowledge of God. All right, so let's go to Genesis 11 and 27. The seed of Abraham.
The book of Genesis, chapter 11 and verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram.
Right, so Terah begat Abram. We will later know him as Abraham, but right here he's Abram. All right, the son of Terah. Read.
Nahor in Haran. And Haran begat Lot.
Read.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
So it says the land of the nativity was Ur of the Chaldees. So where was Abram at first? In Ur of the Chaldees. Let's get Judith chapter 5 and verse 1.
So now the question is why? Okay, it's mentioned, but why was he there in the first place? Why wasn't he in Africa or in Europe or up in Russia or up in China? Why was he sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees? Let's continue.
Judith chapter 5 and verse 1. Make sure y'all follow. This is one of them classes where you can't pop in and pop out and expect to know what the hell going on. Everything gonna tie in together throughout the full course of the class. Judith 5 and 1.
The book of Judith, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then was it declared to Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Holofernes. Go ahead.
Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Hey, shalom, fam. I again, let me remind y'all, you two both that are listening. Appreciate y'all being here. The topic is Abraham, the friend of God. I was trying to find a difference, like any kind of school that would teach this subject regarding Abraham. I wasn't going to go to the white man, so-called white man, and listen to their Christian doctrine on them. They don't really know. They don't know what they're talking about. Not really. So I figured, let me see who I can find. I only found IOIC. Okay, GMS, ISUPK, Sakari. I couldn't find anything. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not targeting them. Okay, just again, it's a topic. This is their breakdown. This is what they're saying regarding Abraham and all of that stuff. Okay, well, let's find out what they're saying. Where they're reading Judith, which we're going to touch eventually.
Sir, that the children of Israel had prepared for war and had shut up the passages of the hill country and had fortified all the tops of the high hills and had laid impediments in the campaign countries.
Right. So this chief captain is in charge of this army that's going through and conquering and defeating all these lands, all these nations. But he come up on Israel and he sees all type of.
So basically, Judith 5 is just talking about that there's some other nation. Like, wait a minute, who are you guys? What they're about? They're inquiring about our people. Okay.
Hills fortified and protected, and he's like, man, what the hell are these damn hills? You know what I'm saying? What's up? Read
verse 2. Wherewith.
Let me fast forward this because they're gonna go through the story here. Let me see.
Country. And what are the cities that they inhabit? Yeah. Inhabited
no creed.
Out of the mouth of the
history of the Israelites. Read.
And there shall no lie come out of the mouth of thy servant.
Read.
This people are descendant of the Chaldeans.
I remember that. Descendant of the Chaldean. These words matter. Descendant. Why descendant? Why? And then why just walk over that? Watch this.
What?
Of the Chaldeans.
They are descendant of the Chaldeans. Why did he say that? Eliakim.
Check. Shalom, leadership. He said that because Abraham, Abram, his father was Terah in Haran and died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. So he was saying that that was the lineage that we came from.
He said that's the lineage that we came from. And watch how he responds to it.
He was just going back to Abram.
Okay, was it the... that was the what that we came from?
I'm sorry?
That was the what that we came from?
The lineage.
That ain't quite the word.
Or the land.
Land.
Okay, I don't know the psychological word for this, but that's that leading. I know that in law it's leading the witness. Okay, so if you are lawyers of the law, then you are leading the witness here. All right, you asked a question and it wasn't defined properly. It says descendants of the Chaldees. So the question is why? Now they walk over it. I'm only going to show a few more seconds and a few more, and then I said we're going to move on.
The land. Remember, he said that's the land of their nativity.
Right.
That's where they was dwelling at in Chaldee, in the land of the Chaldees. Right. All right. Go back to Genesis 11.
All right. Now he's going to Genesis 11. All right. Cool. Sounds good. All right. So we're clear on that. So that's their interpretation. of the scriptures. Now, hey, by the way, guys, I want to show you this. His background. All right. Me personally, this is my thorn in the flesh. I need this reminder every day because I know that I have a lot at stake. And if I submit myself ever to this again, then I'm locked in and God knows what would happen. I'll become a reprobate. Who knows? He's already given me enough warnings. I don't have time to play around. So that's what you see in the background. It's not the class. Okay. So in case I go back and forth and you come in late, hopefully they understand. Hopefully people listen. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and continue. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start the class. All right. So let's go to Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom. Let me repeat that again. Verse 2 and 3 say instruction twice. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, meaning being fair, being firm, being just, being wise, being disciplined, being well instructed, to give subtlety to the simple. So to the Jew, I'm a Jew. You know the law, I'm going to talk to you like somebody that knows the law. To the Greek, to the Gentile, so to speak, in the Gentile state of mind, I'm going to be subtle. Subtlety to the Patience
And that was
from and what anyhow, so let's go ahead and continue. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start the class. All right. So let's go to Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom. Let me repeat that again. The simple, verse 2 and 3. To the young man, knowledge and discretion, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the word. Why? Because he needs to know the example of what a man is supposed to be like. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. So you brother, you sister, or you brethren that are listening, whatever we're listening to you today, you are supposed to increase the learning that you get from me today. It's of the Most High, brother, obviously. I'm only an instrument, all praises. If I can even be that, man, believe me, better than what I used to be. A wise man will hear, meaning he was just not just listen and not apply. He will hear and will increase learning, meaning he'll listen and apply. And a man of understanding shall. Oh, I lost my thought. Where am I at? I need my glasses, guys. My apologies. Let me go back. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel. Now, is this wise counsel? Yeah. Verse 6. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise in their dark sayings. The only way this happens is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. So the only way you get this is by instructions, meaning by discipline, meaning that you are supposed to be what? Meek. That's why the scriptures talk about Moses being the most meek man, meaning that he was the most disciplined. He listened. He listened to the Most High, regardless of what his personal thoughts were. Okay? Now, we go to Revelations chapter 3, verse 10. It reads, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation. So that's something that always stood out to me. Why the hour of temptation? If we've had the so-called white image for more than 500 years, it says here, I will also keep you from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So are you saying, One West, that 5 minutes or 1 hour is 500 years? Where does the Bible say that? So my question is more of, what's this last hour, which shall be upon the whole world? And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it because we already dealt with one. We dealt with one Jesus. Now we're dealing with another one. Matthew 24. Then, if any man shall say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, GMS. I believe Sakari is a little more neutral than all of them. The main ones, right? And OGG. I don't know those other ones. Or House of David or House of Israel, whatever. HOI or HOD. But I do know that they claim that they have the truth. I know IUCPK says that they have 100% truth. No doubt about it. That's what they say. But the Bible says otherwise. The Bible says, if there be any man, verse 23, if there be any man that say to you or say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. That is contrary to what they're saying. We have the 100% truth. I sometimes wonder if they really read the Bible for what it is. Verse 24, for there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, meaning false teachers, telling y'all that Abraham doesn't really matter. Isaac, Jacob is what matters, because that's when Israel became Israel, or Israelites. because Jacob's name was changed to Israel, so to speak. But yeah, they forget that they call themselves Hebrews, and that came from Eber. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and show great signs and wonders, in so much that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. How are these great signs and wonders? They're able to break down the scripture. So our people are like, oh my God, they must be Hebrews. They know how to break down the Bible. Wow, this got to be Christ. Yeah, you're right, brother. The white man did this to us. That's what we knew. So I don't blame y'all for saying that, for assuming that at first. Excuse me real quick. I don't blame y'all for assuming that at first. Of course, I believe that my as well. But then as you start studying the Bible for what it really truly is asking for, then you find out, why are you guys running to the Messiah? Which I understand you could, you should, right? But not in this sense. Because the scriptures don't ask you to do that. It says, Isaiah 51 says this, exactly like this. Excuse me. Exactly like this. It says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness. Okay, so listen to me, you that want to keep the laws of the Most High, ye that seek the Most High. You see that? He's literally saying, listen to me, guys. Hearken, meaning hold on to what I'm about to tell you. Like me grabbing your shirt. Hearken to me, bro. Listen. You that follow after righteousness, you that seek the Lord. That's kind of what he's saying, right? Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn. So me telling you, all right, you want to know where God is? You want to do his laws? Look unto the rock that I built. Like what? Yeah. Look unto the rock which ye are hewn, meaning cut. And to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Meaning he took Abraham out of some pit, some rock, and he polished it and cut it perfectly to what he wanted, because he saw something in Abraham. Why? Because Abraham was always a Hebrew, first of all. Then it says, look unto Abraham your father. That's an instruction. The wise man will take the interpretation and add on to counsel. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. It's Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Okay? And then it says, for I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. And the verse before it says, if you want to listen to me, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit when ye are digged. That's basic black and white instructions. It is not complicated to see. Hey, Shalom, Eastside 115. Oh, thanks to the Most High that I never joined a camp. Always felt that they were false in their teachings. Yes, sir. Shalom, hermano. All praises to the Most High. And you know what? Some of us had to walk that way. You know what I'm saying? So there's some brethren that had to walk that way, and Lord willing, they're starting to wake up. There's some that did walk that way and they lost the spirit, man. So that's the scary part. So yeah, you're right. All praises that you didn't go through it. But you know, some of our brothers make it, some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, let me continue. All right, so far so good. We're understanding now that Isaiah 51 is literally saying, if you want to follow me, you want to look at the Most High, well, look at what Abraham is about. Wait a minute. Okay, well, shoot. Those are instructions. I'm going to follow that. So look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. Now, there is a reason why this is in there. Because the Most High knew that there was going to be false for Christ, false prophets, false teachers, claiming to say the Messiah is here, the Messiah is there. And he says, don't believe them. He's literally saying, don't believe them about the Messiah. Don't believe them. So anything that has to do with the Messiah, don't believe them. Now, it says in John 7:38, let's clear this up for you One West camps, because you're going to probably say, you're the devil teacher. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Look at this. John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. What does this have to do with how he looks like? So Revelation 1:14 is everything? So if that's the case, if your doctrine is based on Genesis 2:7 and Revelation 1:14 and Jeremiah 14:2, then guess what? John 3:16 is a legitimate doctrine. That is a legitimate doctrine then. So now we can twist the words because listen, brothers, this is what I've been hearing, okay? So Deuteronomy 28:49 now. It has nothing to do with being so far away, like in another continent. No, they're telling me now, okay? And then sending me messages saying, well, brother, you know, the other land and from far away or whatever it is could also be like the next city or your neighbor's house. Man, let the Most High strike me if I'm lying to you guys. They literally said to me, one particular brother from this camp said, well, it could also be your neighbor's house. What? So in that case, man, then John 3:16 all day, every day, baby. Shoot, man, I might as well be Christian now. You see what I'm saying? He that believeth on me. What is it that you believe on him? He is a representation of the Most High. So if the Most High says, you that looks unto me, that wants to follow righteousness, look unto the rock that I cut from, then it says, if anybody says, hey, if there's Christ is here, Christ is there, don't believe him. Those are simple instructions, but we're believing a black Jesus and a white Jesus. Let me show y'all something. This is their king. This is One West's king right here. This guy. They say that this is the Messiah and this is the Most High. Okay? This is what they're saying. They put a face on the Most High. I'm going to go just to Exodus, but there's other scriptures that say don't do this. But Exodus is pretty plain. Apparently, they're going to say, well, that means to bow down. Yeah, well, you know what? Your mind is a photogenic mind. The moment you open your eyes and you see an image for the first time, you're always going to remember that image, okay? It's just like if let's say you're looking at a fan and then you close your eyes, you see the shape of the fan, dummies. So that's why the Most High said this. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Before me. Before me, meaning anything that has to do with an image or even soccer. World Cup is coming. You guys are all obligating yourselves to like wake up in the morning and get drunk and all this. That says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Just like Ecclesiastes 12:13, the whole conclusion of the matter is what? Keep the commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Any, okay? Not some, not a few, not maybe, any. Not to represent me, no. Why? Because look, it says, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you see that it says, thou shalt not make any image. So why are you doing this? Huh? I'm going to play something real quick for you. Look, listen to this. I recorded this just for this because listen, the devil has tricked us so bad that we're going to desconocidos to ask for advice on who we are according to the Bible. Watch this.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. No verá cómo va. You see what I'm saying? We're asking these men for advice on who we are according to the Bible. And it says here, thou shalt not make any graven image unto thee. Thou shalt not make unto thee, any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above or that is in the earth beneath or that is in the waters under the earth. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of wondering. Give me a second. Let me close this up. I don't want to do this right now. Let me close this. Let me go back to the scripture. All right. So it's very clear. It's very clear. All right. So now let's go to Genesis 11 because that's what the kid was going to jump on. Right. All right. So now let's go through the descendants. Genesis 11. I'm going to read just a few things, but as you can see, I'm going to give you the lineage of Shem. All right. So Genesis 11:10 starts with the descendants of Shem. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. All right. And Shem lived and begot Arphaxad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. Okay. So if you go down all the way, then it says verse 14, and Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 400 years and begot sons and daughters.
Then it goes Eber, Peleg, Serog, Nahor, verse 24. Nahor lived 9 and 20 years, so 29, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So Terah had more. Nahor had more than just one kid. Terah, he had begot sons and daughters, but they're mentioning Terah only. So why Terah? Yeah, you see that? Why Terah if Nahor had sons and daughters? He didn't pick a woman, and he didn't pick any other brother. He picked Terah. Lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So he named this kid again. All right? Like his grandpa. Like his dad, I'm sorry. So that's Nahor's descendants. Now Terah, verse 27 and 28. This should be easy. And now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. All right? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Of whose nativity? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, of the Ur of the Chaldees. So this man was born here. Okay? So now we're seeing that they sojourn, Haran and all of them were sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees, because this is now they're mentioning the nativity where they were born. Okay? And Abram and Nahor took them wives. And the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, or Sarai, like they say it in Spanish. And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, the father of Iscah. Now they're all related. And Sarah was barren, and she had no child, so she couldn't have babies. Okay? So now let's go to Abraham and marry Sarah. So now let's go to verse 31. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai or Sarai his daughter-in-law, and his son's Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from the Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. So now why? And Terah took Abram his son. So Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his sons, and Sarai, the daughter-in-law, right? And went forth from the Ur of the Chaldees into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. So he took them young. And the days of Terah were 200, and Terah died in Haran. Okay? So now, so far, we see the descendants of Shem. We see Terah. We see Abraham. Abraham was born in the Ur of the Chaldees, and so was Sarai, right? Now, in verse 12, it's when I'm going kind of quick so I can kind of get my point, because the other class I did was very extensive, and I don't want to take too long on this. I just want to kind of skim through it because there's a point here. I'm just establishing the lineage and where they came from, okay? So now, Abram is called, and in its Genesis 12:1, it says, now the Lord said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will, let's see. Well, no, that's enough. I think that's enough. But Abram. So he's being called at this time Abram. He's still Abram, not Abraham. Okay. Now Nehemiah 9:7. Let's go to Genesis 17, and then we'll go back to Nehemiah 7. You know what? Let's just go there first. Nehemiah 9:7. Watch what he reads. It says, thou art the Lord, the God, who did choose Abram and brought him forth out of the Ur of the Chaldees and gave him the name of Abraham. So now we're seeing that Abraham was called out of the Ur of the Chaldees again. All right. We're re-emphasizing where Abram and his family were living at a time. All right. Now let's go to Genesis 17. I hope I'm not going too fast, but go back to the class. I have an extensive one on this, so I would suggest to go to that one too. But here we're just trying to get to the point. Genesis 17:5, it says, neither shall thy name or more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For the father of many nations have I made thee, and I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. The kings, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? So now we see Abram. Now he's being called Abraham. Now let's go to Isaac's birth. It says here, verse 19. It says, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear. Oh, and then Sarah's name was changed from Sarai to Sarah. Okay. Then it says here, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thy son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. Okay. So now you see here, and then it mentions, and as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him. I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Okay? So now we're seeing the birth of Isaac. Okay, so now let's go to Isaac and Rebekah. So Isaac and Rebekah. So now, so far we see Abraham marries Sarah. Then Abraham and Sarah have Isaac. Okay? So now we're going to see Isaac meet Rebekah. Genesis 24:2, it says, and Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under thy thigh. So he's like, grabbing him right there, right? I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. Here we see a very important distinction, between Abraham's lineage and basically every other image. Isaiah 44:9. Let me get that for you real quick. Let me see that real quick. All right, Eastside. Isaiah 44:9. It says, they that make a graven image are all, that's the one. Yeah, that's right. They that make, I think it was you that put that one, man. I appreciate you. I don't have my Bible open. I'm actually going through my notes. They that make thee a graven image are all of them vanity. Ooh. And they are, and their delectable things shall not profit. They are their own witnesses. They see not nor know, that they may be ashamed. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to write it down now. That is an excellent scripture, man. I appreciate you, brother. Give me a second here. All right, so Isaiah 44. Appreciate you very much, fam. Appreciate you very much, man. That's a beautiful scripture right there. Never too late. Anyhow, let me continue. All right, so then we got this here. All right, so far we're back to Isaac, Genesis 24, 2 and 4. So Isaac, in this case, here's where Isaac meets his wife. Okay, so we know now that his father doesn't want him to take any daughters of Canaan. Okay, but thou shalt go into my country, into my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. Huh? So where's that? My country, my kindred. Is that in Africa? The question is that in Africa? It's not. I think it says it here. And you know what? Let me go to 25. Women will not be willing to follow me. And Abraham said, beware, thou bring my son thither, then to the father's house. Okay, here goes. Verse 7 says, the Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that swear unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore unto him concerning the matter. And the servant took 10 camels of his masters and departed. For all the goods of his masters were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia into the city of Nahor. Okay. Then it says, and he made his camels to kneel down without the city by where a well of water at the evening, even the time that woman go out to draw water. Even like in the evening, the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day and show thy kindness unto my master Abram. Okay. So now you start seeing, behold, and there comes, let's say, and behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughter of the men of the city come out to draw water. So as you can see, where are you at? I want to get to the point. And it came to pass before, verse 15, came to pass before that he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born of Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abram's brother, which her pitcher upon her shoulder. So they're relatives. They're relatives. So now we see Isaac and Rebekah. We don't got to read more. We know that they met. We know that they had Jacob. Okay. So now let's go to verse 25 and 20. It says here, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, right? The daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. Remember that word. And the sister of Laban, the Syrian. Remember, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. You understand now? So she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. So here we see now of Jacob. All right. So now we see, if you verse 24 and 25, it talks about the Esau and Jacob, yada, yada, yada. We already know that. We know that. Okay. That's not a main issue here right now. So now let's go to Genesis 28, because then Jacob meets Rachel. Okay. Remember, I'm showing the lineage here. The lineage never went to no African. All right. Because he met this woman. Watch this. Genesis 28 and 1, it reads, and Isaac called Jacob, blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. He said it again. And by the way, he didn't even say Esau, for that matter. He said Canaan. Arise and go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. Relatives. Yes, Mr. So-called black man. Yes, cousins did marry each other in those eras and that's times. That was not awkward for them. It was not awkward for them at all. Okay, so let's continue. So now we see Jacob. What does Jacob do? He ain't going to marry no Canaan, but he's told to go to Padam Aram. So now let's go to Genesis 20. Let's Genesis 28 to, let's go to Genesis 48. Let's go there real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. Well, no, actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Let me see if I can bring a little. I'm gonna use the Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Okay, now we're gonna go to Genesis 28. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let's find out what this means. Genesis 28. It says, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of thy daughters of Canaan. Arise and go to Padam Aram. Why there? Now, this is a Blue Letter Bible website. You guys can use this. It's a very, very good resource. It helps you with giving the root definition of the word. Okay. So the root definition of Padam Aram is 86307 from the Concordance. Here's what it says.
Strong's 86307. Padan
Aram. And it says Padan or Padan Aram is a field. So Padan, a plain tableland in North Mesopotamia, in Aram. Okay, so it's a region. So Padam is basically a region. You see that? Padam. The table of Aram Padam or Padam Aram, the region of Syria. So it's a region, a plateau, okay? All right, so follow me here because I'm going to show y'all something. Now let's go to Genesis 48. Genesis 48 and verse 7. Watch what it reads. And as for me, I came from Padam. Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. And I buried her there the way of Ephrath, the same as Bethlehem. So we see here that Rachel had already passed. But look at this. No, I'm sorry, not 48, verse 22. Oh God, what a dummy. Genesis 22. Genesis 22 and 20. Sorry, I was reading the backwards notes. It says, and it came to pass that after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she had also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Huz, his firstborn, and Buz, his brother, and Camille, the father of Aram. Okay, so the father of Aram. Pay attention to that. And Ches, I believe, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidloth, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear unto Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Remiel. She bare also Teba and Graham and Trahab. I don't know why I put all that in there, to be honest with you, but my point was this right here. Okay, it was regarding and Bethuel beget Rebekah. Bethuel beget Rebekah. Okay, so who's this Bethuel? Right, and then you're talking about this city here. Where is it at? See, Aram, right? H758. Aram means Aramaean. Aram, exalted. First son of Shem. So Padam Aram, if you really look at the translation, it basically means place of Aram or field of Aram. And in case y'all don't know this, Aram is the area where you get the Aramaic language. Okay. Now there are some areas in Pakistan where they speak square script Hebrew. They call it Urdu, I believe. So again, Padam Aram is in Iraq. H758. It's an Aramaic language. I'll show y'all something. Oh, that's not it yet. Let me see a second here. Oh, here it goes. Okay. What's that about? Here it goes. So as you can see, this is the whole land, and then you see Aram right there. So this is like the Ur of the Chaldees is here. You see Arphaxad. You see Joktan. These are all relatives of Abraham. Okay, so they're sojourning in Aram, Padam Aram. You see the Ur of the Chaldees right there. The Chaldees is somewhere here. Now, the Persians basically conquered this whole continent. Okay, so like here in America, If you're in California, that doesn't stop you from going to New York and living in Florida. So there are basic migrations, which is something that awkwardly strikes me, that they don't mention the migrations of the potential mixing. They just say, oh yeah, he went to Ur Chaldees, then he went here, and then he went to Africa, and all of a sudden now he looks African. Well, what about all these people here in this area? What about the Arab-looking people, the dark-skinned Arab-looking people? What about the people from India? They didn't look African. They don't have woolly hair. Not all of them. They have dark skin. Yeah, we're not denying that. But what I'm saying is why even ignore all of the sojourning here? They're born here. They're being sent back to marry the women of their nativity of their land, of their people. Why is that not important? And then we see the Padam Aram means basically the land of the Aramaics. So they spoke Aramaic. They have to speak Aramaic, or for sure they had to speak Hebrew, right? And Aramaic sounds like a lot like Hebrew. Aramaic, Hebrew, and Veda or Veda, a Veda language, I believe, which is a branch of, or Sanskrit is a branch of Veda, something to that effect. I'm not too well knowledgeable on that language, but that's basically very clear. So why the so-called mystery regarding, oh, let's forget about Abraham? When we see in Genesis 29, watch this real quick. Ten 11. It says, and it came to pass when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. She was that beautiful. He couldn't hold it in. Like, wow, she's beautiful. She's my relative. He was happy because she was attractive and it was family. So far we've seen, we're watching that Abraham married Sarah. Isaac married Rebecca. Jacob married Rachel, all from their nativity, all of the land of the Aramaics or Aramea or Aram, Padam Aram. That's not in Africa. That's not in Africa. Let me repeat that. That is not in Africa. Okay? That's far from Africa. Africa's over here, which there's no point of even showing you the map. You know what that map is. This is where they were sojourning. Okay, this area here, they were first here, and then they came up here. So even if they were in Canaan, like here in Canaan, he was saying, I don't want you to marry any of my daughters to these heathens. Send them back to where I'm from, the nativity, this bloodline. And again, I'm going to say it. If you live in California, I know many people that have moved from Florida to California, and from California to Florida, from New York to California, to New York, to New England, all of that. So you telling me that we wouldn't have migrated at one point? After Shem, Noah, and Ham, what happened? You see, this is not something that they want to talk about. This is why when I started reading the scriptures on my own, not being influenced by anybody, then I'm like, okay, now I got some serious questions. Why does it say this here? Judith 5:6. These people are descendant of the Chaldeans. And they sojourned, meaning they lived before in Mesopotamia, in the Chaldees, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers. The gods of their fathers, meaning their descendants, which were in the land of Chaldea. So in this particular region, right, you had a massive amount of gods. We know about Krishna, we know about Buddha, we know about all sorts of things. Zoroastrianism, we know about all of that, okay? And it says here, they sojourn here in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the God of their fathers. Hold on, let me see if I have any notes. Real quick. Let me see real quick. Let me put your post up real quick, Mexican. Shalom, brother. In the past, I listened to them as I did Christianity lessons in the Bible precepts and how they break down but never accept their interpretation agendas, measure their lessons on precepts in history. Yeah, man, it's true. Like, it's all biblical. It's all historical. They don't want to actually look at the map and say, wait. You got to remember, we're very quick to say that the so-called Hispanics, that we migrated up north and went down south until we found the eagle in Tenochtitlan. That's what we were taught, right? That's what we were taught. So the migration aspect, look, listen, we even migrate now. Do you not see a bunch of our gente coming up to the Americas? I'm from Guadalajara. That's on a flight that's 3 hours away. Mary Mountainous Range, okay? I'm here in California. I was all the way up in Sacramento. Are you telling me that we don't migrate that way? And if you migrate that way, then you also pick up other what? Other religions, other customs, and you also what? Pick up other, unfortunately, you mix. When Abraham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, we're going to read it. They bugged out. So what happened? Do you think we mixed with them? I don't know. But it says here very clearly, don't marry the daughters of Canaan. Canaan specifically. Canaan. These people are descendants of the Chaldeans. Remember that. Now let's go to verse 8. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they knew the Most High. So they cast them out from the face of their gods and fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Okay? So they cast them out from the faces of their gods. All right? So now at this point, we're seeing now that they're like, you know what? We're going to worship the Most High. And they went to Mesopotamia and lived there many, many days. Okay? And there God commanded them to depart from the place where they sojourned and go into the land of Canaan, where they dwelt and were increased with gold, silver, and very much cattle. But even then, Abraham said, nope, I don't want you to marry no Canaanite. You need to go back to the land of my nativity with my people, my kindred, my cousins. That's family. So if they're very strict on keeping the bloodline intact, right? Why would you go off and assume that they're all of a sudden Africans? Where you look, okay, so what are you saying? That everybody looked like a Hamite? You see, then you're going back to white science. The evolution of man, supposedly, they were monkeys, and then they became black, and then we all became out of black people. If you're saying that, then you don't believe in the Bible. So now, I'm going to show you a book real quick. It's called it's by Higgins G. Anacalypsis. I showed it before. And I'm going to go to page, I'm going to skim through this rather quickly. I'm going to go to page 80. Yeah, I'll read a little bit of that. Why not? Watch this. Page 85. It says here, but Abraham was not merely the founder of the Persians. Okay, let me go up to 3. The Persians also claim Ibrahim, an example, Abraham, for their founder, as well as the Jews. Thus, we see that according to all ancient history, the Persians, the Jews, and the Arabians are descendants of Abraham. Really? Yeah. Check this out. But Abraham was not merely the founder of Persians, but various authors assert that he was a great magician at the head of the Magi. That is, he was the head of the priesthood, as our king is. As the Persian kings always were, and as the Roman emperors found it necessary to become later in the days. So we know that Abraham, his father, was worshiping other gods. Is this possible? Would he have been practicing their customs, their laws, their traditions when you were a child? I listened to my mother. I was a monaguillo. I was an altar boy. You think I wanted to be one? Hell no. But my mom said I better be one or I'm going to get my butt whooped. So guess what? I listened to my mama. You damn right I did. She was hardcore, man. Page 87. Dr. Hyde, after allowing that the religion of the Persians was originally the same with that of Abraham, and that it fell into Sabiism, says he thinks that it was reformed by him. You guys can continue reading. He adds that the ancient accounts call it the religion of Ibrahim or Abraham. The idea of reformation by Abraham seems to be without any proof. However, we may safely admit that this is consistent in the worship of one true God or of the Son merely as an emblem, and that it was really reformed and brought back to his spot from which it had been deviated, and from some great man, whether we were Abraham or Zoroaster, as that of the Jews was. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot involved in Abraham. There's a lot to be said in Abraham. But that's why we have to have a discerning spirit to understand what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Watch this. This is page 94 from same book. It says, the religion of Abraham was that of the Persians. They remember Nahor and Terah were worshiping other gods. This is not far-fetched. And whether he was a real or fictitious person, a matter of doubt, both the religions must have been derived from the same source. If Abraham really did live, then the evidence both Jewish and Persian show that he was the founder of both nations. You see pictures of the Persians. Never have you ever seen a so-called black man say Persians were black people. Now you see the movie, and supposedly they're black, but they're dark skinned. Now, were we dark skinned? Was everybody dark skinned? Well, the curse of Cain, I believe it's really the color of white skin. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. And again, I need to study it more, but that might be a class I would do. Anyhow, let's go to page 400. We're almost done with this book. Hold on a second, guys. Hey, let me take my dog out real quick. He's a puppy, guys. Sorry about that, man. Let me play some music real quick. Hold on. At least in the meantime. I don't want him to. I'm trying to train him. So as soon as he asks me to go outside to the bathroom, I definitely have to do that. You guys understand, I'm sure.
When we first arrived, just Claire and I.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir. Que te escucho, te lucho, que mucho de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, los pensamos de aquí. Dame Janago. Mi llorar frío. Las nubes antes de perder las formas. Sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco.
All praises. I appreciate y'all waiting. Okay. Anyhow, all right. Let's continue. Let's continue real quick. Let me close this up real quick. Okay, we're on page 400. Let me look for it. All right, a little bit back. Yeah, man, come on, man. This should be it. All right, cool. Okay. Watch this. It says, right here, Let me see if I could magnify it a little bit. Magathanes, who was sent to India by Seleucus Nicator, about 300 years before Christ, whose account from new inquiries are every day inquiring additional credit. It is very remarkable manner confirms the hypothesis of the Jews coming from India. What? He says that they were an Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians. Okay? Now, am I saying, or are they saying that they are of the India, like Indians, like the India? No, they're saying they're a tribe or a sect, meaning that they sojourn in that section. And as you continue reading about these guys, they were really looked down upon. Okay? But at the same time, they also saw them as just a particular type of people that just acted different and was different. Okay? And it's just like us here in the Americas, man. Like, for example, here where I grew up, right? I'm still here, even though I'm gonna move, but I'm still here. So we have a community, you know what I'm saying? And everybody outside of that community, like we call this place Pozole, because apparently they used to sell Pozole here. And this used to be a crazy hood, right? So people come over here and they're kind of like that. Like, oh yeah, that's the east side. That's the east side. There's a Pozoleros right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a sect of Kalani. All right. Then it says, in the discovery of this passage, after I had written in the reader has read respecting the Jews, gives me no little pleasure because it almost proves the truth of my theory and very different from founding my theory upon it. I will not produce another proof if records by unwillingly witness of proof, for Josephus is an unwilling witness. It says Aristotle gave an account of the Jews that they come from the Indian philosophers, and that they were called by the Indians Kalami or Kalani, and by the Syrians Judea. You see that? So the Indians called us Kalani, and the Assyrians called us Judaic or Jews. I think few persons will doubt that the Kalani or Kalami here are the Kalani of magistrate. That's exactly it. One of those two being miscalled. We have seen a Kalani in Ceylon. We found a Zion, Adam's Foot, Mount Ararat, Colombo, Genesis 10, Amos, okay? And it says here, Amos 4:6-2, a colony or Kalani is also named. Let me see, Amos 6. Let's find out. You know what? I did not ever see that. That's why I'd like to read stuff over and over again, guys, because it says 6:2, right? It says, pass ye unto Kalni and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great, then go down to Gath of the Philistines. Be they better than these kingdoms? Man, I'm gonna have to read this. This is heavy duty right here, guys. Look at that right there. Wow. All right, now I'm really intrigued by this. All right, so now let's go to page 392, sorry. And then we're almost done with this book. Again, it's just evidence, man. Their assumption, remember, they're assuming that, oh yeah, Genesis 2:7. Okay. Well, then you know what? Like, you're giving us that breakdown. Well, this is what we're finding so far. And this is just evidence. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. It says here, I will now state another fact, which coming from quarters whence we have it, cannot be disputed on the account of the interest of system. The tribe of Krishna has had a name, noticed by one before, book 5, chapter 2, the sect, which is very remarkable. It says, the Yadus, his own tribe and nation, were doomed to destruction for their sins, like the descendants of the Yahuda or Judah, which is the true pronunciation of Judah. They all fell in general by the mutual wounds, and a few accepted, who led through Aim Boom Wapi, I guess, a miserable and wretched life. There are some to be found in Gujarat, but they're represented poor and wretched. And it says the Yadavas were the most venerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians. Watch this. Whom honor mentions and calls the remotest of mankind. Part of them, says the old Hindu writes, remains in this country. You see this? Let me not pass it by. Part of them, says the old Hindu writer, remain in this country. And hence we read of two Ethiopian nations, the Western and Oriental. So now You so-called black man that you're like, oh yeah, you know, like the Ethiopian. Well, here it says that the Ethiopians came from India. From India. That's why Ethiopians don't look like a lot of African people. Let me see this real quick. Let me read your Israel has always been nomads ever since we left Jerusalem. This is a Native American. Yeah, man, migrating. Yeah, you're right. We have. Remember, we're sheep men. We're men of sheep. We tend the sheep. We're men of the tents. We handle cattle. We move with our animals. Our animals have to travel, right? We find the migration. That's why our natives were chasing the buffaloes. We would migrate. Man, that's a heavy point, Meshikan, man. That's a heavy point, bro. Matter of fact, you know, brother, I sent you an email, okay? Because I want to talk to you about something, man. So check your email. And if you responded to me, my apologies, man. I don't check that one much, so I'll check mine as well. Anyhow, all right. So we're going there. So that's interesting. Now, this is something that I want to bring up because, again, we don't hide nothing here. Because just like this guy said, oh man, my research led me to this, and I really didn't want to. Hey man, if my research leads me to be that I'm not a Hebrew, then hey man, it is what it is. I can't I can't cry over it. I'm not no Esau. Ooh, no, the Most High didn't choose me. You see, this is the difference between the so-called Hispanics and the so-called Native Indians, right? Of the indigenous Americas. We live like that. We either are or we're not. We either are Hebrews or we're not Hebrews. We're not going to cry about it, beg our way through it. Oh, poor me, look at this. No, man. I straight up look at it like that. If we are, we are. All praises. If we're not, then we're not. There's nothing you can do. So the only thing you can do is find truth. That's it. So here we're seeing that Ethiopians, truthfully, were not originated in Africa. They were originating in India, which is why they look different than you guys. And which is why they don't look at you guys the same. I wonder why. Do your homework. A so-called Mexican, not an Arab, not a mixed Arab with African, a so-called Mexican is teaching you guys your own history. Okay? Wow. And this is not arrogance. This is confidence because I know now who I am. According to the Bible, I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. And according to the white man, I'm a Hebrew as well. Go figure. Because you guys run to him too. All right, let's continue. Let's get out of this page here. We're done with this book, I believe. We're done with this book. We'll probably come back to that map. Let's see. Let's go back to Judith 5:6 so now we can kind of like figure out the point. And then we're going to move on. Give me a second here. Oh, I'm going to show you that later. Okay, hold on. Where you at? Where you at? Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. It says then, these people are descendant of the Chaldeans. So as you can see in the Chaldees, there was a lot going on, man. There was a lot of movement. There was a lot of migration. There was a lot of bad customs that we picked up, just like Meshikan. You know about this, man. You know your history regarding our people here. We basically picked up sacrifices from the Toltecs, right? If you can post that up there, I'll post it for them. Some little history on that, man. Because I remember listening to you saying that. That's why I was like, man, that's really weird that why would we have those heads? And even if we might have looked like that, we might have had mixed as well. I always had that feeling. And guess what? A lot of it is true. Then it says, and they sojourned hereforto in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of the Chaldees. So these guys were worshiping who? Krishna, maybe? Zoroastrianism? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. Because at that time, it's been so long. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia. Now, the way I'm reading this, I'm actually reading it in a slight difference here. So they cast them out from the face of their gods. What I'm seeing here is that wherever they were sojourning, they were also being told to leave because they didn't want to worship the gods of their fathers anymore. And you know how it is, man. If you look, let's say you grew up here in the hood and you don't agree with their ways anymore, they're like, hey man, you better get out of here. They're gonna beat you up. I mean, again, but we see, though, that they sojourned, their ancestors, and they were out of Mesopotamia all of a sudden now. And then they end up in Haran, and then they go to Canaan. But never did he tell never did Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, never did they marry women of Canaan. You know who did? Esau. Esau married women of Canaan. That was one of the first things he did because he wanted to piss off his family. Joshua 9. And then we'll move off from this topic. I think I've already hit it enough. It says in Joshua 24, 2. It says, and Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel and for their heads and for their judges and for their officers and for their and they presented themselves before God. And it says, and Joshua said unto all the people, thus say the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in the old time, meaning in the Ur Chaldees, in that area, that region, even Terah, the father of Abram, the father of Nachor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abram from the other side and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seed and gave him Isaac. And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Okay? So now we're seeing that what? That they served other gods. All right, so that's my point on that particular part. Let me move on. I got this to show you real quick. So now we're going to move on. Now, what is the point? Why am I even bringing this up? I'm going to show y'all that we have a very, very unique connection with Abraham and his people and in that region. Watch. So now this video. And again, let me play the hold on, let me see. Again, just in case. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle of material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's go.
Why did you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent.
And by the way, Asia isn't Asia like China. They're talking about like India, that area, Asia, because all that used to be called Asia, from India, Asia, all of that. Where let's say, because where the Persians ruled, not all the way back there. Like let's say halfway through from where India is and all the way to Asia and a little bit up north. It's called Euro-Asia as well, that particular northern part of Russia. So it's a very vast area at that time. All right, so let's go.
The journey takes a year, or by land, but the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
And to be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront have no emotion.
So if you remember that, that was a famous video that we were, told, right? It was a famous one. Okay. So now this is from interpretation. So example here. If they were supposedly going to Asia, why would they not have like some kind of other language? Instead, they didn't. We'll go like this. In 1492, Christopher Columbus landing in the Bahamas changed the whole world forever. It helped establish trade routes between North America, Europe, and ushered a new age voyage to discovery. You see that? Let me tell you again, it helped establish trade routes between North America and Europe. It didn't say Africa, did it? Then it says, and ushered a new age of voyage and discovery. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during the first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic. Why didn't he speak what do you call that? Mandarin. If he was going to Asia. He knew where he was going. And you see, when I did my so-called DNA, those two actually came up, Hebrew, Aramaic. Because he expected to encounter Asians. Why? Why Asians if they don't speak? Do Asians speak Hebrew? You see the trickery? Columbus felt that Torres' proficiency in Hebrew and Aramaic would be particularly useful. Why? 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 So why in the world are we listening to camps tell us who we are according to the Bible? We see it very, very clearly that there was never even mention of Africa here. At the end of the first voyage, Columbus brought back native Indians with him to Spain. This is from our brethren. This is a book called La Historia de México. Watch what it says. The descendants of Arsaphat es la siguiente, is the second, is the following. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Una vez más. This is a Spanish bilingual class, so I'm going to read it in Spanish, guys. I don't know why I'm translating. La descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. ¿Se acuerdan del mapa? Ahora, les voy a decir algo. Jectán, ¿por qué tenemos ese nombre Yucatán? So entonces, I'm speaking Spanish, my bad. So if we're technically, Yucatán, right? Here we see Joktan. Joktan is right here. So if we migrated to Africa, why do we have Yucatan? That means we had been over here. We would have known these people as much as possible. Look, Arphaxad, Joktan. And we see la descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Ustedes son, you guys are the Hebrews of the Bible. And no, we didn't have woolly hair. Now, all of this, again, this is going back to the relationship. Watch this, guys. I found this website, very interesting, right? And it was translated. So watch what it says here on the bottom. It says, let me see if I can, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watch. Avesta is the book of Zoroastrians, which literally means foundation, basis in the scripture. This book has been written in Avestan language, which belongs to the ancient Persia. Shares the same root as Pahlavi and Sanskrit. In addition to the Avasti, Zoroastrian has a Tarsis by the name of Zand Avesta, in another holy book written in the Pahlavi language. Sanskrit is the language in India. Who are the Magis? The term Magus, which is used to denote Zoroastrians in Arabic, derives from Magush or Magu, the ancient Persian language. This is why, look, watch this. After entering the Arabic language, it changed to Magus. Zoroastrianism, which is the religion of the Magi, is related to the Torah and Bible. The Bible doesn't directly mention this term, but but in 8 of the books of Torah, the kingdom of Persia has been mentioned. Okay? Well, now, remember those Magi guys that went to see the Messiah? Well, guess why? Because they were Hebrews. And they knew that when the Messiah would come, he would open the doors again to all the people, because remember, under Torah, a lot of us sin. That's why Abraham, when he was called, he still circumcised himself and he circumcised his son. He had faith and he applied the laws. So we're seeing Abraham sojourning in that area, not Africa. So why are we doing this?
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Why are we doing that? I recorded that because like that stood out to me, man. Why are we going to these other nations telling them like, oh, who we are according to the Bible? Oh my God, we're going to sit back and just listen to them. No, man, you got to study yourself. Because I've been doing that. And this is why I'm finding these things. Watch. This is from the Great Migration. All right. Let's see if I have it here. Give me a second. Great Migration. Maybe I have it in my Facebook account. I'll find it after. Let me at least skip it because I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, this is a long class. Watch this real quick. All right. Nah, you know what? I need to find it. Because it relates. So watch this real quick. Watch this, okay? This is from a book called, let me see. Give me a second. I believe it's the one called India Once Ruled America. I think this is it. Let me see. Chapter 1. No, it's not it. No, not this. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's from Heber Pass to Grand Kivara, MH, New Mexico, and Bobo Kabiri. It's from Gene Matlock. So look up the word When India Ruled the World. When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock, okay? Then it says here, watch what it reads. Again, I'm making a connection. The history of the Jews, the Jewish scholar, theologian Flavius Josephus wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle said these Jews derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named Indian Kalani. Solis wrote, the Jews descended from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called India Kalanians. The Syrians, Jews. So the Indians called us Kalanians. The Syrians called us Jews. Okay. Then it says here, the name of their capital is very difficult to pronounce. It is called Jerusalem. It's because it was spelled like H. J or Harazalium, something like that. Okay, so look at this. The Jews were Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians. That's why you have a lot of people from India. They're pretty good philosophers, man. They have a lot of good philosophy. If you just listen to philosophy in its own, on its bare ways. Let's see. On medieval maps, you'll see India superior on this side of the world. Wow. Actually, man, you know what? You on point with me, brother. I appreciate you. Because you always mention stuff that I'm about to touch. Watch this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Hold on. Watch. Let's see. Hold on. Where are you? Is it here? Yeah, this is it. Watch this, man. This blew my mind. Remember, I'm making a connection to Abraham. It says Hindus reached America first. This is what the official historians of the Mexican government says in general outlines of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of two great current of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Wow. Then it says, on the bottom part, and those who arrived first on the continent, later to be known as America, were groups of men driven by the mighty current set out from India towards the east. Hindu in America. Hindu in America. That's the book. All right, let's see what we got here. Now I'm going to show you something. This is why when he said that he found India, or he thought he was in India, is because we resemble them a lot. And the people over there. Okay? Watch this. I don't know why it's taking. There it goes, right here. Look at this. Joven India Gallón de El Cerrito. You see, black people here with that, oh, you see, she's a so-called black woman. No, dummies. She's not. Why? Because she has dark skin, her hair straight. This is what my niece looks like. A few of my nieces. A few are dark skin, a few are light skin, a few are really light skin. Some even look Arabic on my brother's side. You never know. Let's see. Mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Watch. This is also why they had to destroy a lot of our material. Watch this. Hold on a second. Let me turn this down. I don't know why there's an echo sound. Look. Look at that. Renditions of Maya reliefs are strikingly similar to the motifs of the Buddhist countries. The sun, the tree, the serpent are the three most sacred symbols of the Buddhist. Let's see where else I'm looking at. I'm looking for a picture. Let me see. Watch this. This is from the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Cabrera adds that Amagumecan was in the province of Chiapas, where the Indians carefully preserved the remembrance of their origin and of their ancestors' early progress from voluntary or enforced abandonment of Palestinians on the ingress of the Hebrews. You see that? Votan says to have declared himself a snake descendant of Emos of the line of Cam and said that he came to America from a distant place, blah, blah, blah. Remember, you got to discern information. Discern information. Okay? And again, we're reading everything. Look, this is a custom from India. And here in Mexico, they have the thing called voladores. Okay? Where are you at? Even from back in the days. It's our gente right there. Look, this is what I want to show you. Look at that. That was in the temple here. The mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. That was inside the temples. So why would they not want to destroy who we are? Look, this is from the book Hindu America. The Mayas, Nahuas of Yucatan and Mexico were immigrants of the Maga and Nahusha tribe, who pertained to the race of the navigators known by the Greeks as the Phoenicians, supposedly, and who continued in their own new land, America, and worshiped the rain god, in whom their fathers in Central Asia, they dedicated the signs of the cross, supposedly. Supposedly. Look, the snake, the common deity, the worship of the snake in India and in Mexico is one of the important links between Hindus, Mayas, and Aztecs. It says the name of their culture, hero Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, incorporates the word serpent, Maya, and Nahuatl. And I believe, Mexican, you had mentioned something. Let me see if you have something to say about this. Nope, not yet. Let's see. All right. So, anyways, I'm just making a connection. You know, some similarities. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Making a connection that we were descending in that area. That we actually look. I've seen people where people from that region look like him. Arab, Indian, Pakistani. Pictures don't lie, guys. Pictures don't lie. I'm almost done. Oh, they blocked that one? That's crazy. Watch this. I have 2 more to show you, and then that's pretty much it. Oh, and then I'm going to do something real quick at the end, guys. I'm going to play a video because I have something to show you, okay? So you guys can stick around. It says here, so I have another maybe 30 minutes. But most people think that Phoenicians, as a tribe of sailor traders, inhabited what's called now Lebanon, right? Okay, so let's continue. Watch this. The Spaniards called the land of Ram Uri Chihuahua, pronounced as Shivava by the natives themselves. In Sanskrit, Shivava, Shiva's temple. According to Hindu religion scholars, Ram and God Shiva were once the same deity. So Shivava, okay? Now watch this. The Ramuri of Chihuahua. See the Raramuri of Chihuahua? In India, they have the Ramamuri of Shivava. You see what I'm saying? The similarities, the customs. Watch this. Tlolacan, okay? What is Tlolacan? Tlolacan is described as several Aztec codices in the paradise, right? So watch this. Tlo is a word being used where? America, South America. Here and here. A lot in India. Tlo. Now watch. Tlolocan. Locan. Is that it? Yeah. Locan. Where you at? How come it's not showing it? Oh, it's still spinning. Hold on. I know why it's not showing it. Let me see. I'll do it this way. There it goes. Locan. Surname. Surname distribution map. You see that? Look at that. The majority is there. Tlalocan. Tlalocan. I already showed y'all books regarding our and remember, keep in mind that we migrated that way. I did a class on Arsarith. So I have a very I can sincerely tell you that because of the customs that we picked up, that we definitely migrated that route instead of what we were told that we went on ships and somehow floated for years. That's ridiculous. I don't even think that, and because verse 46 and 47 and 48 on 2nd Ezra 13 basically destroy that doctrine. Okay, so now why am I doing this class? Why am I aiming at Abraham? Because even here, watch this. Isaiah 51 told us already, and then look at what James said. Ain't no one else saying. There's no one else in the Bible being called this. It says, James 2:23, and the scriptures had fulfilled, which saith, Abraham believed God, and was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. I want to be called the friend of God. Why wouldn't you want to be called the friend of God? So it says, look unto Abraham, who I who I hewed, right? Okay. Well, I want to be called a friend of God. So Second Chronicles chapter 20, verse 7, and it reads, art not thou our God, who did drive out the inhabitants of this land before thee, before thy people Israel, and gave it to the seed of Abraham, thy friend, forever? Thy friend. Thy friend. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Watch what it reads. Verse 14. For she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, meaning wisdom, discipline, instructions, which they that use become the friends of God, being commanded by the gift for the gifts that come from learning. Verse 27. And being but one, she can do all things and remain it in herself, and she make it all things new, and in all ages entering into holy souls. She maketh them friends of God and prophets. You don't think I want to be a friend of God? You damn right I want to be a friend of God. I don't want to be his enemy. Isaiah 51 and 1. Let me remind you, hearken unto me, Ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Now we know what hole they came out of, the areas of those times, all those religions. He cut us from there. And Terah had many children, sons and daughters, but he picked Abraham. Why? Because he knew Abraham would have faith and apply the law, statutes, and commandments. And that's what we're doing today. And we're going to the source. Let me read some of this info, brothers. Let's see. Some of it's not popping up. Let's see. Oh, no, that's good. Okay, cool. Hearken unto me, that ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and unto the hole of the pit where ye are digged. Meaning, look into that. Look into that. What does that say? What happened? What was the migration like? When you start looking at that, when you start seeing that for what it is, let me see, why is that still showing up? When you start seeing that for what it is, then you realize, I got to look at him. Okay, well, he was taken out of the pit. Aren't we taken out of the pit? Isn't this the pit? Look unto Abraham your father and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. So he's going to call you alone as well. Out of the pit. Out of these doctrines. Out of this wickedness. Okay? But you got to look into him to know what happened to him. And he picked him out of all the brothers and sisters. And he fell off and he went into idolatry. And he didn't circumcise himself in 8 days. But when he was 99 years old, he did. And he circumcised his son. So you Christians that say, oh, well, Abraham was called. Okay, why aren't you circumcising? Why aren't you keeping the laws of God? Why aren't you circumcising your children? You're not keeping them. You see, that's why James 2:23 said, faith without works is dead, which is why God called Abraham his friend, because he has sincere faith, unbelievable faith. And he applies the laws, the moral, civil, ceremonial, and what? Dietary. Because he didn't sacrifice Isaac. He gave him a sheep for it. You know what I'm saying? Or a lamb. So for all of you that are still, debating whether, we should look into Abraham or not. No, I'm not being like those Pharisees, like, oh, well, we have Abraham, our father. I already know Romans 9. But what I'm saying is the instructions are there, which is why the scripture said, if anybody tells you Christ is here, Christ is there, believe him not. So I'm not going to believe any of y'all fools with the image of the Negro or the image of the white man. Speaking of which, this is the class that I'm going to finish up with, and then I'm going to show you the map of Arami. Okay? Stick around. This is 18 minutes.
It's your brother. All
right, listen.
Emmanuel again, okay? I'm going to do a quick class today. It's a review of what I have done before. Just trimmed out because I think it's important to go over these scriptures more than anything, okay? So with that being said, I'm not going to take too long in regards to the start. The class is called The Treachery of the Black Adam. Now, that may hurt somebody's feelings.
Hey guys, listen, if you guys watch this class, not a problem. But look, I have something to show you at the end, okay? It's the map that's gonna seal the deal. I want to seal the deal today. Enough of this treachery of the Hamitic race. I'm tired of it. Y'all are not our people if you're saying that we were Africans, that we look like a Hamite. No, we're not. We're not. We're very clear as to who Abraham is, who he came from, that his sons and his daughters all married their own kindred. And they came out of the Ur of the Chaldees. And we have a lot of similarities in their customs and the ways that they live in those areas where they sojourn. So basically, we are proving who we are according to the Bible. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. So now it's your job to do your part, because we're doing a thorough investigation. We're not going to Genesis 2:7 and saying, see, brother, the darker you go, the redder it gets. No, Genesis 2:7 doesn't say that. We're going to prove it right now again. 18 minutes. This is about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to show y'all a map, and then we're done.
Maybe several, but I could care less, okay? This is not about emotions. This is about truth. This is not about hate. This is about truth. It's about proper doctrine and proper revelation. That is the job of the so-called elders to teach us those things, okay? But anyways, I'm going to use the Blue Letter Bible for the most part, but for now, I want to read a scripture just to get started. So let's see. Let's go to Sirach chapter 60. I'm sorry, chapter 14, verse 20. Okay, let's start. It says, "Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom." You hear that? Blessed is the man that thinks continually in the good things, meaning the commandments that brings wisdom. Okay, let me read it again. Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom, right? Why? And that reasoneth of holy things by understanding, because through that wisdom you tend to reason with life situations, people, and even the studying habits, the discipline, right? Of holy things by his understanding. Meaning what? Of the Most High. Okay, so let's read it one more time. Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom, and that reasoneth of holy things by his understanding. Excuse me, I misunderstood that. By his understanding, meaning that it's like you, for example. Okay, so correct that, slash that. Verse 21. He that considereth her ways. In the Bible, wisdom is used as a female, right? Because it wants you to consider it. Obviously, when you, obviously to our brothers here, when you love a woman, you verify love, you love a woman, you're gonna obviously treat her well and you know, take care of her, right? Because you want to make sure that you get what you want, I guess, in that sense, right? At that time in that world. But the point being is that that's the same concept. He that considereth her ways in his heart, meaning his mind, shall also have understanding in her secrets. Okay. So let's start off with Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, because that's what I had touched on yesterday. And the reason why I think this is important is because we've been taught otherwise. We've been taught that Genesis 2:7 is where the so-called black man came from, right? They go to it. So let's go to it. Genesis 2:7, and it reads, this is exactly it. It says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, okay, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, right? So now, they'll go and say, and when I mean they is the one West doctrine, okay, that you see, it's a man from the ground. If you dig the dirt, it looks dark. The deeper you go, the darker it is in some areas. But anyways, for the sake of the scriptures, let's stick to it. So now let's use the tools that were given to us. So now if we look at what the word ground means, because man formed, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. But if you click on dust, here, just for the sake of you guys understanding, let's click on that real quick. It really means more of like debris, earth, stuff, powder, things of that nature, ashes, gray, rubbish, right? But if you click on the word ground, H127.
Strong's H127. Adamah. Adamah.
Adamah. So Adamah is what? Go back again. It's ground. See that? And it means ground, land, ground, piece of ground. City of Naphtali. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And then it says redness, right? Now, you're going to see this, H119, H119. Hold your thought on that one, because we're going to come back to it. So as we know now, that Adamah is ground, or based on this, it just says redness, right? So let's dig a little deeper. Let me show you guys something real quick. I put this on last time. So as you can see, man from the earth, okay? That's what it means. I mean, you simple Google. Now, if you click on here, our baby namers, okay? Now, keep in mind that in One West doctrine, the One West indoctrination, you got these brothers who will use a classical baby Bible book. So it's like, you pick names from this book, right? Bible names. Like you see Esau, you see Edom, red and hairy. You see that? Okay, fine. And then that's pretty much it. So now, if you actually consider this here, is no different. Adamah, the meaning of Adamah is man from the earth. Didn't I just literally Google it just like that? Who does Adamah mean, right? Or what does Adamah mean? It's the same thing, right? Adamah. Okay. Now I'm gonna show you something real quick here too. And I don't like to use references or name them. I'm sorry, because I would appreciate it if you guys actually watched the class and wrote them down. Adamah again. It says red ground earth. Adamah again means red ground earth. So now let me show you guys this real quick. Adamah, red earth again, right? And it's, I guess, fortified city of Naphtali. Again, remember that. So now I'm going to show you guys something real quick. From Zondervan Dictionary, Bible Dictionary. And I actually got an old one, okay? From 1960, I believe, 1969. That's what it says inside. Adamah. Adamah. Hebrew. Adamah. Red ground. Or Naphtali. Place in Naphtali. Okay? And since we see it now, Joshua 19:36. Let's go to it. Let me close these real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on. Why is it referencing that, right? Obviously, we're going to ask. And Joshua 19:36 reads, and Adamah and Ramah and Hazor, right? Adamah and Ramah and Hazor. What does Adamah mean? YH 128. It means Adamah, the earth, or red earth, or city in Naphtali. Okay? So now, why? Why would they call a place Adamah in the city of Naphtali? You got to wonder that, right? Those things are important. There's only one time they use this word. Look, Adamah, a place in Palestine, same as, there's really not much here. Really not much. But I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I like using maps a lot. And I'm going to show you this. Now, why am I showing you a map? Naphtali's right here, right? You see Naphtali. You see Asher is by the ocean. Zebulun is under Naphtali. Issachar below. Gad below. Manasseh to the right or to the left, however you look at it. Dan is north. But one thing about Naphtali is that it's by the sea of, and I cannot remember the name of that sea. I apologize. They call it sea. Well, I don't want to look for it because of time. Okay. The sea, can't read it. But all of Naphtali has a riverbank. Now, the reason I mention this is because since, as I've said before, since I was young, I've been using clay. A teacher of mine introduced it to me, and I guess it's just been a natural gift. So I'm very familiar with how clay works and where to find clay. Well, guess one of the things where you need to find clay. I'm gonna show you. Okay. You guys can look this up too. Ancient pottery, just check it out. It's a website. Look, watch what it says. I'll read this whole thing. It says, because they are the smallest particles of soil, clay particles stay suspended in water longer than sand or slit particles. This tendency to stay suspended in moving waters and to settle slowly in calm waters allows clay to form beds where water sat still at some time in the distant past. As a result of this, the best place to find clay are along flood plains of rivers and streams.
Just letting you know, family, I have the map. I'm going to show you all the map of what I'm talking about, okay? So stick around. I didn't have the map at that time. I was only going by the interpretation of my experience. Sorry, let me turn this down. I was only going by the interpretation of my experience regarding clay and all of that, but I did not know. I did not have the map at that time, and now I do. We're going to show it, okay? So let's continue.
On the bottoms of ponds, lakes, and seas. All right. Now, when I was in high school, I think, a little after high school. I was already working. I think I was like 20 years old or something like that. There's this game that I used to play. And this game is called Caesar 3. Now it's like a civilization. And as I'm reading these things, right, I'm like, Naphtali, wonder why it's calling it that. I'm looking at the map, and then that's why. You see, since this game here, you have an open land, and then you basically can create a city. And as more people live there, it develops into this. What do you see? It starts off like these huts over there. You obviously have to build cities and economic system, right? You see this right here? Those are clay pits. Now, the clay pit can never be next to the water, and the clay pit typically cannot be way inland where there's no water. It has to be by the water, not next to it, as it says. You may find them by them, but for the most part, it's not that close. Now, what I find interesting is Naphtali is literally running all across. So if you connect the two together, they call that place in the Adamah in Naphtali because it's red ground. I'm going somewhere with this, okay? I'm absolutely going somewhere with this. Hold that thought. Remember what I'm just saying. Let's go to Genesis 2:19 so we can connect it. Because that's where you first see the name of Adam. Genesis 2:19. It says, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them, okay? We've been using this already, so let's just jump into it. Adam.
Strong's H120. Adam. Adam.
H120, Adam. Remember that right there? The H119 from before? Look what it says. Etymology, root word. Red, 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 Rudy, Rudy, red. Cause to show red. Glare. Grow red. Look red. Redness. There, I'm going to bring up another topic of another class. But we're going to answer exactly what Revelation 1:14 is really saying. Anyhow, you see that right there? H119. And Adam means what? Man, mankind, right? That's what it says. But check it out. It says Rudy right next to H119. Okay? But that's not all. Watch this real quick. What's behind the name? Behind the name means what? This is a Hebrew word for man. It could ultimately derive from Hebrew Adam, meaning to be red, referring to ruddy color of human skin. Okay? Let's go to Bible study now. Adam. Adam is both the proper name for first human and the designation of humankind. God himself gave the appellation to Adam and Eve. The color red lies behind the Hebrew root Adam. This may reflect the red soil from which he was made. Red soil, right? Red soil. All right. Let me continue to show you guys this real quick. I'm going to go back to the same Zondervan Dictionary Bible. Watch what it says about Adam. Adam. Adham, red or made. This is the Zondervan Bible. You'll find it in your Zondervan Bible, One West Campers. You'll find it in it. I'll show you this too, right? This is on a who's who, right? Who's who? Adam. Adam. Derived from the Hebrew word for earth, Adamah. The root word for both may be connected with Hebrew word for red, that would imply reddish soil or clay in the area where Adam was created. The belief that the first man was created out of clay was by no means confined to Hebrew mythology. That's why I had mentioned that before. Okay? Because when you start looking at these things here, again, I'm using all the sources that they provided for us. Classical Bible names. Never did they show us this. Adam. Red earth. Red earth. So now, remember the other link before, right? Let me not forget it. Let's go back to it. I want to make sure that we can clear this up real quick. It says here Adam, right? Hold on a second here. Let me go ahead and do this here. Hold on. Where you at? Oh, here it goes right here. Here it goes right here. It says, derived from the Hebrew word earth, Adamah. The root of both words may be connected with the Hebrew word for red. That would imply a reddish soil or clay in the area where Adam was created. So the belief that the first man was created out of clay was by no means confined to the Hebrew mythology, right? By no means was it confined to it. Okay. Let me show you something. Isaiah 64.
Here we go. Or sorry, Isaiah 64. Where are you at? Isaiah 64. And this is what I was trying to show you. Here it goes right here. Isaiah 64, verse 8. It says, but now, O Lord, thou art our Father. We are the clay. Thou art potter, and we all are work of thy hand. Okay? So now, here's what I want to show you. Watch this. Give me a second here. I gave this real quick. Let's see. Blue Letter Bible. Gen 2. Genesis 2:7. It reads, from the dust of the ground, H127, Adamah. Right? Where are you at? Oh, it's not H127. It's, I believe it's H127 and man. Let's see. Adam. Give me a second. I'm looking for it here. Oh, it's not there. See H119. Oh, that me. Right. Where are you? Hold on a second. I just want to show you how the translation so that you won't think I'm misleading you guys. Let me go back to Genesis. Gen 2. 7. Give me a second. Let me try to find it. So I started here. Form man from the dust. Let's see. Clay, mud, rubbish, ground. Okay, that's not it. Breath, dust of the ground. Became, let's see, here, 127. And then it says, Adamah. Let me slow down. Adamah, Naphtali, okay? Ground, land, compared to Arabic, skin, smooth, covering. I'm looking for the word Adami. I saw it earlier. Maybe it's in this one. No, but it wouldn't be. Let's see. Here, Adam. Adam. Let's see. If not, I'm going to show you just what I have anyway. So either way, we understand now. Let me see something. Close this up. All right, here goes. I can't find that scripture, but anyways, Adamah, Adami. So as I was saying, why is it in Naphtali? Well, Adamah is a city by the river. As I mentioned in the class, that the clay has to be by a river bank, cannot be too close. So Adamah is Adami, and it's by the river. So I wasn't far off. That's a spiritual thing, brothers and sisters. You know, all the praises to the Most High that He put me as a young kid to deal with clay, or else I would have never even bothered to have looked at, even considered what that meant. And see, this is why you have to exercise every single skill that the Most High has given us, every single one of them. Because if we don't exercise every single skill, then guess what? David and Solomon are ruddy red according to the text. Yeah, that's right. They are. So now we understand what they mean by ruddy. Basically, it's talking about like our people. I have a book, The Great Migration. You guys should get it. It's an interesting book, and it actually mentions us in that sense about how we were the red people. I don't agree entirely to it, but there are some good sections in it. Okay, and other than that, let me see what else I got. I think that's pretty much what I had. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had, brothers and sisters, man. I really appreciate y'all being here with me. Lord willing, we can do this again tomorrow. I did the class early, as I mentioned, because I don't have time later on today. So, but anyhow, I have something to play for y'all. I like this guy's message. He basically talks about like how he kind of went through struggles, and he's able to color pictures. Like he's able to color now, right? He saw things that were really black or gray. All right. So anyhow, family, shalom. Appreciate y'all. Hey, by the way, you don't know, this is my thorn in the flesh. For me, I have to do this. So it's like a token. It's like a reminder of me, like what's at stake, what I can honestly lose if I pick up again. Okay. So I appreciate y'all being with me, man. I stay sober this way. All right. So I got something to play. Don't leave yet. All right. Here we go.
Quise dar el paso frente al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Quise dar el paso, me enfrenté al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Me dejé caer en tus pupilas, me gusta verte que vuelas cuando tú crees que caminas. Ando en los Perseidas, encerrado en la cabina, fabricando artefactos que no imaginan. Las esquinas de mi ser no me dejan ser más grande, pero no voy a caer y a rendirme como un cobarde. Tengo sueños que cumplir, el corazón dentro me arde. Puede que mañana sea tarde, te vi marchar. Cuando me enteré tú ya no estabas, no debí esperar, no, debí buscar. No me encontraba, no. Quise dar el paso, me enfrenté al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Te gusta pensar que siempre podrás escapar de la tormenta, pero no puedes saber cuándo vendrá.
Temes el dolor, pero alimentas las cosas que te hacen daño y crean inseguridad. Andas con la sensación de ser realidad inmensa, pero te sientes pequeño ante cualquier adversidad. Sigues tu criterio, crees saber lo que otros piensan, pero no eres capaz de comprender su complejidad. Pensar te hará dudar de lo que veas, lo que sientas. Serás la parte de ti que más alimentas. Tendrás que combatir el dolor con todas tus fuerzas para poder amar limpio y no dañar al que está cerca. ¿Cuántas veces me perdí por buscarme donde no era? ¿Cuántos momentos sentí ser de otra tierra, de otra era? ¿Cuánto tramo me perdí por correr tras quien no me espera? Tan condicionado por el miedo a que no me quisieran. Cuando el alma vive hostil, el cuerpo busca la manera de fingir, pero no empiezan a surgir fronteras. Barreras que no te dejan seguir, pero te hacen feliz si las superas. Enfrente al dolor, donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, cargar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte, perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Dar el paso, me enfrenté al dolor. Donde había gris empecé a dibujar color. Empecé a dibujar color. No puedes rendirte, pagar a los demás con tu dolor. Debes vivir como un luchador, resistirte a perder lo bueno en tu interior, tratar de aportar algo, hacer del mundo algo mejor. Yeah, man, already. It's the cipher too. What really been, man, I got you from a crew. Nego, bomba clap. Bro, sintoniza mi canción, hermano de mi vida y hermana del corazón. Y digo yo, ves poniendo solución a todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole como arroz. Oh shit, welcome to my sound. Follow me right now. Yo tuve un amigo que me juró serme fiel, pero desapareció y no supe nada de él. Porque el tiempo lentamente separa los friends y por dentro cada uno juega su papel. Yo tengo la suerte contada con las manos, muchos coleguitas, poquitos hermanos. Cuento con guión para lo bueno y lo malo, justo por vivir y el sonido que te damos. Champion, brother, Chela Rebel, Mina Fire Babylon, Rasta Zona. Ven, dime quién puede comprar nuestro flow. Amigo, no me pida perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición, son gestos de ilusión y falsa para seguir. Amigo, no me pidas perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición. Yo ya sé dónde buscar. Me he perdido tantas veces, escuece perderme en tu piel. Te di mucho más de lo que mereces. Jueces juzgaron mi causa, perdí por muy poco. Quedé malherido por dentro, tan roto, tan muerto, tan crudo, tan loco. Me dieron por tanto tan poco. De las rendijas por las que logré ver algo que fuese capaz de calmar mi dolor. Solo cegaba la poca luz que pasaba, reflejo de lo que llevo en mi interior. Fue que pisé el sol, que tendí una mano, pero ahora te quejas de no haber agarrado más fuerte, no. Puedo perdonar, pero no seré capaz de confiar en aquel que me traicionó. Bro, sintoniza mi canción, hermano de mi vida y hermana del corazón. Y digo yo, ves poniendo solución a todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole como arroz. Oh shit, welcome to my sound. Follow me right now. Yo
Ando por el barrio a grito de original y me paran los abuelos solo para preguntar. Yo les muestro mi respeto porque soy un buen zagal. Me dice que este flow tan duro es sobrenatural. No soy de los que roban el Eroski, tampoco de Tigrinsky. Dentro todo Kiski que ha llegado Magnetowski. Hoy me levanté muy fresco y me siento Wazowski. El asustatois del panorama de los Mystics. Esto es otro dribbling, esto es otro dribbling. Son rimas tan sexys que parecen un striptease. Soy retro balón team, no llevo ni bling bling, pero lo di todo por los metálicos.
Antes de la cara con el for one. Comían los callejones y eran restaurantes. Solo en dólares, pesetas, euro, fucking grand. Y los demás idiomas hablo porque no pagan. No chance for the run, chico, ponte a contar. El tiempo que malgastas en lamentarte de llorar. Si te retina el desastre, está claro que eres un lastre. Que al trabajo tú no pasaste, me no te encontraste mal. Entraste mental o animal, depende para quién. Yo soy un ser espiritual que volar para les más bien. Que van en búsquedas que susurren, que suceden. Si es que caminar con narco, mujeres son inmediatas. Sin duda como algún ser, no vaya a ser que te supero haciendo hielo en el cielo de Manchester. No manta usted, si no lo sé, están diciendo que se lo rusé, aunque en verdad no le guste, no le guste.
Hey, well, it's kind of loud, man. Let me turn that down. Give me a second, guys. I don't know why that's so loud. It's loud on my end. Anyways, all right. Hey, fam, listen. My appointment got pushed back, so I wanted to throw this video in real quick. It's not going to be long because I do have to get to it. So let me start off right now real quick and just get going, okay? Let's go to, first of all, the one important scripture that I think all of us should definitely know if we don't know it by now, okay? Let's see. It reads, all right? So it reads like this. Let me move my mic over here. Okay, so it reads, this is the book of John, chapter 8, verse 32. And it says, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Again, let me repeat that. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. All right? Now, there is something I found, and I wanted to throw this video in because of the, I guess, the emergency that I feel behind it. I don't want the thought to pass us by because of the class that I had done in the morning, okay? So now, if you guys recall, let me do this before I do anything else. Copyright disclaimer. This is for you. Disclaimer. This is for you, Yahoo, YouTube. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. So if you guys remember, earlier this morning, we went through a class and I was kind of going over some regarding, what do you call it? Man, I can't believe I forgot the name. Abraham, okay? So anyhow, hey, shalom, sis. Bendiciones a tu familia también. So anyhow, there was a class regarding Abraham, all right? And I had showed a video yesterday about how we had to remind these other nations of who they are according to the Bible and who we are. Now, the video that I put up, something stuck to me, you know, and it was awkward, man, because, amen, something stuck to me. It was awkward because it literally, like, it didn't leave my mind. I go, I've seen that face. I've seen that video. I remember somebody recommending me to it. And then I found it, and it has to do with Abraham, okay, and what these guys are actually doing. So check this out. Remember this video from yesterday, okay? This video from yesterday, this is what they said. So now I'm going to show you a particular gentleman that's in there that they referenced, okay? So now again, I'm only using the material that they use. I'm not doing anything other than me using what they basically, have used. So I'm using their material, okay? So let's remember what happened here.
There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so-and-so. Well, check this out, family. Check it out.
All right, so we've seen this already, okay? We've seen this. So let's fast forward real quick.
And you still a stinking African. West Africa? Which country? I know Ghana. Ghana. Okay, you from Ghana. Now listen, what we teaching today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade. All right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back.
What? Okay, sounds good. So remember this video. I don't have to go through it again. You know, they're like saying all this.
The Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries. And in some parts of the Mohammedan world, is still continuing.
So as you can see, they put a lot of effort in these videos and showing how black slaves for sale, and yet these guys are wearing fringes and they're selling them, and they're black looking, well, dark skin. Because apparently here in America, the word black means Afro, woolly haired phenotype. Okay, so not clear in the rest of the world. It just means negro, meaning your color, your skin tone. Okay, so now they're saying this and that in all this video, and you look through it and you're like, oh God, yes, you're so right. Oh my God, you're so right. And we got some silly doves in these camps that actually believe this heathenish, you know, concept. And then on top of that, that there's actual people that maybe are people that actually believe this. So this is the gentleman that stood out. I'm like, wait a minute. He's the only non-black man in this video. So, Opie, I'm about to show you something. Hold on to your horses, unless you don't know what that is. But let's find out what exactly is it that we're finding out here, okay? So let's go to, what's the time I'm looking for? No, actually, you know what? Right around here.
The black Yahudians, Judah.
Watch this, all right?
Did you know that Sudan is an ancient name for the Yahudians, the black Yahudians, Judah, tribe of Judah? And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, so I'm like, okay, this guy looks familiar. I remember him. Well, guess what I do? All right, so now we're gonna forward again where they use him again. They use him again, but how ironic that they don't use him recently? Because apparently I found something recently, and now his change of heart. I wonder why.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. Hey, guys, you know, we should just shut this channel down right now. Like, literally. Because we should just go by this. No, let's not. That was a joke. Let's see. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this up because we're going to use this. Let's go to Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. Okay. Let's go to some scripture. Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. This is for you, so-called Northern Kingdom that are allowing yourselves to be called Northern Kingdom. Okay. This is for you guys. It says, verse 31, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. There's a list of things that he's going to do. It says, and before him shall he be gathered all nations, like Jehoshaphat in Isaiah 66, I believe, or 61. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Yes, he's going to separate the nations. So you so-called Hispanics that are in cahoots with these so-called people that are of the Bible, right? Hey, shalom, Eastside. Shalom, sir. Shalom, Elishiva. I think I said it right this time. It just came out a little easier. All right, let me take it off real quick. So let me read it again. It says, and when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided the sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. Okay? So now, you guys that are involved and all in the betweens with the so-called Africans, the so-called Phoenicians that are calling themselves Hebrews, okay? There's going to be a time where you're going to have to, you're going to find out either if it's too late or hopefully soon enough, okay? Because this is not coincidental. All of this that's happening is basically scriptural. Watch this, Matthew 13:24. Then it says, don't forget about the video, guys. I'm getting to somewhere here, okay? Matthew 13:24, it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field, right? So the Most High, in the beginning, had given us these fruits, had given us these tokens, had given us the understanding, the wisdom, right? So it's our job now to find ourselves in order to who? To find out who we are according to the Bible, right? So you dig into yourself in order if you want to know God. Remember that. Now it says here, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then had its tares? He said unto them, an enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. So I pray, you brothers and sisters that are all in there, and I pray that the Most High has actually led you to that walk, okay? Because it's not going to be easy when you find out that you're among the tares. And it says, let both grow until harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together the first tare, bind them in a bundle to burn them, but gather the wheat unto the barn. That's the sheep and the goat. That's the separation of nations. That's the separation of the righteous and not righteous. So you got to start doing this walk. So if you're already in the seal, meaning if you are really sold in the concept that the white and the black Jesus are going to save you, and that's what it's about, man, you're in for a rude awakening. So I tell you, I compel you, brothers and sisters that are listening, listen to this parable here, okay? Maybe you're one of them. Lord willing, you're the fourth seed. It says, Matthew 13:18, hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom and understand it not, then cometh the wicked one and catcheth away that which was sown in the heart, meaning the mind. This is he which received the seed by the wayside. So like, for example, my mother, she's a hardcore Catholic, and I've been trying to help. And you know what? There's a moment where I'm like, okay, she's going to believe. And next, boom, next time I talk to her, she's like way back in her thing again. That's unfortunate. Lord willing, the Most High gives her mercy. Verse 21, yet had he not root himself, but dureth for a while. Let me read it. Let me read verse 20. Sorry, I skipped it. But he said, but he that receiveth the seed into stony places, the same he that heareth the word and anon with joy and receive it. So these guys are the ones and girls are like, I'm a Hebrew. I'm gonna go out there, flyer missions, and yeah, studying it. Yeah, Esau. Okay. He also, it says, yet he had no root in himself, but endureth for a while. And when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. And remember the scripture, the classes I've done, brothers and sisters, regarding how we're supposed to break that clod, break that ground to get rid of those clods in order to seed properly and the root to set. Well, you got to get those. That's why it says, like you didn't endure. You weren't patient. You were like in a rush. And next thing you know, bam, you're done. You didn't root yourself. You didn't break the ground. You didn't examine yourself. That's what the walk is about. Then it says, he also that receiveth seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches chokes the word and becomes unfruitful. So there's like, I gotta not work this day, man. It's overtime. Bro, really? I can't play sports? I can't tell my kids, You know what? Nah, I'm good, bro, because I don't want to be broke. I like my wealth. I don't really have it that bad. And I kind of want to sin. So even if you slightly sin, you broke all the commandments, quite frankly. So you want to be this other one. But he that received the seed unto the good ground is he that heareth the word, right? You take the word and understand it, meaning you break the ground. You break the ground. You get rid of the clods. You break through all of that ugly, nasty, fallow, dry brain of yours and spirit of yours. And you apply the scriptures to understand yourself, which also beareth fruit. So what is the fruit? The goodness, the tokens that you develop, the wisdom that then comes about from you breaking ground and you rooting yourself properly. Because that fruit is also you yourself, and then that fruit is also who you teach, your family, your friends, your husband, your wife. All of those are fruits. Bring it forth. Some are 100-fold, some are 60, some are 30, meaning, because listen, when the fruit falls, you may not be able to wake everybody up, but when the fruit falls, that seed plants itself. So when you develop a family, guess what? They're going to teach other people. This is why it says you're a tree that beareth the fruit. From a tree comes a lot of other trees, guys. You got to be thankful. You got to be thoughtful of these things. So now let me go back. Let me go back to agreed. Let me go back to the point here real quick, because now we're going to see what I'm talking about. So again, all of this is going on. People have been in our, let's say, quote unquote, nation, okay? And there are some people that have planted tares, and we're seeing them now. We're seeing them now as they're coming up, right? It makes perfect sense. So we need to just sit back and be the good seed. Break that ground. Get rid of the bitterness. Yes, they've done what they've done. You just watch. Be at peace with all men, because you need to work on yourself. Let them. Verse 9, he who hath an ear, let him hear. That's what it is. You got to be that 100-fold, that developer of 60 to 30-fold. Matter of fact, that developer of 1-fold, one child that you get to change his life or her life, to keep the laws of God and sincerely love it. I'm going to tell y'all straight up. I know that maybe in this world they don't believe it, but I can't wrap my mind around the kingdom. But you know what? I wish I could not sin no more. I don't want to sin anymore, because it's distasteful to me now. The laws have magnified sin to me. Now it's bitter wisdom. Like, oh God, no, I don't even want to think of that. That's what I want. So he who has an ear, let him hear. Break through that ground. Be that good seed. Because you don't want to be this seeds where they go by falsifying information, not really doing scholarly work. And then next you know, you find out that the same guy that they use is the same guy that's actually telling them, you guys are liars.
You're listening to Rabbi Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss...
you know what? And he says a lot of the stuff I say, so it's even more amazing, man. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. Watch this, all right? I'm gonna sit back. I'll forward some things. We're gonna sit back and watch this for a little bit, okay? That's kind of like why I'm trying to make a short video. After this, and I'm pretty much done. I just want to make sure we touch on this because of the class I did in the morning, and it has to do with Abraham and that region. Watch. So why is he saying this now? Let's explore why he's now saying what he's saying, and I believe I know why, and I'll share it. All right, let's go.
Shalom. You're listening to Rabbi Simon.
Wait, hold up. Just to make sure, I don't know this gentleman. So let me hold up. Just in case. Copyright disclaimer. Say it twice. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let me pull up the video real quick. It was on YouTube, right? Yep, that's right. Okay, here we go. Just pay attention. Let's listen in, okay? Let's see what this guy has to say. And all of a sudden now, he's kind of like changing the tune. I'm trying to find out why. Let's go.
Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss a couple of things. Number one, ancient Israelites. Who were they? Or more importantly, who were Abraham's ancestors? And we'll also discuss who is a Jew by Torah standards, not by perception, but by what Scripture writes about the real people of Israel.
Let me just reference the guy's face. I don't want people to say, no, that's not him, whatever, this and that. Okay.
House of Consciousness Production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew for Judah.
They look alike? I want to see if anybody can agree that they look alike.
And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in?
All right.
And then the forefathers, the ancestors of those.
The same? I think they're the same. Okay, let's continue.
Those people, such as Abraham, and going further back, to Noah. So a lot of people ask me this question. They say, you say you're a Kohen, but you don't look like me. And this question usually comes from Black Americans who are a little bit confused about their history, especially about Israelite history. And I think it's important for me to at least give you some guidance as to why I don't look like you, or why I don't have locked hair as most of you have. Because I think the more important question should be, when we look at this, we're going to get the answers that you're seeking. So let's go back to Abraham and Abraham's ancestors.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, just to make sure you said, yeah, man. I was watching some of his other videos, and I was like, why is he saying this now? And they're using that reference, so it's like there's a transition kind of going on in regards to what he was teaching at that time and what he's actually saying. This guy also says that the day starts in the daytime, then the nighttime, and then he believes that the white man's Japheth and all that. So again, I don't agree with all of it. I'm only using him because they reference him. They're like, you know, they reference him. Okay, cool. Sounds good. But look what he's saying now. That's the weird part here. Here's interesting.
Most people,
I hope you're listening, Fopi. This is your king.
People believe that Abraham lived in Iraq, and that's where he was brought up. That's where his family was. So traditionally, most Christian scholars, Jewish scholars, probably say that he came out of Iraq. And that's what I say, perception. That perception is entirely wrong, because Abraham did not come out of Iraq, neither did his family. Since most of you probably never left your state, probably never left your country, so you wouldn't know any better, you know, what real history is about. So first of all, if you had ever gone to Turkey, you'll find out that the cave where Abraham hid from one of the earliest rulers, as you know, Nimrod, when he was hiding in a cave in Turkey. How can he hide in a cave in Turkey if Abraham is from Iraq? Which means he was a baby at that time. Which means that the perception that you have been given about Abraham's family is entirely incorrect. Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey. So if they were domiciled in Turkey, surely he couldn't be from Iraq, could he?
Now let's look up Turkey. Okay. And then at the end, I'm going to also show you, man, I don't even know if I should, honestly, but I kind of want to, bro, because honestly, I want to, because everybody believes in DNA, man, and it's like, okay, sounds good. So Turkey's right here, all right? So he's talking about domiciled, like somewhere up there. Remember when they left the Chaldees, they were up there in Haran and all that area, okay? That's what he's talking about. All right, let's continue.
So you have to now correct yourselves as to what is going on. So did he originate from Turkey? Did his ancestors originate from Turkey? Well, again, unless you really know ancient history, you're gonna be guessing, second guessing. It's almost like saying that I live in Vienna, I'm from Austria, but I don't look nothing like the people over here.
Hey, that's why I always say you need historical facts with the Bible. You need it. You need to know history in order to match the Bible. I have a somewhat of an understanding on history. I'm not no expert. I don't know why people say they're experts at anything. Nobody's an expert at anything, okay? Only the Most High. Anyhow, so like I've actually, you know what, let's just continue with the video, man. I don't want to keep pausing. Let's go.
You know, their skin color, their skin tone, their dress code, nothing like mine. So could I say that I'm from Vienna, Austria? No, of course I couldn't. If I was living here for 5 years, 10 years, I couldn't say that I'm from Vienna, Austria. Same way, Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negros in America? The important question is, should you look like me?
You guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? So something happened. Something happened. He's like, wait. Then he should look more like me, not like you Negroes. And I'm like, whoa,
Oh, let's see. Let me see what he's saying says. Let me read that real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Let me block this person. Okay. I think geographically names are changed, hidden, and for some purpose. Psalms. Yeah, they found lots of turkeys on the lands. Proceed to the turkey for that Thanksgiving in November, native month. Wow. Yeah. No joke, man. No joke. Watch this. So let's go back again. Remember, they're using this. This is their king. They were like, "Hey, yo, look, yeah, man, look, man. This guy said."
Ethiopia, of course they do. And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, this guy. Let's go to 12. Go right here.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
And you can see what he's saying. So now let's go back to this. So I'm like, what happened?
So where did Abraham's family come from? From Iraq. Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negros in America? The important question is, should you look like me? Because Abraham looked like me. If Abraham looked like me, then I look like Abraham. Therefore, I have a more right to Abraham than any of you in America. Why? Because you probably don't even know the plantations, beyond the plantations where you came from.
Are y'all listening to this? Are you guys listening to this? This is their king. They put him up on this video. I'm like, man, oh, this is so. Oh, man, ignorance is bliss. Honestly, that's just. You see, there's a difference between a true Hebrew and a fake Hebrew, right? A true Hebrew will dig and be diligent about what he's studying. I'm just saying. And you guys are the same way.
Most of you know where your grandfather worked or great-great-great-grandfather worked as a slave. Well, I can tell you that my great-great-great-great-grandfather came out of Iran, Persia, and we served the great kings of Persia at that time where we were domiciled when we were expelled from Israel, because everybody knows it. It's written in the Bible, it's written in history, so all over the place, that where Israel was domiciled, the 10 tribes, they went to north, then to the east, and the 2 tribes.
Hey, and that's very true. They went north because of the Assyrian captivity, like in Turkey, that area. Like, that's why I'm gonna have to show it, man. That's why when I show my so-called DNA, it like literally shows that my forefathers domiciled in that area. I'm laughing because I just find it so funny that we don't even worry about those things. We're just focusing on the scriptures and trying to be like just sane, legitimately decent human beings, right? And the Bible is the only one that's going to allow us to get there. And that's what I always see about our gente, man. That's what we want. That's all that we want. We just like, I don't want to sin no more, man. Just give us a good, decent life. I can raise my children right. That's all. I talk to a lot of our gente, and we all say the same thing.
Tribes of Israel, Judah and Benjamin, with of course Levites, they also went to Babylonia, then to Persia, and Persian Empire in the ancient times. To revise your history, wasn't Africa, by the way. Persian Empire, the Assyrian Empire, in ancient times, they covered parts of ancient India. So ancient India, what is ancient India today? Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. 3 nations came out of ancient India in 1947 in the partition that occurred through the British rule and the Raj in India. So, taking you back into history, who were Abraham's ancestors? They were people who called themselves Yadavas. The Yadavas were Indian people, and Josephus Flavius, who is an important historian from our people in Israel. And he writes that he believed, and he quotes historians, that the ancient people of Israel belonged to Indian philosophers.
And let me show you guys something real quick. I showed you guys this the other day, but look what it says. This is from Hindus America, right? It says Hindus reach America first. This is what the official historian of the Mexican government says in general outline of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of two great current of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I'm just doing a connection in regards to our relationship to Abraham. That's all.
Well, if we belong to Indian philosophers, then that takes me back to the Yadava people who actually left India at one point in time. That would mean Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols.
And isn't that true? Didn't we read the scripture? Matter of fact, let me show you. Why did that happen? So he doesn't even touch on that, right? But I do know. So let's go to it. 2nd Ezra, chapter 3. Watch this. So after Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Here's what happens with all of them. It says here, let's see. I'll go to verse 11. It says, nevertheless, one of them thou left it, namely Noah, with his household, of whom came all the righteous men. Noah, Shem, and Ham, meaning they were keeping the laws of God. And it happened that when they dwelt upon the earth, began to multiply and had gotten many children, you mean Japheth or Japhet, Shem, and Ham, and were great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Now, when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man among them whose name was Abraham. And what does this guy say?
Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols. Just as Abraham's father worshipped many gods. If you remember, you read about it in the book of Joshua. You will also read about.
And there's a book that I have. I may show y'all, okay? There's a lot of words in Mexico of like certain cities and in Peru that are literally words in Sanskrit. I'm going to look for the book while I'm looking for this, okay? Let me look for it.
About this in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, in the book of Joshua, chapters 24, it tells you there that your forefathers came from the other side of the river. What river? What other side? The river Euphrates. The other side of Euphrates, it begins the Persian Empire. And it is a vast area covering today's modern Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all those areas. So what should the ancient forefathers look like? They should look like me, not you. That's a problem, you see. That's a problem that you have to deal with. When Noah came out of the ark with his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, well, what do you think? Do you think that there were plenty of women of other nations sitting there for them to marry their children into? Of course not. So the only women that our children could marry into, so Shem's sons, they married into Ham's children. In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because
yeah, you hear that? You see that? To teach that it's black about. So that's what I'm assuming. That's okay. Perfect. So that's when I realized that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. So he was teaching them, hey, you guys, according to the curses, you guys fit the scripts. You guys fit the curses. You guys are Israel. He was going with a sincere spirit. Oh, all praises, sis. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Now I connect the dots. All praises. I see, yeah, you and your husband, your picture. All praises. Anyhow, so this is where I started noticing that he's like, okay, why is he referencing that? Why is he saying that? So now I know why. Because then they took it. Yes, you black convert Hebrews, you took this knowledge and then you said, F everybody. Only black folks are actual Hebrews. Look what he's saying. It's like, no. I take it. I think he's regretting what he did. He's realized I woke up an animal, basically. And I don't mean it like in an insulting way. I mean like a mentality. The insane mind to go and take this information and say, only us. Only us. Really?
In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board.
So now let me show you something, okay? So you brothers and sisters, man, you need to start really being proud of your heritage, brothers. I'm serious. Look, watch this. This is from a book called, I believe it's called, let's see. It's called from Kabiri Pass to Gran Quivira, New Mexico in Boca. It's called When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock. When India Ruled the World. Oh, shoot. Watch what it says. It says, however, I'm going to read up top. It says, how much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, my skeptical readers should know that one of the principal Indian strongholds of the Ayappa cult is in southern India, near the Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. In chapter 4, I mentioned several Indian places and cast names in Inca Peru. However, it's more convincing examples are needed. I present Pujas, Manu, Pisac, Bonu, and Ayacucho region. In Sanskrit, Puja, honor, worship, Manu, patriarch. Manu, let me read it again. Puja means honor or worship. Manu means patriarch. Pisac, a savage tribe of people in North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Ayacucho, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. Or the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Then you got the Ram Uri of Shivava. Man, I'm telling you, it gets deeper and deeper.
Would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because if I bring you to Abraham, our forefather, and if I tell you about his wives, he had a black wife from Egypt. Well, what kind of son she's going to give him? Ishmael is going to be a son of darker skin tone. Now, what about his other wives? Well, Sarah, clearly, there are two opinions on Sarah. And you can take whichever opinion you like. You can take the opinion that Sarah's from Chad, or you can take the opinion that Sarah's from India. I would probably go with the opinion that Sarah's family also originated out of India. Therefore, they both look like each other, and they're going to produce children that are going to look like Indians. Therefore, Yitzhak, Isaac, is going to look like me. He's not going to look like you, unfortunately. There's no such thing. Now, therefore, that means we're going to have two sons, Esau, which you call Esau, and you call Jacob. Those two sons. Well, everything is determined by...
Hey, look what it says on the bottom. It says, the Persian generally called Ibrahim Zarathustra. Cyrus considered the religion of the Jews the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham, or the Israelites from Brahma. So that's why do you think the Most High chose Cyrus to free the Israelites? Because he was a descendant of Abraham. That's right. Let them know, let them know. I don't understand why this other nation of people cannot wrap their mind around that. Oh, I know why. Because you have to have woolly hair. That's all it's based off. Colorism, man. Come on, bro.
by who they marry. Now, I didn't go back and explain that Abraham also had a white wife, a Caucasian wife, whose name was Mashiach, who was from Turkey. Well, guess what, guys? If Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey, what are the chances do you think that Abraham have a Turkic wife? What do you think are the chances? And what do today's Turkic people look like? Most of them look like Caucasian, white people. They pass for an Englishman anytime, more than me. So therefore, the question is, if he married into a Turkic woman, which he did, and that's whose son we know was Eliezer, his older son. So if he had a white woman, what do you reckon? Do you reckon she's going to have some white children? Potentially? Yes, she is. That means that Abraham will have white in the mix as well. Do you think they followed the God of Israel? Most likely, 100%. Definitely followed the God of Israel. So where does that leave us? So let's go forward a little bit, then we'll come back. We'll go forward, we'll come back, we'll try to get some understanding. So if we go forward, we come back to Isaac.
Hey, family, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, man. I'm just going to let it play. And honestly, I'm going to watch the whole video. Y'all can stick around if you want. I'm going to watch the whole video because I'm very interested in what this guy's saying, okay? I haven't watched the whole video. I just went to like maybe 12, 13 minutes. And I was just like, oh, that's enough. Let me go ahead and do the video. I got time right now, okay? So I got a little bit of time. I don't have to be to my appointment until like 4:35. All right, let's keep going.
So what does Isaac's wife, Rebecca, what does she tell her son, Jacob? You are not to marry the woman of Canaan. Who were the women of Canaan? These daughters of Ham, black women who were corrupted, who were worshipping false idols, who were sacrificing their children to false idols. So the mom, Rebecca, told her son, you are not to marry into these heathens that are worshipping false idols. Therefore, you must go back to the family. Exactly the same pattern that Abraham had taken an oath from his son Eliezer, who is referred to as his servant. He took an oath, you are not to marry my son Isaac into these heathen women in this land where I am. In other words, Canaan, daughters of Ham, who were completely corrupted by that time. Previously, in the time of Noah, that time they were all obeying Torah. But by now, several hundred years later, they no longer were in Torah. They were into all sorts of false worship. Therefore, the indictment was given against them. Do not marry into these black women because they are corrupted. They are into false worship. They do not worship the God of Israel. You must not take those women. And the injunction came from God as well later on. So therefore, what happens? What happens is that Jacob is sent back to his Indian family, Indian-looking family. Where? In Iraq, where they are settled in Padan Aram. Let's break those two words down. Padan Aram.
See, and that's why when I got interested in this is pretty much what I was always finishing, because at that point I'm like, wait a minute, it confirms what I had found regarding the actual scriptures. Padam Aram means region, land, and then Aramaic. So I had looked into it, and this guy is literally confirming what I'm saying. But what really stood out the most is like they were using him to say, oh, look, look, look. And now he's like, hold on a second, Mr. Blackie. Abraham didn't look like you. Abraham looked like me. More like me. So who has more rights to him? And guess what? Who looks more like this guy? That's all I'm saying.
Aram. Aram is the area where we get the language Aramaic, meaning Babylonia, Persia, which spoke to a large extent. They spoke the Aramaic language, square script, what they call square script Hebrew today. So if they spoke Aramaic, that brings another interesting thing, doesn't it? That means surely if they spoke Aramaic, well, do you speak Aramaic in North America? I haven't heard anybody speaking Aramaic in North America. But you can see plenty of people, even today, there are people in India who know Aramaic. If you go to Pakistan, you will have people speaking the Persian tongue. My own uncle, who passed away a few years ago, he spoke fluently the Persian tongue. Therefore, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more?
Damn, you guys hear that? Well, let me go back. Oh man, this is, oh God, this is so great. Anyhow, let me go.
Well, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more connection to Abraham's family, you or me? Who do you think is going to be a Levite priest, you or me? So therefore, we have a genealogy. We have the language. Pakistan speaks today widely a language called Urdu, which has its roots in ancient Persian tongue. That is where the Jews came from after their exile. And today, let me tell you something of interest. Today, in 2017, I have contact with a Jewish man in Pakistan who looks 100% like me. What do you think he should look like? And he came out of Iraq. His whole family came out of Iraq. 2,000 years ago, they left Iraq at the destruction of our temple, and they went to Pakistan and they domiciled in Pakistan. So for all practical purposes today, they look like Pakistanis, of course. They're not going to look like English. They're not going to look like Americans. They're not going to look Negro either. So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York.
Hey, here we go. You see, now now I understood okay. See, now it's because of the way they took it. It's where they went and how they really ran with it. There was no humility whatsoever. If you were potentially the chosen seed and you go off and just completely twist the scriptures, man, this is why he's saying that. Watch.
So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York, oh, I'm Israel. No, you're not Israel. You are just a misguided person. Because if you were really Israel, you would be obeying the Torah. You would be doing the things that my forefathers did, both in Babylonia, such as Daniel the prophet.
Hey, listen, guys, he's right about this. If you are a true Hebrew, you're going to be applying the laws, statutes, and commandments with the understanding of the Messiah, knowing that the examination is what's required of us because we're supposed to be that ultimate last. I don't want to lose y'all because potentially we are that. The Messiah came and showed us what he is. We're supposed to do exactly the same thing he's going to do. So we have mercy to cleanse ourselves from the flesh. Once you're completely separate from that and you got like complete control of your spirit, man, the sky's the limit at that point. And again, this is going to be a process in time. It's the elect that are being called upon right now. 144 and then the 1/3. All right, let's go.
Prophet who was my forefather, by the way, such as the Persian domiciled Hebrews. What did they do? Well, they obeyed the 7 festivals. They didn't believe in Jesus. They don't know who Jesus was. This is a later thing. Rabbi Yeshua came much later. So they obeyed the Torah laws. You can read about it. Daniel the prophet, what does he do? The king offers him delicacies, foods, everything. What does Daniel the prophet say? No, thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig and you think you're Hebrews.
Damn, hold up a second. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. Oh my God, man. I literally, and hold on. Let me play a song real quick. I recorded this because this is what you call so-called Hispanics that are in these camps, okay? You're going to a stranger for advice.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Literally, they're foreigners, and we're asking for them to tell us who we are according to the Bible? Come on, guys, let's go, man.
It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. Thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig and you think you're Hebrews. It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. in order to be a Hebrew, in order to do the Torah, you have to remove yourself from the very foods that you call your foods and the very way of lives living. You have to remove yourself from that kind of lifestyle to a Torah lifestyle. A Torah lifestyle is, number one, obeying the God of Israel, keeping the Sabbath, guarding the Sabbath. Number two, you have to eat the foods that are qualified kosher. That means you can't have pig. Number three, you cannot be celebrating festivals of the Goyim, the Gentiles. You have to celebrate festivals of Israel, Passover, Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So whilst most of you,
and you're supposed to do it with sincerity, with like real joy, man. Like once I started learning how to keep the laws slowly and better, I'm getting better. There's so much joy, like so much joy. And it's like, man, this feels good. Like literally your spirit starts to awaken to the real holidays. And it's just amazing because then your family enjoys it as well. And that's the blessing. Those are the fruits. But see, I dug through that damn hard, dry ground, man. And I had a lot of clods in my head. Trust me. I think we all do, but we can do it, man. And then anyways, the scriptures, without the scriptures, we can't.
Who are still stuck in churches, still running Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So whilst most of you are still stuck in churches, still running after Jesus Christ and doing after other things, maybe some of you are into Islam and Muslim and all that nonsense. So therefore, question is this: how can you be Hebrews if your character does not resemble anything from the Torah? That means if you really had the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then surely you would say that the Torah is your life. Torah is your faith. Torah is your way of living. But if you don't, if you're running to a church every Sunday, then I'd have to question, are you really a Hebrew? Probably not. So, I wouldn't even bank on it. However, if you were connected to Israel ancient, as I explained, that when Noah's sons came out of the ark, Shem, who was a brown man like me, his daughters married into Ham's daughter. His sons married Ham's daughters, which was permitted at that time. And so therefore we're going to produce a mixture. And if Abraham's going to have a Caucasian wife, Abraham's going to have Sarah, a wife that looks like brown color, then she's going to produce brown children. That means Isaac was like me. And then if Isaac subsequently produces two sons, they're going to look like me as well, right? So you look at the Middle Eastern Jews, what do they look like? Do they look like me, or do they look like, somebody else in China maybe? No, of course not. So we have to understand that we must take scripture and history with it and get an understanding. When we do that, we'll never go wrong. But if we dissect, if we just remove ourselves from scripture and just pretend to be somebody we are not, we'll never get anywhere. However, I'm not saying that you cannot become part of Israel. You can. Every one of you can become part of Israel.
See, so now then he's going off to some other stuff, right? But my whole point was basically the video. So I kind of don't want to see if I don't want to convince, but let me see. Maybe he'll actually don't say some crazy stuff. Hold on.
Covenanted people of God, you have to take the oath. You word today,
here it goes right here.
from
Look,
the humans inhabited in Israel, an area to come out of that. So let's go back to Abraham. Let's go back to these people called Yadawas. Let's go back to the land that we once inhabited in Israel, an area known as Judea. Judea, from the Hebrew word Judea, and from the Hebrew word where we get Judah as well. And we get the Indian Sanskrit word Yud, which actually means a warrior of God. So therefore, the people who are known to have come out of India, settled in Turkey, and then Abraham gave away, he left that worship of his forefathers, which was idolatrous, worshipping statues. So Abraham left eastern Turkey, southeastern Turkey, to be in the exact space. He then traveled down into Iraq, From Iraq, he traveled down into Israel, into what we know as Hebron. If you go to Hebron, Shechem, then if you go to Hebron, you will see that his grave is there today for everybody to see. It's 100% guaranteed that he was buried there, no doubt about it. Therefore, if Abraham traveled down there, let's look at Abraham's name. His name before God changed it was Abram. Abram's name came from the Indian deity, Indian god Brahma. So Abraham's forefathers were Brahmins. Brahmins are priests in India. So these priests, and if you go look, they still exist today. So
they're the Magi. That's the Magis that went to see the Messiah. You see how it's all connecting now?
We know our history. Because we know our history, we know what we should look like. However, this is not to say that you can't be Israel if you are and you produce a Chinese looking child, then of course that's an Israelite as well. Just as I explained to you, if we marry into Ham, a black woman, Ham's daughters, what are we going to produce? Dark colored children with with locks and all the looks that you have in North America. So therefore there is consensus that a certain portion of Hebrews were taken in the slave trade. Not all of them, but a certain portion. That portion is what is in North America, potentially in Europe as well. So we know that an island in the coast of Africa called Sao Tome, from there a British ship that was carrying the Portuguese flag exported slaves, took slaves out from that island and shipped them over to the Americas. By the way, they were Jews. Yes, that's the only people that I know definitely who were black Jews. But there is no other account of Africa, Ghana, for instance, Nigeria, or for instance, what's known as the Slave Coast today or in the ancient times, which was an area that was domiciled between Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem.
Did you guys? Let me read that again. Let me repeat that again.
Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem. So let's get this straight. Not all of the slaves came out of, that came out were Hebrews.
You hear that? Let's get that straight. And that's what I've been saying the entire time. You guys did not go into slavery like that. And he says the ones that did were Canaanites. And the scriptures say that in Judges 3:5 that we're going to be dealing with them so then we could learn how to war.
As I explained, some were, not all of them. So today, by my estimation, and you can disagree with it if you like, by my estimation, only 10% people that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews.
Let's read that. It says only 50,000 people were of ancient Hebrew extraction brought to America of Negro looks. That's in my estimation would be around 2 million people in North America. Today, America has a potential of 45 million black people. They do not represent Israel, but mine is 2 million, which means 43 million people are not of all the Hebrew, but sons and daughters of Ham. However, they can choose to obey the God's law. Wow, man, that's heavy.
Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamite went. People that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews. Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamites, 100% Hamites. But as I said earlier, your father, if you're a Ham, your father Ham at one point did obey the Torah laws until Nimrod, the one who became rebellious, started calling for his worship. He deified himself as some ancient rulers do.
I gotta do that again, man, because I mean this is just fantastic. Honestly, all praises, sis. I do agree with that. Let's see. Let me see. India is the most idolatrous nation today, though, right? And 4 billion people in land mass. Doesn't it fit the scattering? Yeah, I mean we've been scattered everywhere. We've been scattered everywhere. So, like, remember what I'm suggesting is particularly well. First of all, this man was referenced by the Fopi people. Okay, so I'm like, wait a minute. That reminds me of this guy. Then I'm like, this guy didn't say anything that they were saying. So how come they don't put this video up? Okay, of course not, because it doesn't benefit them. There's no narrative. Now, we all scattered everywhere. What I'm trying to show with y'all is the connection between us and Abraham. Now, am I saying that we're India or Hindu? No. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a lot of similarities in regards to the traditions. Well, what I mean is also because of the Arshrit class that I did, it shows that we actually went through to get to Arshrit, we had to travel through that area. That's why you have Yucatan, because it's Joktan. So when you look at all of these things, like los voladores, this is the voladores, right? This is India with several synagogues. Look, this is in India. Ramuri, look, this is in the temples that we had. That's like the Krishna or Shiva, whatever, the 6 arms. Now, come to find out, I read it somewhere and I can't find that link, that it was an interpretation of the menorah, the 7, the 3 arms, the 6 arms in the head. So it's a lot of similarities. Nahuas of Yucatan, los voladores. See? Look, that's us. And there's only 2 nations of people that do this. Now, you ask people in Mexico, they don't even know where that comes from. So that's what I'm saying. But we've been everywhere.
At that point,
and Israel is very idolatrous, bro. Like, why do you think we have like our mothers on their knees crawling all the way through from, like, I'm from Guadalajara. They go from let's say Colonia Miravalle all the way down to downtown San Diego. Los voladores de yeah, that's it, brother. That's it. And Mexico, yeah. And see, I never knew this, man. I never knew. Wait a minute, voladores in India, that they used to have that. Oh, it's crazy stuff, man. So all I'm doing is doing a connection between who Abraham was, how he was in those regions, and we have a lot of similarities in those costumbres and names of that region. So he put the 2 and 2 together, and he says they look more like him. And if you look at us, there's a lot of people in Mexico that look Arab, a lot of people in Mexico that look like him, a lot of people that look dark skin, light skin. We have it all. And all over the Americas, in Puerto Rico, in Aruba, in Mexico, in South America, in Peru, in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, everywhere.
Can see that is when it digressed, and God was so angry that he split their languages. We read about in Genesis chapter 11, the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel. Well, go look up where it is. So as I said, that you got to stop this chapter of ignorance, and you got to stop this cursing down, white people and calling them sons of Edomites, etc. They are not Edomites. Most of the white folks that you see in America and Europe, they are the sons of Japheth. What they got to do with Edom? Yes, if they had married into the ancient Edomites, then you could say, yes, some of them could be, but not all of them. So therefore, once again, you only demonstrate your ignorance of ancient history.
Damn. Hold on a second, sis.
And your arrogance of today by calling yourself what you're not and then putting other people down. That, by the way, is not permitted. What is permitted is that you can obey God. You can go to a rabbi.
Hey, this is why the scriptures say you should not abhor an Edomite. Why? Because it creates bitterness in your flesh. That's why. There's no other reason.
Check this out, family. I'm about to cut this out because I have to go. But if you see the book of Jubilees, okay, you read here, it says chapter 11. All right, in chapter 11, you're going to see the sons of Noah begin to war and to shed blood of men on earth, okay, and to eat blood. So it talks about the actual fall of the 3 men, sons of Noah, okay. And look at this here. It gives you a good, clear picture of what went on. Chapter 11, verse 2 says, "And the sons of Noah began to war on each other, take captive, and to slay each other. and to shed the blood of men on earth, and to eat blood. Okay? And to build strong the Tower of Babel, the walls and towers, and individuals began to exalt themselves above the nation, and to found the beginning to kingdoms, and to go to war with people against the people. All right, to go to war people against the people, and nations against nations, and the city against cities, and city against cities, and all began to do evil, and to acquire arms, and to teach their sons war, and they began to capture cities, and to sell male and female slaves. So now we start seeing somewhat of a just losing their mind, lawlessness, basically, enslaving each other, not seeing themselves as brothers, like, the sons of Ham, the sons of Japheth, and the sons of Shem. No, on the contrary, it was the opposite of that. Okay, so now it says here, verse 3, and the son of Chesed, built the city of Arah of Chaldees. So now you're starting to see the of the Chaldees. Okay, the of the Chaldees, and called its name after his own name and the names of his father. And they made themselves molten images, and they worshipped each other, the idol, and worshipped each the idol, the molten image which they had made for themselves. And they began to make graven images and unclean similuk, and malignant spirits assisted and seduced them into committing transgressions and uncleanness. That's why the pattern of sin is very obvious. So again, James 1 talks about that. You let the thought come in, those spirits will strengthen themselves. Now, here's where it talks about like this prince, mastermind, all that stuff, right? That's not my point. Let's skip to verse 6. It says, for this reason, he called the name of Zerog, for everyone turned to do the manner of sin and transgression. So here's where you see the corruption. Let me go back. And the prince of mastermind exerted himself to do all this, and he set forth other spirits, those which were put under his hand, and to do all manner of wrong and sin, and the manner of transgression, and to corrupt and destroy and to shed blood upon the earth. Now, keep this in mind. Keep this in mind that, the beginning of sin is idolship. Okay? And he grew up, for this reason, he called the name of Zerug, for everyone turned to do all manner of sin and transgression. And he grew up and dwelt in the of the Chaldees, near to the father of his wife's mother. And he worshipped idols and he took himself a wife in the 6th Jubilee, in the 5th week, in the 1st year thereof. And her name was Milcah, the daughter of Kabar, the daughter of his father's brother. And she bare him Nahor, which is the father of Terah, in the 1st year of the week. And he grew and dwelt in the of the Chaldees. Keep in mind that they're already worshiping other gods. And his father taught him the research of Chaldees to divine and augur, according to the signs of heaven, meaning the whole Zoroastrian type of deal. Okay. And I'm assuming, I'm just saying, I don't know if it's Zoroastrianism, but it's not definitely the scriptures anymore. And in the 37 Jubilees in the 6th week, in the 1st year thereof, he took himself, and her name was Ijashka, and daughter of Nesog of the Chaldees. Okay. And she bare him Terah in the 7th year of the week. And the prince Mestamah sent ravens and birds to devour the seed which was sown in the land, in order to destroy the land, rob the children of men of their labor. Before they could plow in the seed, the ravens picked up from the surface of the ground. Remember the 4 seeds, okay? It's related to this. Now, I'm not going to get into that, but I'll definitely touch on it again, because this is important. And for this reason, he called his name Terah, because the ravens and the birds seduced them to destitution and devoured their seed. You see that? Meaning they took their heritage from the mine. It goes all back to the land and trees and planting and, you know what I'm saying, and first fruits. And the years began to barren, owing to the birds, and they devoured all the fruit of the trees from the trees. It says fruits, but in reality, it's talking about man. It was only with great effort that they could save a little of all the fruit of the earth in their days. It's a parable, but it's actually physical too. And in the 39th Jubilees, in the 2nd week of the 1st year, Terah took himself a wife, and her name was Edna, the daughter of Abram, the daughter of his father's sister. Abram is born. Okay? So now we see here that Abram is born. Verse 16, and the child began to understand the errors of the earth, that all went after graven images, like Wisdom of Solomon 14. And after uncleanness, and his father taught him writing, he was 2 weeks of year old, and he separated himself from his father. He might not worship idols with him. And he began to pray to the kings that he might save him from the errors of the children of men, and that his portion should not fall into the error after uncleanness and vileness. Okay? So that's why it talks about Isaiah 51:1 that took you out of the rock, out of the hew, right? I'll show you. Isaiah 51. It says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek after the Lord, look unto the rock hewed, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Which hole? The hole of being in idolatry. His father, his great-grandfather, his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father were all in idolatry. So Abraham never grew up with the scriptures. This is why we are a reflection of Abraham. This is why those Christians have no idea or ever even want to talk about it. And that's why BHI don't even want to touch this, because that takes away from Africa. So now they want to spread Africa. Now Africa's in Asia. You know what I'm saying? This is pretty stupid. It says here, now watch this. So if you read this chapter, it talks about how Abraham really was, he says in verse 21, and all who were with him throughout all the land saw him cry out, and all the ravens turned back, and his name became great in all the land of Chaldea. We start seeing that Abraham was pushing those spirits away now. Like the ravens. Remember the class I did when the ravens feed you? Right? Sometimes there's those spirits that kind of shape you up a bit and get you on the right path. You know, it's the belt of the Most High. So as you can see right here, we start seeing the actual falling apart. And if you read chapter 12, which I'm not, you'll find out Abraham destroys Terah, his father's idols. Now, I'm gonna finish it with this. Okay. Where is it at? Let's see. Is it this one? Hold on, right? That's it. I'm gonna show you something. Chapter 5. Yes. I just found it. I should have saved it. I guess I didn't. That was my mistake. Chapter 7, maybe? I think this is it right here. Close. Watch this. Okay. I was actually touching on this. In Leviticus 19:29 says this. I kept saying it throughout the class today. Leviticus 19:23. Okay. It says here, you shall keep my statutes. But when you shall come into the land, you shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then shall ye count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you, and it shall not be eaten of. But on the 4th year, on the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. And in the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. So it's showing us how to plant trees, but at the same time, it's giving us a parable about who we are and the growth process. The first 2-3 years or 4, it's uncircumcised, man, because you're wicked, and you got to cleanse your ways. In the 4th year, maybe 5th year, then you start giving to the Most High. In the 5th year, 6th year, then you actually start getting those fruits back. Okay, so now it says the same thing here in Jubilees chapter 7, verse 35. It says, and behold, you will go and build yourselves cities and plant in them and all plants there are upon the earth. And moreover, all fruit-bearing trees. Years, the fruit of everything that is eaten will not be gathered. In the 4th year, its fruits will be counted kodesh, and they will offer the fruits acceptable before the Most High, who created heaven and earth and all things. Let them offer in abundance the first of the wines and oils as first fruit to the altar of the Most High, of the Ancient of Days, who receives it. And that is left, let the servants of the house of the Most High eat before the altar which received it. And in the 5th year, make you the release, so that you release it in the righteousness and uprightness, and you shall be righteous, and all that you plant shall prosper, meaning your renewing of the mind. Your renewing of the mind. You shall prosper. You see what I'm saying, family? So when you listen to what this guy's talking about, the class that we were just seeing, that should help you at least to some extent. Let me speed it up, and then we'll finish it off. All right? Anyways.
Thou should not abhor neither my...
Oh, shoot. My talk.
Because it's not about him. It's about you. It's about you.
I'm going to speed it up, family. Hey, y'all have a good night, man. Shalom. Appreciate you guys being here. Saludos. Buenas noches a todos. I'm just going to let it play, and then I'm going to finish it with, how I finish it, okay? Hope it was edifying. It was a long, so I didn't expect to be here this long, but I've been working all day. So all thanks to the Father. All right, finish it off. All right, shalom.
Japhet lived in the tents of Shem as the scriptures, yeah, it did say that, right? So now, do I agree 100%? I came from the One West doctrine, remember? I came out of these rooms. So in a way, I'm still, in a sense, indoctrinated by that whole Edomite, theology, right? Because that's really what it is. But now I'm starting to dissect it a little bit more. So I'm listening to both ends because I believe Meshikan had mentioned it, that he believes that it was Japheth, Ham, and Shem. Japheth was white, Ham black, and then Shem the brown or red skin, right? Like that. I think that's what Meshikan had mentioned. So because there's a lot more things that are coming out now. Now that we're separating ourselves from these camps, like the white doctrine, indoctrination, we got to cleanse ourselves from those things. So all of a sudden now the eyes are starting to open up and I'm starting to see it more clearly. Lord willing, he allows me to go further into finding out who the true Edomites are. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% there yet.
You come to myself, you go to another rabbi who can convert you into the Torah and you can obey God. You can become part of Israel. That is allowed. But what is not allowed is your foul mouth in New York City square, Chicago, foul mouth on the streets. That is not permitted. That is very, very bad, and it reflects really badly on every black person in America. It shows, it makes a stereotype that all the black people are the same. That's
and in a way, he's correct, but I don't care about that because they're not using the scriptures to what it truly should be. The scriptures is to dig ground, examine yourself if you're in the faith, so you don't be a reprobate. That's what your scriptures say. To be a man, to be a woman, to raise your children, to take care of your families, to be a community, to not rob, to not steal, to not kill. If we, us Latinos, can live like that, imagine that, brothers, because you know damn well we deal with cartel, gangs, and uncivilized, chaotic home. Because we all come from that. The natives and the so-called natives and the so-called Hispanics of the indigenous Americas, of the Americas, you guys, we suffer like that. And this is all we want. But yet they're out there in the corner yelling and screaming and saying the white man did it, 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 the white man did it. Yeah. You was, yeah, you're right. Unless you was black. I've been having feelings also, but I'm a babe in this. It's all good, man. Don't even trip. Just stick around. It's the Most High is literally, the walk is long. The walk is long. It's not short. It's not a race. You got to have a pace. You got to know exactly. Yeah. We come at humility. We come at the scriptures with humility. You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because if you're given the opportunity to have so much power, why would the Most High deal with you if you, on the fleshy level, you can't even be humble enough to be like, man, all honor and praise and glory because I don't deserve a kingdom as crappy as I was, bro. Seriously? It's like the prodigal son. Yo, listen, man, I am, Father, I'm really sorry. Can I just be the servant? Just a servant. That's the kind of contrite heart that you need to have. What do you mean all boastful? Like, yeah, F you, white man. You women need to get it together because we're the men. No, bro. If you're the leader, like the general doesn't blame his troops. He takes responsibility. So it's our responsibility. Those are responsibilities. Yeah, Abuelita, bro. Yep. Let's see. I left IUIC, idol worship of a black guy who looked like their bishop. Yeah. I was actually part of them, man. I was part of IUIC almost 4 years. I became a soldier. They were da-da-da. All I wanted to do was keep the commandments, man. That's why I had a lot of questions, but I'm like, I just want to keep the laws, bro. I don't want to start ruckus. I just want to keep the laws because I'm so destroyed. I just want to keep the laws. That was all I had in mind. I just wanted to keep the laws. Well, let me see, sis, what you got? Would you believe that through a sister, someone from NY and IUIC called me here in Aruba to become part of them? No. Yeah, they do that stuff. But you know what? Here's what happens. This is true. And you probably know this true if you actually were so quote unquote ranked. If you are a man of rank, you have to give alms. You have to give money. You cannot not go without it. Wanted knowledge, but left out of place. Yeah, bro. Listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Look right here. Look, this right here, right? So I have I dealt with alcohol for a long time, right? So I'm considered like an alcoholic, and I'm not a practicing alcoholic, right? So I was sober 3 years when I went in, and I told them, hey, listen, I don't want to drink. Bro, they did almost everything where I could fall into drinking again. I became an alcoholic again. Literally, I dealt with alcohol until I literally left. When I left, about maybe 3-4 months in, the Most High was like starting to really like, hey man, I'm gonna kill you if you don't get it together. And then when I stopped drinking, the classes began. This was literally in June of this year. Again, I went in there thinking they're gonna watch over me. I asked one of their leaders, listen, bro, I don't know. Okay, same Sabbath. Yeah, well, we'll get into that. Check it. I remember going into them sincerely saying, I need some help, man. I need some help, bro. I'm dealing with alcohol and da-da-da-da-da. At the end of the day, you know what they said? Well, you got to fix it yourself. You got to fix it yourself. Oh, I drank the first Sabbath in the parking lot. Yeah. Well, listen, this walk, the Most High, look, the Most High put me through AA. I don't go to those rooms anymore, but he put me through AA in order to soften me up to this truth, because if I would have found out about the truth when I was in that state of mind of alcoholism, bro, I would have never heard it ever, man. So it's a walk. It's the walk, brothers. It's a walk. Let's finish this video. And then we'll be done. I appreciate y'all staying in with me, man. Let's go.
It's a bad stereotype. So you need to stop these actions with all these different groups. I don't know, they have all these labels, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E, H, United Church of Christ, and then there's others. There's so many of these groups that potentially are misleading the people, misteaching them, and generating hatred against the people they live with, which is, again, as I said, not a good thing. Should stay away from that. So therefore, as I explained, now what is a Jew today, 2017? Most of you have seen Jews today. You've seen the Ashkenazi in Europe. You have seen, go look up Brahma. So therefore, ancient people, Jews. But when you go towards the Middle East, you see a lot of Jews, my skin tone, not like me. Same like me, not different to me. In Yemen, no different to me. In dress code, wearing Middle Eastern type dresses. So therefore, that gives you a little bit brief history of our people. Therefore, as I explained, that Sarah, Abraham's wife, was called Sarai. And we have a history of somebody in India called Saraswati. So Saraswati, go look it up, who she was. Go look up Brahma. So therefore, ancient people, what they did, they took the name of their god upon themselves. That's why we got Abram instead of something else from Brahma. And this is why we have, for instance, we have our God, the God of Israel. As you know, Yud and He, Wa and He. So we have Yeshayahu.
That's it. That's pretty much. I think we get the point, like these guys. So let's go back and just kind of like reference what they're saying.
Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High.
A few moments later.
You guys do not deserve to be called Hebrews because, I look more like a Hebrew than you. Anyhow, listen, family, I love y'all very much, man. I'm telling you, I stay sober, bro, by doing these classes. So don't think it's about me at all. It's about everybody, because I know there's somebody out there that needs our help, okay? So let me go ahead and play a song for y'all. Y'all heard it before, but it's one of my favorite songs.
Don't fail in bed with a girl.
No, so anyhow, you guys, shalom, fam. Tomorrow I'll do the class again, and I was gonna do one on Edom, but honestly, man, a lot of stuff's coming up. I think I'm gonna pause on that. I don't wanna misinterpret the scriptures and be completely wrong, going by my assumption because of my indoctrination of One West. I'm still almost done with everything that I learned from them. So anyhow, y'all take care. Unless you guys got something to say. Thank you, bro. No, thank you, man. Honestly, man, thank you. All praise to the Most High, bro. All praise to the Most High. Honestly, Tawada, yes, sir. All praise to the Most High, man. I don't even deserve to be on this position. Honestly, that's how I consider it. Because if it was up to me, man, for sure, I wouldn't even be here. Seriously, if it was up to my flesh, I'd be right there with that ball and chain that you see that bottle right there, bro. That's where my flesh belongs, and I want to keep it there. I don't want to be there. All right. So, fam, love y'all. Hey, sis, appreciate you. Send me that link, okay? And I'm glad that I didn't even know. I couldn't connect the dots, but now I do. So I'll be sending you links saying what's up, shalom. You and your husband. Hopefully he listens in as well. All right. All right. So here we go. Hold on a second, real quick. Here we go.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock, and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey, la 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía, darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon.
Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream moves on. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. One I can get respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is the understood.
Hey, by the way, brother, I know you're new, True 619. Check it. I always play songs at the end that kind of connect the message. I don't really agree with trying to get rap music with like the gospel. I don't agree with that. So what I do is I keep the genre where it is. So I find songs that relate to my topic. That's all. And it's in Spanish because, again, I ain't trying to listen to none of these things regarding booty and drugs and all of that. So I'm like showing y'all, hey, all praises. Hebrews 12:11. No discipline is enjoyable while it's happening. It's painful, but afterwards there will be a peaceful harvest of right living for those who are trained in thy way. You know what you're reminding me of? My favorite scriptures, man. It's in Sirach 6. If you guys can read it, Sirach 6 from 21 all the way through. It'll talk about the fetters and regarding how they will be a glory to you once you go through the discipline of it, man. All praises to the Most High, all right? So let me just finish it and then I'll turn it off soon.
Your respect. All right. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul or rich. Money is a gun for me. Repay the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul or rich. Money is a gun for me. Repay the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of soul or rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh, la 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can get your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.